Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Warlord is a virtual reality game powered by artificial intelligence. It became a massive worldwide hit, and the developers earned incredible sums of money. This was the only place where Herkin, our protagonist, excelled. He could take out any mob with a single blow, but in real life, he was worthless. During another mission, another experienced player noticed the protagonist and invited him to join the guild. During one of the trials, the guild members went without MCs, and the Thunder Queen and her men caught them off guard. Without a second thought, she orders their execution, when Herkin suddenly appears and decapitates the executioner with a single blow, saving his comrades from certain death. The teammates apologized for their carelessness, but the commander claimed it wasn't their fault. Suddenly, the maddened Thunder Queen ordered her subordinates to kill the guy. Herkin simply laughed, having already destroyed most of her army, so she had no chance. Then, suddenly, one of his team members stabbed him in the back. The very friends MC had just saved had turned into treacherous traitors. The system's warning lights told him that his HP was rapidly depleting. It turned out that Syl had offered them money, and they had immediately accepted the deal. The protagonist assured her he would kick her out of the game. But his rival laughed, and said she would kill him every time he logged into the system. Suddenly, a system warning appeared, informing him that he had died in the game. At that moment, the protagonist woke up inside the VR machine. The guy was angry, realizing he had made a mistake, losing all the progress he had worked so hard to achieve. The gamer decides to go in search of these people and take revenge on them in the real world. While trying to reach someone, Herkin failed to notice a passing garbage truck and was hit by it. Pained, the boy remembered his comrade's betrayal and swore he would take revenge on everyone. Suddenly, the gamer found himself in an unknown space. He was given the chance to return to Warlord's tutorial mode, where the system tasks him with dealing with the monster at all costs. He realizes he is facing a tutorial quest that should no longer exist. Other players yell at him to stop spacing out and help them fight the monster. The Minotaur charges, slaughtering the beginners around them. The surviving players conclude the boss cannot be beaten alone and try to organize a 3-man strategy. Herkin is stunned because that tutorial boss was removed years ago for being too difficult. When another player says Warlord only launched 10 months ago, the contradiction confirms his suspicion. He repeats the date to himself, realizing the timeline has shifted. The others think he is losing his mind, but he now understands he has gone back in time. While they keep explaining their plan, he stops listening. Instead of following them, he starts walking straight toward the boss. His sudden move leaves the others baffled. They shout that he is insane for charging alone. The Minotaur notices him and turns to kill him. The monster lunges with overwhelming force, and the others are sure he is dead. But Herkin meets the attack with calm confidence born from years of experience. He unleashes a precise cross-slash that tears through the Minotaur instantly. Without wasting motion, he follows through with complete control, as if cutting down a trivial enemy. The boss collapses in a spray of blood, dead in a single exchange. The surviving players can barely process that a supposed beginner just erased the impossible tutorial boss alone. Their fear turns into awe as they realize they are looking at a monster in human form. One of them calls out to him, trying to understand who he is. Another immediately tries to recruit him, dazzled by the talent he just displayed. That offer mirrors the memory of the first guild invitation that once trapped him. The memory hardens his expression instead of moving him. He says he already made a decision. Before they can ask what he means, he acts. He cuts them down without hesitation, refusing to leave any future betrayal alive. As blood splashes across him, he vows never to trust people again in this life. The system recognizes the change in him and declares that the hero slaughterer Herkin has regressed. He jolts back to the present moment in the real world, ripping himself out of shock. Now fully aware of where and when he is, he recognizes the place around him. He realizes he is in a V-Gear store, exactly where he used to play for free when he was broke. That memory confirms the truth. He really has returned to 5 years earlier. He asks himself outright whether he has truly regressed. The answer comes with urgency, and he knows he cannot waste this second chance. He bolts through the store, ignoring the stares around him. He reminds himself that he now possesses 5 years of future knowledge and hard-earned experience. If he uses that advantage properly, he can rewrite everything. He decides that this time he will absolutely get his revenge. He rushes to the counter and demands the cheapest V-Gear model available. His mind is already racing through plans for leveling and rebuilding from the start. Then reality hits when the clerk tells him he does not have enough money. The problem is so basic that it leaves him momentarily blank. He starts to curse, then catches himself. He realizes that if he had money, he would never have been stuck playing on showroom devices in the first place. That means even with a second chance, he is still trapped by poverty and running out of time. As he freezes, a promotional message pushes him to act instead of hesitating. The game's own slogan about strength and decisive action seems to challenge him directly. Sir's image appears in the ad as the top-ranked model, reminding him of the enemy waiting at the end of this road. The message urges him to begin now, and he takes it as a command to stop wavering. He falls silent and thinks through the one path left open to him. Sir's insult about him being trash resurfaces, but this time it steals him instead of breaking him. He decides there is no time to wait for a clean or respectable solution. The scene shifts to his shabby home, where a newly installed V-gear now sits ready. The machine itself becomes proof that he has already chosen a dangerous shortcut. After the installer leaves, he is alone with the equipment and the consequences of what he has done. He looks at the object in his hand and thinks about the fastest way he could raise money. That shortcut was a private loan from a predatory lender who targets warlord players. He confirms the amount is 10 million won and accepts the deal. The lender's friendly tone hides the threat underneath. The contract is forced into place, locking him into debt. The lender makes the terms plain. If Herkin cannot repay, his life will become hell. Herkin accepts the risk in silence because he no longer cares how far he has to fall. He crushes his hesitation and commits himself completely. Even if the path leads straight into hell, he is willing to take it. With that resolve, he lies down in the V-gear and reconnects to Warlord, ready to begin his revenge from the very start. He enters the game already carrying a ruthless resolve, willing to do anything if it lets him crush the enemies he hates. He forces the system to recognize him and begin the connection process. His identity is confirmed as Herkin, and he is officially welcomed into Warlord. Remembering that a guide should arrive after the tutorial, he waits for the woman whose name he can barely recall as the system congratulates him for clearing the opening stage. A radiant guide descends before him exactly as expected. She introduces herself as Ariadne, the assistant who will help shape his future in the game, and he recognizes her at once. Ariadne moves straight to character creation and invites him to begin. She explains that his first major decision is choosing one of the basic classes. She clarifies that there are only 3 starting paths, and that the skills he develops from here will determine his eventual specialization. The first option is Warrior, a frontline melee class meant for players who want direct action. He briefly considers it, knowing he could level it quickly from past experience, but rejects it because it becomes difficult to handle alone. The next option is Cleric, a support class focused on healing and strengthening others, and he dismisses that immediately as well. Since he refuses both teamwork-dependent paths, only one class remains. Ariadne politely sends him onward to the last choice, wishing him an enjoyable adventure. Her magic transfers him into the final selection process. The class choice settles over him, and he braces for the path he truly wants. The system confirms that he has chosen a basic class and begins transporting him to the appropriate class tower. He arrives in the Mage Tower, where an elderly guide welcomes him as a seeker of knowledge. The old NPC introduces himself as Golko, the one who leads players along the path of magic. Before Golko can finish asking what kind of magic he wants, Herkin immediately demands dark magic. The request catches the old guide completely off guard. Golko first mishears him and assumes he means earth magic, but Herkin firmly repeats that he wants dark magic. The guide panics and demands to know how Herkin even learned of it, warning that dark magic is powerful but destroys the user's soul. Herkin calmly insists that he knows the danger and still wants to be taught, because dark magic is the only power that fits his goal. Golko is shaken by how impossible this choice should be. A hidden presence takes over the moment, pleased that events are no longer proceeding normally. That dark force reveals itself with amusement, intrigued that another reckless child has chosen this forbidden road. It tests Herkin's resolve by ordering him to place his hand on the skill book if he is truly prepared. It warns him one last time that this choice must be made carefully, but he remains silent and unwavering. Before the warning can finish, he commits and places his hand on the book anyway. He pushes the process forward himself, declaring that he is not some weak fool who will back down. The sinister presence responds with delighted laughter. It celebrates the appearance of such an unusual candidate after a very long time. Herkin is startled by how intense the reaction becomes. He remembers why he chose this path. In his previous life he once saw a famous video of a lone necromancer player. That player had defeated a boss entirely alone, commanding an army of undead. Determined to gain that same overwhelming solo power, he is transformed into a necromancer and receives the title Necromancer Initiate along with the skill Skeleton Fragment. He immediately focuses on the new skill, already thinking about how to use it. A skull-shaped fragment forms in his hand as the skill activates. He channels mana into it, and begins the summoning process. The system explains that a skeleton warrior will take shape by consuming mana. Watching the summon form, he decides that this life will belong to necromancy. He commits himself fully to becoming a necromancer. Satisfied with the class choice, he asks to be sent to the training dungeon so he can start leveling immediately. His first summoned skeleton appears, but it is so badly assembled that parts of it wobble and fall off. He stares at the pathetic result in disbelief. A portal opens to the training area before he can dwell on it. He steps through without hesitation. He arrives inside the beginner training dungeon, already preparing to test his new class. The moment he sees his summon beside him, he realizes this skeleton is nothing like the harmless ones he knew from his previous life and hurriedly opens the skill window. The skill description reveals that Skeleton Fragment is only proficiency F and can currently summon just one skeleton warrior. He suspects the miserable quality of the summon comes from his low proficiency, and decides he needs to raise it fast. His attention snaps forward as something approaches. A pack of coal wolves appears, and he recognizes them as the dungeon's training monsters. Knowing they are weak but fast, he decides they are perfect targets for testing and orders Skeleton Fragment to activate again. He sends his skeleton forward to engage the wolves. The summon surges into battle. The skeleton rushes in with its crude weapon raised. The system notes that the skeleton has detected enemies and entered combat stance. The wolves lower themselves and prepare to pounce. Confident for the moment, Hirkin simply orders the skeleton to kill them. The skeleton acknowledges the command and charges. It meets the wolves head-on instead of fighting intelligently. At first, Hirkin is impressed that it performs better than expected and starts imagining rapid progress. That optimism vanishes when the wolves overwhelm the skeleton almost instantly. Its body is smashed apart and scattered across the ground while Hirkin can only watch. He is left speechless as the summon collapses in complete failure. Then he notices the detached skull still moving. The skull lies on the ground with tears in its glowing eyes, looking pitifully alive. Hirkin is horrified that something about this summon is completely wrong. He frantically calls up the skill window again, convinced he has missed a critical detail. Reading further, he discovers that the summoned creature has a deep learning system, can learn from combat, and can be assigned default modes such as defense, attack, or special action. Realizing he never set a mode, he hurriedly switches the skeleton to defense mode and feels a brief wave of relief. The skeleton's eyes sharpen as the new command takes effect. Instead of attacking recklessly, it starts blocking and redirecting the wolves, buying time. Hirkin is still panicking, so in desperation he tries the special action mode next. The system announces that the skeleton has begun dancing wildly, turning the situation into absurd chaos. Hirkin realizes he may have trapped himself in a disastrous class choice. He nearly loses his mind trying to process how badly this is going. When he considers starting over, the system crushes that hope by informing him that new accounts cannot delete characters for 3 months. With loans due soon and no way to reroll or change classes, he sinks into despair and bitterly jokes that getting hit by a car again might be easier. He curses his luck, feeling that everything has gone wrong just when things seem to improve. Even while he complains that the skeleton is useless, the summon keeps moving in the background. He snaps at it to stay still, then wonders how the necromancer from his previous life ever controlled creatures like this. A sudden realization begins to form. He focuses on the line explaining that the summon learns from combat, and finally understands what that means. The skeleton had been watching him fight the wolves earlier and studying his movements. He realizes the summon is not just acting randomly, but actively learning from him. That discovery changes his whole attitude at once. He addresses the skeleton directly for the first time, trying to establish himself as its teacher. He boasts that the skeleton is fortunate to have him, because in his previous life he was known as a genius who trained guildmates into top rankers. He tells the skeleton there is one rule in combat it must never forget. He drills the lesson into it: if you do not dodge, you die. To make the point stick, he demonstrates with explosive movement. He orders the skeleton to try again after being knocked down. When it fails, he forces it to repeat the attempt. He keeps demanding another try until the skeleton steadies itself and focuses. Then he physically demonstrates the motion, showing the skeleton how to evade and counter. The skeleton imitates him, planting itself and preparing to move with purpose. Hirkin coaches it through the logic of fighting. After taking pressure, do not freeze, dodge first, then look for the opening to strike back. The skeleton signals that it understands the lesson. It settles into a disciplined stance, no longer flailing mindlessly. When the wolves charge again, the skeleton meets them with calm focus. It slips past a lunge instead of absorbing it. Using the opening Hirkin taught it to seek, it lands a clean counterattack. The skeleton follows through with another sharp strike, showing that it has truly learned. Now it holds off the wolves on its own while Hirkin watches with growing satisfaction. He notices the skeleton glowing with a strange, almost proud aura and realizes it is responding to his approval. He praises its last move, and the skeleton seems to take that to heart. As the battle continues, both Hirkin and the skill begin leveling rapidly, with repeated notices that skeleton fragment proficiency is rising. The training ends in success, his player level increases, and he passes the beginner stage. He returns to the beginner village of Hoben Castle. Walking through the crowded square, he reflects that the skeleton was worth teaching and decides that with a few more days of grinding he should be able to solo the entire training dungeon. He sets his next goal clearly. The Real challenge begins now, and he must reach level 10 first. Before he can continue, someone calls out and stops him. A group of street thugs picks a fight over a shoulder bump, and Hirkin immediately judges them as worthless trouble. Pressed for time, he briefly considers simply killing them and moving on. One thug lunges first, offended by Hirkin's indifference. The attack is intercepted by a tall blonde man in a loud shirt who casually catches the thug's fist before it reaches Hirkin. The stranger lightly scolds the thug for throwing punches so casually. When the thug demands to know whether he is with Hirkin, the blonde man answers that he is not exactly on anyone's side. The moment Hirkin sees him clearly, he is struck by recognition. The man's build is unmistakable to him. Even the bizarre outfit confirms what Hirkin is starting to suspect. He realizes the stranger is Mathador Shev, the top-ranked warrior from his previous life. That revelation leaves Hirkin stunned and wondering why such a legendary figure is here at all. Shev casually crushes the thug's confidence with a dismissive gesture. The thug tries to keep control of the situation by insisting the outsider should stay out of it because Hirkin struck first. Shev plays along for a moment, joking that equal retaliation sounds fair. Then he releases a terrifying aura that makes it clear he is the one who will decide what happens next. The thug is instantly overwhelmed by fear. Even Herkin feels the pressure of Shev's power and has to brace himself. Shev smiles and twists the thug's own logic back at him. He suggests that if the thug hit with a fist, then he should be ready to receive the same in return. One of the thug's companions blurts out Shev's identity in panic. The crowd recognizes him as Mathador Shev, guild master of the Red Bulls, one of the top 30 guilds, and a man infamous for loving violence. The thug can barely process how badly he has misjudged the situation. Shev drapes an arm over him and cheerfully asks what his answer is now. Terrified out of his mind, the thug freezes. He and his friends immediately beg for forgiveness and retreat. Shev laughs and calls it a peaceful resolution, even though everyone knows it was fear that settled the matter. He turns to Herkin with easy friendliness and asks if he is alright, telling him not to worry about people like that. When Shev reaches out casually, Herkin recoils from the contact. He coldly tells Shev that he does not need any help from him. Shev is left staring after him as Herkin walks away without another word. Shev can only laugh awkwardly at how distant the younger man is. Herkin keeps moving, irritated with himself for having been shaken. In that moment, he admits that Shev's power intimidated him. He clenches his fist and vows that the next time they meet, things will be different. He swears that by then he will have become someone completely different from the weak man who just walked away. A torch flares to life, opening another stretch of his grim training. Alone in the dungeon, Herkin reflects on how painfully obvious the gap in power has become. He judges Shiru and Shev to be roughly equal, and decides that revenge will require him to grow far stronger. That resolve is interrupted when a cold tiger suddenly lunges at him. Instead of panicking, he lets his summoned skeleton intercept the beast with a crushing counterattack. The skeleton drives the assault through and smashes the monster down. With the cold tiger killed, the system confirms the hunt and grants Herkin another level. 3 days of grinding finally push him to level 10, though it took longer than he expected. Even his skeleton seems worn out by the endless training, and Herkin notices the strain. The system announces that he has cleared the beginner dungeon, removed his beginner mark, and begun transferring rewards, leaving him relieved at last. His Warwatch remains the center of everything, giving him access to stats, quests, maps, inventory, and messaging like a full game interface. Enjoying the familiar feeling of control again, he immediately calls up his status. His renewed sheet confirms level 10, the Necromancer class, and freshly reset base stats. The system prompts him to spend his newly available stat points. Because this is his first real allocation, he slows down and thinks carefully about the long-term build. A normal Necromancer would invest in mana or intelligence to strengthen spells. Herkin rejects the standard path and commits every point to strength instead. The decision massively boosts his physical power, raising strength by 50. Seeing his total strength jump to 53, he tests the result with quiet satisfaction. His skeleton is stunned by the absurd choice and can barely process it. When the skeleton starts acting strangely, Herkin demands an explanation. He insists he has not abandoned necromancy at all and says he is trying to teach his summons something important. He reasons that raising mana and intelligence now would barely change his current options, while strength can immediately alter how he fights. More importantly, he trusts the skeleton to pass on techniques from its own peak, so he is betting his future on that growth. He brushes off the skeleton's emotional reaction and orders it to focus on training instead. In his view, weak stats can be compensated for in other ways if he plays smart. Soon after, he heads to the Raiders Association branch at Hoben Castle to start real work outside the tutorial. A fresh quest board greets him as soon as he arrives. The hall is crowded with eager beginners fighting over assignments, and Herkin dismisses most of the available jobs as low value. He asks the old clerk to let him inspect the remaining quest list. The clerk agrees but warns that the leftover requests are difficult and usually avoided. Herkin confirms they all look bad, which is exactly why he keeps looking. He realizes this is where his hidden advantage should matter. Then he finds the specific quest he came for and knows he has hit the right card. The target is Baima Mountain, a low-level extermination quest to wipe out monsters near the mountain for a small reward. The clerk questions why he would choose such a cheap beginner job, but Herkin accepts it without hesitation. He plans to clear this dull quest before reaching level 15 for a very specific reason. Doing so will let him earn the super rare title Prospect. Titles permanently raise stats, and he already knows how valuable even mediocre ones can be. Prospect is exceptional because its bonuses scale by percentage rather than flat numbers. To Herkin, that title is the key to launching an overpowered character build early. With the quest secured, he moves immediately to prepare. His first priority is equipment, not pride. He heads out toward Baima Mountain and the forest around it. Once there, he steels himself for the embarrassing compromise he has made. Because he could not afford proper gear after outfitting the skeleton, he is stuck wearing a ridiculous jester-like beginner set. Even the local birds seem to mock him as he stands there in humiliation. The shame nearly breaks him on the spot. He remembers being unable to buy sturdier armor, and realizes this absurd outfit was all he could manage. Rather than dwell on it, he decides to rush the quest and replace the clothes as fast as possible. He sprints into the forest, determined to finish quickly no matter what. The woods fall quiet for a moment as he searches for targets. That silence breaks when a bloodied hand suddenly reaches out from the brush. A dying man crawls into view and begs for help. Another desperate plea follows from deeper in the bushes. The scene triggers Herken's memory of the people who once betrayed him, and he immediately grows suspicious. Still, he hears a triumphant voice nearby and turns toward it. A heavily armored player named Multi grandly announces the start of his adventure at Baima Mountain. Multi is busy admiring himself and fantasizing about becoming a top-ranked player when cries for help interrupt him. He rushes toward the voices after hearing that someone is badly injured. There he finds a robed man claiming their party was attacked by an unknown monster. The supposed victim lies bleeding while the survivor says they barely escaped and have no healing potions left. Multi offers his own potions and asks them to hold on. The gray-haired man thanks him profusely and promises repayment. That gratitude is a trap, because a hidden brute swings a mace at Multi from behind. Multi collapses in shock, only then realizing he has been played. The three frauds drop the act and smugly reveal they intend to use every item they can steal from him. As Multi accuses them of tricking him, they mock him for being foolish enough to trust strangers. The gray-haired leader coldly declares that the victim is to blame for falling for such an obvious scam. The system confirms Multi's death as his body begins to dissolve. His war watch drops to the ground, just as the killers expected. The abandoned watch lands among the blood and dirt as loot. The murderers laugh about how entertaining it is to torment clueless beginners. They identify themselves as the Rao family, a villain PK guild that hunts players for profit. Before they can leave, Herken's skeleton steps into the path of the surrounding wolves and blocks the guild's escape route. The wolves charge, but the skeleton meets them head-on without flinching. Herken calmly switches into attack mode. At his command, the skeleton surges forward in a burst of blue power. Its sword tears through the wolves in a single sweeping exchange. System messages pile up as multiple ancient tree wolves die, proving the skeleton can now erase whole packs by itself. Watching that display, Herken knows he made the right choice by prioritizing his summon's gear over his own comfort. He even consoles himself that a real gamer values utility over appearance. The skeleton, however, seems more concerned with Herken's humiliating outfit than the battle. Herken cuts off the distraction and orders it to keep moving because they need levels fast. The skeleton snaps back to attention and raises its sword again. A sudden glint from above warns that something else is entering the fight. An arrow slams into the skeleton's skull, cracking it and stopping it cold. Herken instantly realizes someone else is targeting them from range. A new group appears and casually apologizes, pretending they mistook the skeleton for a monster. The same gray-haired trickster and his accomplices emerge, acting harmless and embarrassed. They offer fake apologies, but Herken immediately notices the bloodied watches and potion vial they stole from Multi. The sight of those looted watches confirms exactly who they are. The blood on their supplies exposes the lie they are trying to sell. Herken silently recognizes them for what they are and stops pretending to believe them. He smiles and asks for compensation in the form of a mana potion if they want forgiveness. The trio claims they have no potions either, and instead suggests helping him level up so his mana will refill naturally. They press the offer with exaggerated politeness, hoping he will lower his guard again. At the same time, wolves begin closing in around them, giving the killers a convenient cover story for their next move. The leader quietly orders his partners to weaken the monsters and let them finish Herken off. He confirms the plan, and the others signal that they know their roles. The brute charges first to seize the monster's attention and set the trap in motion. The hooded caster prepares an attack buff to strengthen the wolves. Then one enraged wolf is deliberately redirected toward Herken under the guise of a mistake. The guild expects the frightened beginner to die instantly under the sudden rush. They are already celebrating his death before the attack even lands. That confidence vanishes when Herken does not react like prey at all. Instead, he calmly remarks that things almost got dangerous and scolds his skeleton for being too slow. He even encourages the killers to keep going, which leaves them rattled by how absurdly strong his summon is. The trio starts to suspect his true level is far above what he appears to be. Desperate to overwhelm him, they decide to send several monsters at once. While Herken is surrounded, the brute slips in from behind to land the real killing blow. The guild commits fully, convinced that this combined strike will finally bring him down, but Herken reads the ambush and moves before the mace can connect. The brute is stunned when he realizes the supposed beginner dodged the attack completely. Herken's expression hardens as he turns the opening against them. In one blue flash, he cuts the brute across the body with overwhelming force. The surviving two can only stare as their strongest fighter is dropped instantly. Without wasting a breath, Herken orders his skeleton to finish the rest. The damaged skeleton answers with renewed killing intent despite the crack in its skull. Master and Summon rush the remaining pair together in a coordinated charge. The two killers panic and try to beg for negotiation, but they are already too late. The skeleton's blade tears into the gray-haired schemer before he can finish pleading. The hooded accomplice is cut down just as brutally in the same assault. Herken and his skeleton complete the execution in one flowing combination, launching both bodies aside. Standing over the aftermath, Herken says he knows people like them all too well. He condemns them as the kind who betray trust and strip victims of everything they own. He admits their trick would have worked on the person he used to be. Even as the gray-haired man begs with promises of loot and apologies, Herkin refuses to be moved. He ends the matter himself, declaring that he no longer trusts people. The final strike lands, silencing the last of the guild. The system confirms Ralph's death and announces that 8 ownerless watches have dropped, making Herkin realize just how many victims they had already claimed. Seeing the pile of loot, he decides to put their stolen gains to better use, starting with replacing his humiliating clothes. The skeleton even stomps the brute's corpse as if venting its own anger. Noticing how battered his summon is, Herkin gently asks whether it wants anything for itself. He channels restorative energy into the skeleton and begins repairing the damage. The cracks close as the healing takes hold. With the repair complete, the skeleton proudly raises its sword again. It is visibly delighted with the attention, and Herkin teases it for enjoying the treatment so much. Now dressed in proper dark gear, he reminds himself that looks never mattered as much as function. Still, he admits that what matters inside can include a much better outfit and identity. He tells the skeleton that the stolen watches are an even bigger prize than the clothes. Selling another player's war watch guarantees a random item from that player's inventory will drop. That means the watches can yield anything from optioned rare gear to valuable equipment like rare mana and intelligence pants. They can also produce powerful weapons, such as a rare sword infused with ancient tree essence. Even skill books are possible, including dangerous finds like Demon's Curse. And on top of all that, the watches can simply turn into money, which thrills him. Thanks to that windfall, he has already assembled a much stronger loadout than he expected this early. One more reward appears in his hand, and he notes how quickly his fortunes have changed. He decides that from now on he will record his gameplay, which means building a memorable identity matters after all. With that thought, he looks ahead in silence, already planning the next stage of his rise. While planning a new guild identity, he jokingly argues that making everyone wear Haho masks would attract instant attention. He impulsively pushes the idea further, and decides the guild itself should be named Haho Mask. Even though he had considered a completely different persona, he settles on the mask because it can hide what is his. He activates the mask, drawing out its eerie power. The mask transforms into a more menacing form, and he resolves to use it to stop others from taking his finds. With that disguise, he decides to prove his judgment was right. He puts the mask on, calls his skeleton companion to follow, and heads out under his new identity. Their destination is a remote ruin where a dungeon entrance waits. He and the skeleton enter the Baima Mountain Cave dungeon. Inside, he recalls that blue werewolves are supposed to appear here. The cave is difficult, but with his upgraded gear he believes he can clear it quickly, aiming for a 10-minute run. Confident, he charges in with the skeleton at his side. Hours pass as they keep pushing deeper. By the time they reach the end, his confidence turns into irritation. He realizes the cave is completely empty and blurts out disbelief that there are no monsters at all. Puzzled, he suspects a bug or an already cleared dungeon, then notices the skeleton acting strangely behind him. A sudden intuition tells him something is wrong. He kneels to inspect the ground and finds a strange purple disturbance forming beneath them. The anomaly erupts into a massive swirling portal. A system message explains the truth. He has discovered an instant dungeon called the Stage, which is why the cave had gone inactive. He remembers that instant dungeons are rare one-time dungeons that randomly appear inside normal ones and shut the host dungeon down until cleared. They are far more dangerous than ordinary dungeons, but their rewards are correspondingly better. The real danger is absolute. Once inside, a player must clear it or die there. He knows the rational choice is to walk away, since dying would cost him time and safer quests remain available. But the temptation of what might be inside keeps him from retreating. He enters the stage anyway, deciding that the only way out now is to clear it. The moment he arrives, he senses the pressure of the place. He finds himself in a ruined coliseum built for a boss fight. The arena immediately unsettles him, and he braces for whatever is about to appear. He calls for the enemy to come out. A gigantic werewolf answers the summons and towers over both him and the skeleton. The system identifies it as a corrupted werewolf with a level too high to read. The word corrupted shocks him, because that term belongs to the main questline, not a random side dungeon. Before he can think further, the werewolf attacks with overwhelming speed. He is blasted away by the opening strike. The skeleton watches the dust cloud, trying to locate him. Instead of panicking, the skeleton prepares to engage. From the rubble, he laughs off the hit rather than breaking under it. He realizes this is no ordinary boss at all but a corrupted monster tied directly to the main quest, which makes the encounter even more valuable. Recovering, he tells the skeleton that if they fail to kill it, they become its prey. He answers that threat with a grin and a promise that the monster will not be feeding today. He rushes back into the fight instead of giving the boss room to dominate. The skeleton joins him, sword ready. He slips past the skeleton's swing line to reposition for a better angle. Then he launches himself high above the werewolf, setting up a counterattack. As the beast roars, he decides to open with a curse. He channels dark power into his weapon. He activates Demon's Curse, a debuff that can reduce a target's stats. The werewolf senses the hostile effect closing in. The curse lands on the monster. He follows through with the strike, trying to capitalize immediately. The system confirms Demon's Curse activates and lowers the target's stats by 10%. Seeing it work on his first use, he judges the skill promising. The werewolf responds by entering a furious, red-lit state. He notices the shift at once and understands the fight has changed. The system announces that the corrupted werewolf is enraged and has nullified all status effects, wiping away his curse. He accepts that an instant dungeon boss was never going to stay manageable for long. So he finally decides to use the trump card he had been saving, Slot-on. Blue-black energy erupts around him as the ability activates. Power condenses into a core around his body. The transformation continues building toward a new combat form. Armor begins materializing over him. He emerges in a boosted state and steels himself for the real battle. He recalls that Slot-on is one of Warlord's unique class features. When used, it temporarily draws power from the world itself and empowers the player. That power manifests as a special boosted form. The exact form differs greatly depending on the player. His own version reflects the darkness and predatory style he has cultivated. Blue flames and armor gather around him as the transformation completes. He embraces the so-called ultimate mode and invites the boss to come at him. The werewolf answers with another savage roar. It lunges straight at him, refusing to be intimidated. The enraged beast sweeps out with red energy-charged claws. Its assault becomes a barrage, forcing both him and the skeleton to evade multiple lethal arcs. He lands low and regains balance in the middle of the chaos. The werewolf slams down hard enough to shatter the arena floor. He quickly judges the boss's speed and power overwhelming and concludes that even 3 clean hits would kill him. The werewolf keeps pressing, trying to finish him before he can adapt. But he has already found the opening he needs. He drives a blue flame strike into the beast at close range. The hit tears through the werewolf and finally draws real blood. He enjoys the danger, treating the fight itself as the reason the game is worth playing. That thrill nearly distracts him until he remembers he is not fighting alone. The werewolf's next rush sends him skidding back through broken stone. He realizes too late that he had forgotten the boss's enraged pattern. The werewolf looms behind him, ready to punish that mistake. Before it can, he reminds the monster that it has overlooked his partner as well. The skeleton descends from above to join the trap. A blue barrier-like slash intercepts the werewolf's movement and pins its attention. He shouts for the skeleton to use the combo they practiced. The skeleton immediately understands and commits. The werewolf senses the coordinated attack too late. He and the skeleton split around the boss in perfect formation. Their crossing blue strikes carve through the werewolf from both sides. The boss collapses under the finishing blow, and the system confirms the hunt is complete. As Slot-on deactivates, he judges the performance a success. A golden reward screen begins to appear. He receives progress on the Cave of Baima Mountain objective for subjugating the monsters there. The skeleton is also rewarded, its skeleton fragment skill rising to rank E after helping defeat such a powerful enemy. The loot pours in with a huge gold payout and valuable werewolf materials, leaving him delighted by how rich the instance rewards are. Then the real prize appears, the Necklace of the Corrupted Tracker, a Chronicle unique item that boosts class-related stats and all stats by 18, but can only be equipped by someone with the title Corrupted Tracker. He is stunned because Chronicle unique items are even rarer and better than standard uniques. That equipped condition makes him realize the title must have been awarded just now. The system confirms that 3 new titles have been registered. One is Promising Rookie, the title he had originally been trying to earn. Another is Challenger of Heroes, which he accepts as fitting for clearing the instance alone. The third title appears, and it is the one that truly shocks him, Corrupted Tracker. He immediately recognizes it as the introductory title for Count Corruption, the first chapter of Warlord's main quest. He remembers that the main quest is the central storyline of the entire game world. Because its rewards are extraordinary, every player chases a chance to get involved in it. In his previous life he barely reached Chapter 4, so unlocking the opening title already feels impossible. He realizes this is far beyond luck and celebrates that he has hit the jackpot before logging out. Back in reality, morning arrives over the city. A live broadcast announces that the Hydra Guild has officially entered the final chapter of Count Corruption. The guild declares its goal of finishing that final chapter within 3 months. Watching the news from his desk, he falls silent. His excitement collapses into frustration as he realizes his supposed jackpot may already be worthless. If someone else is already at the final chapter, then jumping into the main quest now might leave him with nothing to gain. He wonders whether he should abandon this round and wait for the next cycle instead. Then a new thought stops him. He realizes the situation might actually be an opportunity. Since the whole world is fixated on Count Corruption and the first main quest is about to be cleared, attention is at its peak. He imagines what would happen if a related video suddenly appeared right now. The answer is obvious to him. The views would explode. Luckily, he recorded all of his gameplay and decides to edit the footage and upload it directly to YouTube. Because editing will determine whether the video blows up, he decides only one person is good enough to handle it. He thinks of the legendary editor from his previous life, the one people called the God of Editing. He checks his phone for a way to contact that person. That editor is Ramani. At that same moment, Ramani notices a dungeon clear editing request from someone named Herkin and sees that he is only level 15. She dismisses it at first, assuming a low-level player could only be a rich amateur showing off. Then something about the request catches her attention. She jolts upright and starts searching in earnest. When she finds the right clip, her entire mood changes. She instantly declares she has found her muse, revealing herself as Ramani, the freelance editor known as Hellmouth. Elsewhere, the city's elite continue their own games of influence. A powerful woman summons an executive to her side. He reports that a new video related to count corruption has just been uploaded. She finds it intriguing that a mere level 15 player supposedly soloed a corrupted werewolf. The executive says their team reviewed it and dismissed it because the monster's level seemed too low to matter, but she disagrees. Instead, she decides she wants that player. She orders the executive to bring him to her. The woman is revealed to be Chaisil Yin, the heir to Thunder Group and the top-ranked figure in the business world. In Warlord, she is known as Queen of Thunder, sir. Meanwhile, he checks his phone and is startled by what he sees. His freshly uploaded Corrupted Werewolf Clear video already has thousands of views after only a day. Seeing 6,000 views and hundreds of likes so quickly leaves him stunned. In his previous life, reaching numbers like this took him months, so he realizes the world is already responding differently to him. Then another change appears. A direct message arrives from Ramani asking whether he has checked the view count. He is shocked because Ramani, who is normally too elusive to contact first, has reached out to him on her own. After a fan praises his latest monster video and immediately demands another, Herkin is tempted to cut the pest off. The fan pushes past the flattery and turns the conversation back to business. Asked when the next upload is coming, Herkin can only admit he has no answer yet. He worries that he cannot easily find another spectacular monster like the corrupted werewolf that made his last video blow up. With no obvious material left, he starts searching for another way forward. He decides he has to act quickly while attention is still on him. Determined to capitalize on his momentum, he logs into the game at once. Elsewhere, someone is already rewatching Herkin's footage with unusual interest. That viewer is Mathador Shev, the Red Bulls leader and a top-ranked warlord, who is impressed by Herkin's movement every time he watches. Even so, Mathador cannot shake the feeling that Herkin somehow seems familiar. His companion Yell arrives, interrupting his train of thought. When Mathador brings up Herkin again, Yell points out that of course he feels familiar after obsessively watching him. Mathador accepts that explanation, but his suspicion still lingers. He argues that Herkin's fearless control in a hyperreal game and his advanced handling of summons are far beyond what a newcomer should manage. Mathador gets carried away imagining a duel with Herkin, and Yell shuts that down immediately. She reminds him to stop wasting time because their live stream is about to begin. Mathador slips back into charm and tries to smooth things over with Yell. Yell ignores the flirting and orders him to perform well, because the stakes are huge. She reveals that more than 200,000 people bought tickets just to watch him live. Mathador steps out to greet the audience with full showmanship. He is introduced as the leader of Red Bulls. The crowd is reminded that Mathador Shev is also ranked 9th among all warlords. As the event begins, a dungeon gate starts forming in front of the assembled guild members. Mathador readies himself as the countdown starts. He leads the charge toward the gate before it fully stabilizes. At the final second, he calls all of his members to follow. He sends them into battle with a confident command. Meanwhile, Herkin heads to the Raiders Association branch in Hoben Castle looking for work. He quickly realizes the opportunity he wanted is not here. The branch has no worthwhile quests available at all. Faced with nothing but trivial beginner errands, he is exasperated that the town offers absolutely nothing useful. He starts to think he may have to stop making new videos for the time being. Before he can leave, an older man recognizes him as the adventurer who cleared the Baima mountain cave. Herkin is startled by the sudden recognition. The man introduces himself as Hotan and asks for a private moment. Once alone, Hotan makes clear that he already knows what happened in the cave. He states outright that Herkin discovered a mutant there. Herkin denies ever receiving such a quest, though he admits he did encounter a werewolf with strange eyes. That answer confirms Hotan's suspicion. Hotan explains that Herkin likely crossed paths with a monster tainted by the power of the Corrupt One. He says the source of that corruption is still unknown. What is certain is that this power is driving monsters berserk and killing many people. Hotan begins to explain that the Raiders Association has placed a bounty on the culprit. Herkin instantly seizes the chance and eagerly volunteers to help capture the target, realizing he has triggered something special. Hotan tries to warn that Herkin is still too weak, but Herkin barrels past the warning and accepts before the offer can be withdrawn. Amused by his persistence, Hotan agrees to test him first and points him toward a man named Ahimbri in Bangsa Castle. The destination is east of Hoben Castle, and Herkin immediately understands this is leading somewhere important. Hotan promises that Ahimbri can teach him and gives him a letter of recommendation. The hidden quest teachings of Ahimbri begins, with the promise of a skill book if he can find Ahimbri and present Hotan's letter. Herkin can barely contain his excitement. He bursts out of the building in triumph. The reality sinks in that he has just received a quest to become Ahimbri's student. He remembers that Ahimbri is one of the 7 disciples of the great mage Boken and a legendary source of rare skill books. That makes Ahimbri one of the most valuable NPCs a mage could ever meet. Herkin realizes this chance likely opened because his rising star status intersected with the corrupted Count storyline, and he sees endless future content in it. Then he abruptly stops himself before rushing off. He remembers there is one more thing he should handle first. He heads into the forest to prepare. There, he chooses a quiet clearing as his training ground. He starts by summoning a skeleton fragment. The fragment gathers into a full undead servant under his control. As the skeleton appears, Herkin remembers he still has unclaimed spoils from his last major fight. He decides to use the werewolf skull he kept instead of selling it. The system offers to use the werewolf skull to strengthen his skeleton warrior, and he accepts immediately. The upgrade succeeds, giving the skeleton werewolf traits and increasing its toughness. Next, he equips the necklace of the corrupted tracker. The necklace boosts all of his stats by 18 and further enhances class-related attributes. With his preparations finished, he turns back to his summon. He calls up more skeleton fragments, intending to expand his force. The fragments fly out and begin assembling into additional skeletons. The summoning energy intensifies. More undead bodies take shape from the magic. When the light fades, Herkin is stunned to find that he can now maintain 3 skeletons at once. The new summons stare back blankly, waiting for direction. Herkin orders the 3 of them to fight as a unit and get along. The skeletons immediately make it clear that teamwork is not something they understand. Before he can sort that out, a level 25 forest bear appears and charges. One skeleton rushes in head-on and is instantly smashed aside. Herkin dodges the follow-up strike himself, forced into the front line. The bear rears up for another crushing attack. Herkin barely avoids being flattened. He shouts for his summons to hold the bear's attention now that he has drawn aggro. One skeleton leaps in with its sword to intercept. The attack lands, but only enough to annoy the bear. The bear swats the skeleton apart in a single blow. Furious, Herkin yells that a frontal attack was obviously the wrong move and that they should have used the blind spot. He sends the next skeleton in with the same instruction. That skeleton tries a more dramatic aerial strike from above. The bear still catches it and smashes it away. Herkin loses his temper completely. He screams that they are repeating the exact same mistake as the last one. The failure is so absurd that it becomes maddening. One surviving skeleton strikes a flashy pose as if it has mastered something important. Herkin suddenly realizes what is happening. The skeleton launches another overcommit attack with the same bad habit. Herkin understands that all of them are copying whatever he teaches individually. Because of that, one skeleton's mistake is spreading to the others instead of creating coordination. He curses the situation as the flaw becomes painfully obvious. The chaos even startles birds into the sky above the forest. His battered summons can only groan in confusion. After finally bringing the bear down, Herkin scolds the skeletons for lacking even the most basic sense. He explains that monsters naturally turn toward the direction of an attack. So the proper tactic is to attack from the blind spot, not from where the target is already watching. The skeletons still look clueless, which only irritates him more. He admits that the necklace let him raise his summon count to 3, but the increase is wasted if they cannot cooperate. The real problem is that they still do not know how to function as a team. Since all 3 share whatever he teaches one of them, they can imitate commands but not understand group tactics. As a result, telling them to work together means nothing because they have never actually learned what teamwork is. Worse, maintaining all 3 costs triple the mana while making them even less effective than before. He gives up on the experiment for now, deciding that at least he reached level 20 even if he cannot make combat videos yet. Still, he refuses to waste the trip and orders the skeletons back on their feet because they will keep training all the way to Banksa Castle. He had hoped necromancy would let him relax behind the lines, but that fantasy is clearly over. Accepting reality, he decides he will have to fight on the front line himself for now. With that grim conclusion, he and his awkward undead entourage move on. They eventually arrive at the Raiders Association branch in Banksa Castle. Inside, the place is crowded with adventurers waiting for something important. A guarded doorway opens, and everyone notices at once. The crowd erupts because a Himbri has finally come out. People immediately mob the entrance, desperate to get whatever quest he is offering. Watching the frenzy, Herkin compares them to hyenas circling prey. He reflects that greedy opportunists like this exist everywhere. To him, the worst part is that they do not even want to work for themselves and only try to leech off others. He decides to cut through the noise and act directly. When one of the scavengers tries to cozy up and ask for shared quests, Herkin bluntly tells him off. He keeps his real objective hidden, determined not to let anyone learn he is on a Himbri's quest line. Instead of joining the scramble, he presents Hotan's sealed recommendation letter. The guard verifies it and immediately grants Herkin access to the 2nd floor, stunning everyone nearby. The mob tries to force its way in by claiming party ties to him, but Herkin coldly denies them and leaves them behind. As he climbs, he starts wondering what kind of reward a Himbri will give for a hidden quest. He hopes it will be something exceptional precisely because it was so hard to reach. He enters a Himbri's room already planning to build a long-term connection with such a valuable NPC. That plan falters the moment he sees the room. A Himbri's study is a disaster, buried under mountains of books and magical clutter. From somewhere inside the mess, a Himbri demands to know who has entered. The man reveals himself and says he does not remember scheduling anyone today. Herkin is thrown off by how unlike a dignified master a Himbri seems, but he introduces himself and presents Hotan's recommendation. A Himbri glances him over, remarks that he still looks like a black mage trainee, and implies his skill is unusual for his level. Without ceremony, a Himbri accepts the recommendation and produces the promised reward. Herkin receives not 1 but 2 rare skill books, Bone Armor and Madness Helm. He is thrilled by the unexpected bonus, but a Himbri immediately declares their business finished. The teachings of a Himbri quest ends on the spot, and a Himbri dismisses him as if nothing more remains. Hirkin panics, realizing the chain is ending far too soon, and begs for the next quest instead of letting the opportunity die. He refuses to accept that all his effort was only worth 2 skills and chases after a Himbri through the cluttered room. In desperation, he blurts out that he will do anything if a Himbri will just give him another task. That declaration finally makes a Himbri stop and take hold of him. A Himbri quietly repeats Hirkin's promise, testing whether he truly means it. Then his entire demeanor changes, and he thanks Hirkin with unsettling intensity. A new quest appears, Egg of the Nest, which requires bringing back an egg and offers no listed reward at all. Hirkin instantly realizes he has been trapped into something dangerous and screams that a Himbri played him. Outside, an ominous armored figure arrives in the city as people begin to notice the disturbance. A crowd notices an unusually well-equipped armored figure and immediately reads him as someone far above the local level. The stranger heads toward a church-like building on the edge of town with clear purpose. He confirms that this is the place he was searching for. His target is tied to the identity known as Haho Mask. Inside, a door opens and draws the protagonist in. The white-haired player arrives in a shabby interior and realizes he has walked into something awkward. He bitterly admits that even an NPC has managed to trick him. Instead of a meaningful main story lead, he has been handed a bizarre egg fetch quest with no reward at all. He hesitates over whether this pointless task is really necessary. Before he can think further, someone nearby latches onto the word quest and zeroes in on him. The other players instantly recognize that he received a quest and swarm him in desperation. He remembers too late that quest-starved players in this place will mob anyone who gets one. For a moment he considers killing them, but a commanding voice cuts through the chaos and orders everyone aside. A powerful newcomer knocks the crowd away from him with effortless force. The armored man politely asks for a moment of his time. He insists they speak somewhere private, making it clear this is not a request he can easily refuse. The protagonist is alarmed by how overwhelming this stranger feels. He tries to reject the approach, but the man calmly presses for cooperation. Then the stranger addresses him directly as Haho Mask, exposing knowledge he should not have. The two withdraw into a deserted alley where the conversation can continue unseen. The armored man opens by apologizing for the rough interruption. He explains that he forced the move because they could not speak openly in public. To prove he is a player, he drops his disguise and reveals his real face beneath the armor. The protagonist judges from the gear and presence that this man must be at least a high-ranking player, yet he cannot place him from his prior knowledge. As the stranger repeats that he knows he is Haho Mask, the protagonist wonders who this man is and how he found him. He decides the safest response is to act ignorant, so he denies knowing anything about Haho Mask and pretends he only followed because the stranger wanted to talk. The armored player tests him by mentioning the quest he should have just received from the NPC Ahimbri. The protagonist refuses to share anything and pushes back, demanding to know who this man thinks he is. He even dares the stranger to kill him if he wants a fight, betting that the other player will not risk his account over this. Internally, he stays focused on maintaining the line no matter what. The stranger pauses, weighing the bluff and deciding his next move. At last he relaxes his stance instead of escalating. He claims he made a mistake and offers a courteous apology. The protagonist remains suspicious rather than relieved. When the stranger reaches out, the protagonist flinches, expecting another trap. He dismisses the encounter as a pathetic attempt to pick a fight and starts to walk away. The armored player watches him leave in silence. A hidden female accomplice appears behind him and concludes that the protagonist is probably not the real target, though he is clearly inexperienced. The man begins explaining the flaw that gave the protagonist away. He points out that any seasoned warlord player would never expose the war watch so carelessly. As they regroup, the woman questions whether they still need to monitor a Himbri now that their other operation is nearly complete. The man answers that the supposedly trivial Egg of the Nest quest is actually the main quest, so they cannot afford to ignore it. He decides to return to his position and keep watching, promising they will meet again. From above, a hidden observer reacts as a window suddenly opens. The protagonist, secretly watching from inside, realizes there are two of them working together. He concludes they belong to some organized group, but not an ordinary guild, because they never tried to bargain openly. Their careful probing convinces him they are dangerous specialists, not random players. He is left with only one clear thought. He cannot identify them, but he knows they are trouble. Later, while resting in the wilderness with his skeleton summons nearby, he keeps turning the encounter over in his head. He becomes convinced that the strange pursuit is tied directly to the egg quest. He reasons that they probably found him through the combat video he uploaded, and predicted that Haho Mask would receive a Himbri's quest. Because they let him go so easily, he realizes they were after the quest itself, not his personal identity. That means continuing the quest will keep drawing them in, and even hiding his videos for a while may not be enough to shake them. Exasperated, he complains that one insane person after another keeps wrecking his life. His thoughts jump to Chai Sil-yin, who has already more than enough trouble on her own. Elsewhere, Chai Sil-yin's secretary Park Suji nervously congratulates her after the guild entrance exam. Suji anxiously asks how the exam went, clearly afraid of the answer. Seo Yin dismisses every candidate as worthless. She is furious that not one applicant impressed her, while Suji can only laugh nervously through the intimidation. Then Seo Yin asks for updates on the person behind the Haho Mask video. Suji reports that the uploader seems to have joined another guild and still has not responded. The mention of another guild instantly enrages Seo Yin. Suji hurriedly promises to investigate again, and Seo Yin orders her not to return until she knows for certain. After Suji leaves, Seo Yin calls after her with one more question about the guild president. Suji admits the president has not said anything yet, which only deepens the tension. Seo Yin interprets that silence as approval because Warlord is performing well enough to avoid criticism. She rises, shifting from irritation into self-satisfied reflection. She recalls that when she first told her father she played the game, he tried to use it to force a marriage arrangement on her. Still, she casually orders Suji to bring a whole new batch of applicants by the next morning. Suji is horrified by the impossible deadline but cannot protest. Once alone, Suji can only complain that Seo Yin's personality is awful. Back in the game, the protagonist returns to a dangerous region he has not visited in some time. He identifies it as the Lizard Swamp. Since Ahimbri is currently in Bangsa Castle, he reasons the relevant quest area must be somewhere nearby. Because the objective involves an egg, he narrows the possibilities to creatures that would logically lay one. Given his current level, the Lizard Swamp is the only realistic place to start searching. He calls one of his skeletons over and decides to test the enhancement skill he recently learned before going deeper. The skill instructions explain that Madness Helm requires marking the summon's head and activating the spell. He commits to trying it immediately. The spell takes hold, and the skeleton's eyes flare with violent red energy. Dark power wraps around the summon as the transformation begins. The protagonist is thrilled to see the skeleton grow more menacing, even sprouting horn-like features. He orders the empowered skeleton to attack him so he can measure the effect. Then he notices the warning he missed. The summon may lose its sanity. Too late, the crazed skeleton lunges at him with murderous intent. It charges wildly, no longer distinguishing friend from foe. He realizes the skill really did turn the summon unstable. He knocks the berserk skeleton away with a clean counter before it can hurt him. The other skeletons stare as their enraged companion is sent tumbling. Annoyed rather than frightened, he scolds the summon for daring to attack its own master. He briefly wonders whether the skill is bugged. But when nothing else changes, he concludes the skill itself was not fake, only dangerous. Before he can think further, a pack of level 30 lizardmen bursts in from the swamp. He welcomes the interruption as a perfect chance to field test the new power. He recasts Madness Helm properly, boosting a skeleton's stats by a measurable amount. Then he layers bone armor onto the summon, outfitting it for battle. The skeletons surge forward under the red aura and crash into the lizardmen. He calmly sends all of his summons to engage the monsters. The skeleton squad charges as one at his command. The empowered summons overwhelm the lizardmen in a brutal exchange. One crazed skeleton slips behind a target and tears into it from the flank. The enhanced summons carve through the monsters with savage efficiency. The kills pour in, earning a large burst of experience and multiple level ups for his summons. Seeing the results, he is delighted that the enhancement works this well. He decides to spend the coming days farming monsters here while searching for the egg, and to move on only if this proves to be the wrong region. Unbeknownst to him, someone has been watching from the trees. The hidden observer smiles as if she has found exactly what she wanted. The watcher introduces herself in narration as Ilya. She openly prides herself on being extraordinarily beautiful. In her own mind, that beauty guarantees universal devotion and makes life effortless. She believes that whenever she appears troubled, men naturally rush to serve her. Confident in that belief, she makes her move. Instead of a graceful entrance, she immediately slips and crashes face first into the swamp. She lies there stunned in humiliating silence. Furious and filthy, she curses the swamp for ruining her dignity. She recalls that a male admirer brought her here to help her level, only to die almost instantly. That left her stranded alone in this deadly place. Now she watches the protagonist fighting and starts wondering if she can manipulate him into rescuing her. The protagonist notices a presence nearby and turns. Ilya immediately decides she has found a replacement servant. She calls out dramatically to seize his attention. She approaches with practiced helplessness and begs for aid. Claiming the monsters injured her legs, she tries to weaponize pity. She assumes no man could bear to see a beautiful woman suffer. But to her disbelief, the necromancer simply keeps walking away. Outraged, she cannot believe he is leaving her behind. She is especially offended that someone could ignore a woman she considers this beautiful. Her wounded pride turns into open fury. She vows revenge for being ignored. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues directing his skeletons against the lizard men without giving her any attention. He tries to focus on the fight, but her presence keeps irritating him. He finally admits to himself that she is too annoying to keep ignoring. He had hoped refusing to engage would make her go away, but she keeps trailing after him. Her persistence convinces him that silence will only waste more time. Thinking of every manipulative player he has dealt with, he decides it will be faster to settle this directly. So he turns around and bluntly asks what she actually wants. Ilya instantly spins a story that she dropped her sword into the swamp while hunting and only needs help retrieving it. She gratefully agrees to leave afterward, promising she will not forget his kindness. Privately, she celebrates because she thinks the trick has worked. She points out a sword sticking up from a tiny patch of ground in the swamp and claims that is the one. As they approach, she keeps up the grateful act while he warns her not to break her promise to disappear once he gets it back. Rather than risk himself, he orders his skeletons to retrieve the sword. The summons obediently head into the swamp toward the weapon. Ilia thanks him sweetly, but her thoughts turn predatory. She reminds herself that necromancers are weak without their summons. The moment his skeletons move away, she launches a surprise attack from behind, furious that he dared ignore her. She commits fully to killing him in one strike. But he has already read her intent and counters with contempt, telling her she was far too slow. The white-haired player realizes with a start that the woman from earlier has already been killed. He had thrown her away without hesitation, leaving her fate to the swamp. From a distance, he watches the murky water churn while his summoned skeletons stand by. The woman resurfaces in rage and immediately blames him for what happened. She threatens retaliation, insisting her bodyguards will crush him for this. He mocks her confidence and casually points out that her supposed protection is right behind her. Confused, she turns to check what he means. She finds herself face to face with giant swamp lizards instead of rescuers. As the monsters close in, he coldly reveals that he saw through her scam from the beginning. He makes it clear he never believed her act and considers her an obvious fraud. Fed up with being deceived, he decides he is done wasting patience on people like her. He dismisses the whole encounter as a waste of time and orders his skeletons to move on. The skeletons obediently follow, though one has somehow picked up a bizarre charm-like gesture along the way. He threatens his own summons if they keep learning strange habits from the world around them. A system notice confirms Ilia has died, and he is pleasantly surprised to receive points even without landing the final blow himself. Her earlier threat echoes in his mind as he reflects on how absurdly confident she had been. He laughs off her claim about bodyguards, certain it was just another lie. That certainty is immediately challenged when a group of obsessed players appears, all devoted to her. The swamp falls quiet for a moment before the next problem arrives. One of Ilia's followers is already badly wounded but still clings to revenge. The injured fanatic accuses him of being Ilia's enemy and insists he must avenge her. Instead of panicking, the necromancer pauses to question the man. He asks why anyone would go this far for a woman who offers them nothing in return. He presses harder, mocking the idea of becoming obsessed with someone met only inside a game. The follower's answer begins with manic laughter rather than reason. He declares with total sincerity that he loves her. The necromancer is so stunned by the confession that he momentarily forgets to finish him off. He can only dismiss the whole thing as ridiculous. Then he remembers the unstable woman he met earlier and starts connecting the madness around her. He recalls how she repeatedly tried to manipulate him by pretending to need help. When that failed, he simply got rid of her. He remembers the moment he hurled her away without a second thought. Only now does he realize her boast about bodyguards was not entirely empty. Her followers had truly gathered around her, ready to worship even her victimhood. He imagines how she must have played the helpless innocent, claiming she only asked for help before being attacked. That kind of story would have enraged her admirers instantly. Since then, fanatics like these have been hunting him down one after another. He grows irritated that, on top of struggling to find quests, he now has a swarm of lunatics chasing him. He briefly considers killing Ilia again if she revives, but decides that would only create even bigger trouble. While looting, he gains money, gear, and a rare necklace from the chaos. The necklace's value shocks him, and he immediately reconsiders how useful this whole mess might be. He jokes that maybe love is not so bad after all if it keeps sending profit his way. His celebration is cut short when yet another follower spots him and announces Ilia's enemy has been found. Rather than deny it, he openly admits he is the one who killed Ilia and invites them to come at him. A whole crowd answers that invitation and surrounds him. Even he is rattled by just how many of them there are. The mob starts shouting for his death as they charge. He realizes the woman has inspired an absurd number of obsessed followers. Seeing no other option, he prepares to use his summons again. He calls his skeletons forward to intercept the attackers. The fanatics recognize his skeleton summons and decide to handle them first. One of them activates a special skill against the undead. The skill turns out to be a ludicrous love-themed attack that tears through the skeletons anyway. A system notice confirms one of his skeletons is destroyed, and he realizes these enemies outlevel him badly. Unable to win head-on, he abandons the fight and escapes while promising himself he will kill them later after leveling up. He keeps running through the swamp, cursing how persistent the pursuers are. He admits to himself that being underleveled makes it hard to shake them and decides survival comes first. Mid-flight, he suddenly notices something strange in the swamp around him. He finds himself in an unfamiliar part of the lizard swamp and immediately senses this place is different. The black water and terrain do not match anything he remembers from days of searching the area. He stops to think through what that could mean. Then the answer clicks, and he realizes he has finally found what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the pursuers keep searching for the necromancer's trail. One of Ilia's followers spots a remaining skeleton and takes it as proof they are close. Instead of leading them to him, the skeletons suddenly break into a bizarre dance under a disco-like effect. The followers are left completely dumbfounded by the spectacle. They interpret the mockery as another insult from the necromancer, and grow even angrier. One enraged follower charges ahead, swearing he will never forgive him. That reckless advance triggers the awakening of a massive monster hidden in the area. The charging player freezes in terror as something enormous rises before him. The creature's sudden attack sends players flying like toys. The survivors can barely process what they are seeing. They recognize the monster as the dragon lizard, the level 40 boss of the lizard swamp. Hidden nearby, the necromancer realizes too late what nest he has stumbled into. The place he found is not just any hidden zone but the dragon lizard's nest itself. He recalls that this boss normally requires a full high-level raid to defeat because of its overwhelming stats. By all accounts, the dragon lizard should not even be present anymore after the raid was already cleared. He remembers the special rule: if someone carrying a related quest enters the field, the boss respawns. That means his own quest has secretly led him straight into a main story event. He realizes that Himbri sent a level 20 player into a quest zone built around a level 40 boss, and feels completely set up. He curses Himbri as a scammer for sending him into something this unreasonable. Still, he comforts himself that he has managed to gather some very useful, unwilling teammates. The fanatics quickly discover they are hopelessly outmatched and start calling for retreat. From hiding, he decides they are not getting away that easily. He empowers his skeletons with a sinister new force and sends them to block the escape route. The transformed skeletons corner the fleeing players and trap them between themselves and the boss. The panicked followers try to rally and force a path through. The dragon lizard attacks from behind, turning their retreat into a slaughter. While they are trapped, the necromancer slips away toward the nest. He thanks his accidental teammates for their sacrifice and leaves them to the boss. With the distraction working perfectly, he focuses on the real objective. He rushes into the nest, intent on stealing the quest item before anyone notices. He tears through the nest interior at full speed, searching every corner. Convinced he has won, he reaches the center expecting to claim the egg. Then he stops cold when something feels wrong. The egg he came for is nowhere to be found. Refusing to believe it, he searches frantically until he finds the only suspicious object left behind. What he uncovers is not an egg but a cracked stone marked with a strange purple symbol. He studies it in confusion, unsure whether it is valuable or completely useless. With nothing else even remotely egg-like in the nest, he decides this stone is all he has. A system notice interrupts him by announcing another skeleton has been destroyed. He realizes the dragon lizard is returning after sensing him in the nest, and his time is up. The boss charges back toward him at terrifying speed. He barely escapes the attack and knows he cannot search the nest any further. Since the boss is back and the real egg is missing, he concludes he has no better option. He decides to take the strange stone with him even if it is not what the quest asked for. Elsewhere, Himbri waits in silence, clearly expecting a specific result. The quest interface still presents the objective as retrieving the egg from the nest. Back in the swamp, the aftermath shows the fanatics broken and scattered by the disaster. One of Ilya's followers is still alive, barely able to cough and move. The necromancer approaches him with a casual greeting that feels more threatening than friendly. He remarks that the game's freedom creates all kinds of dangerous freaks, and he is done tolerating them. When the survivor tries to protest, the necromancer silences him with a sword through the throat. He makes it clear this is no longer a joke to him. He explains that he had been toying with them until now, but too much is at stake in this game for him to keep playing nice. He warns that if they come after him again, either they nor Ilya will be spared. He leaves the dying fanatic behind without another glance. On his way out, he cuts down more stragglers who try to stop him. He resolves that any future pursuit will be answered with total war. Once clear of the swamp, he shifts his focus from revenge to profit. He contacts a guild and offers to sell the exact location of the newly respawned dragon lizard for a huge sum. Later, he places the stone on Himbri's desk and presents it as the thing he found. Disguised and cautious, he asks Himbri to confirm whether this is what he wanted. Privately, he hopes desperately that this gamble will somehow count. Himbri examines the object with intense interest, relieved that he no longer has to search the map himself. The old mage immediately recognizes what the player has brought. He confirms without hesitation that it is exactly the right item. The player is stunned that his desperate guess was correct. Himbri praises him and reveals that this was the item he had truly been seeking all along. The player celebrates, thrilled that he managed to pass the test after all. Himbri admits he expected someone like him to take much longer, which only deepens the player's suspicion that he was manipulated. Still annoyed, the player asks for the next quest anyway because he has already committed too much to stop now. Himbri then asks whether he even understands what he has recovered. He explains that researchers kept finding this same object wherever mutated monsters appeared. He has named it the Corruption Stone. The player finally understands that this must be the true reason so many people were after him. He realizes the fanatics were not just avenging Ilya but trying to secure this stone for someone else. Himbri reveals that the Corruption Stone is a key item tied directly to the main quest. That means other forces were trying to control the future course of the story by claiming it first. The player is shocked that the quest he thought was a scam was actually part of the main storyline. Himbri apologizes for sending him into such danger. He admits he knew the quest was beyond the player's level, but says he needed to test his resolve against an unknown and powerful threat. Then he asks the real question: is the player ready to fight corruption itself? The player instantly agrees, because joining the main quest is exactly the chance he has been waiting for. He declares that being part of the main quest is a priceless opportunity, and eagerly throws himself at it. Ahimbri cuts off the outburst and reminds him that enthusiasm alone is not enough for what comes next. The player worries that his low level might disqualify him from continuing, but Ahimbri has another idea. With a ridiculous grin, Ahimbri offers to train him if he formally begs to become his disciple. The player is left frozen in disbelief by the absurd condition. Even as the quest completes and a new one begins, he can only stare at the title Ahimbri's disciple and the next training quest in speechless shock. The white-haired player fumes that the so-called helper who took money for boss raids is a complete scammer. Even so, the dragon lizard boss is overwhelmed and burned down. With the boss defeated, the raid is called off, the guild celebrates surviving without losses, and the wounded are gathered for treatment. The guild members proudly tell their captain they finally achieved something major, and he orders everyone to rest before regrouping. The captain personally thanks the hired helper, admitting his strength exceeded their expectations. He formally addresses the armored man as the helper they brought in. The helper downplays the praise and credits the guild's support instead. The captain refuses that modesty, saying the helper prevented multiple deaths and proved that paying for outside help on a boss raid was worth it. Wanting to show extra gratitude, the captain offers him an additional pouch of money. The helper refuses the gift because it falls outside the agreed rules, even when told it is separate from the promised payment. He makes clear that he does not like breaking established terms. The captain awkwardly backs off, realizing this man is not just a mercenary chasing cash. Still puzzled by why a ranker would appear for such a low-level raid, the captain honors the original agreement and lets him take everything from the nest. The captain protests that the nest should not contain anything valuable anyway, but the helper ignores him and heads straight for it. Privately, the helper reveals his real goal was the corruption stone hidden there. He recalls that when the dragon lizard respawned, he worried Haho Mask had already cleared the quest, but the boss being alive meant the quest had failed. From that, he concluded Haho Mask must have failed to finish the objective. Confident that skillful controls alone are not enough to beat a boss, he moves in to seize the stone and block Haho Mask from succeeding. He decides all he has to do now is take the corruption stone before his rival can complete the quest. He enters the empty nest expecting an easy pickup. Instead, he freezes when his senses tell him something is wrong. A sudden disturbance from above interrupts his plan. Elsewhere, the real Haho Mask sits in silence, focused on his next move. After enduring everything up to now, he decides the time has finally come to act. He remembers the long stretch of pain and hardship that forced him to keep enduring on the hope things would improve. Now he resolves that the suffering ends here. With that decision made, he immediately promises himself a real reward at last: beef. He rushes out to order food, telling himself he had been starving himself to save money until he secured the main quest. He also counts the extra cash he earned and decides he deserves to convert it into real money for himself. Seeing the deposit hit his account, he happily prepares to go buy that long-awaited meal. His joy dies instantly when automatic deductions for debt, bills, and rent wipe almost everything out. Left with almost nothing, he realizes the steak dinner is impossible and that he can barely afford food at all. Crushed, he wonders why he worked so hard only to stay broke. A message from Ramani breaks into his despair, asking if he is still alive and whether he has quit making tube videos. He remembers he never updated Ramani and thinks he can no longer make videos because dangerous people are after him. He grips his phone, caught between fear and frustration. Then hunger and resentment win out, and he questions why he should keep worrying about those people when he is about to starve. He decides to stop caring and just do things his own way. That choice leads him to a graveyard-like hunting field at night. The place is ominous enough that even the crows feel like part of the warning. He enters the forest of the dead, where skeletons rise to meet him. Haho Mask arrives with a grin, clearly treating the danger as opportunity. The system confirms he has entered the forest of the dead. He judges it the perfect place to grind experience, and also to make a more attention-grabbing video. He announces the hunt is starting, but first he has a new plan for his team. He introduces a new teammate, and says magic will now be part of their strategy. That teammate is a skeleton mage, a skill he got from the scammer Himbri, and it can learn stronger spells as his mastery rises. He notes the skill is powerful but mana-hungry, which is a problem because his mana is already limited. For today, he decides the target will simply be ordinary skeletons. The first skeletons begin clawing their way out of the ground. He spots that even the basic enemies here are level 33, higher than expected. His summoned skeletons are baffled by the stronger undead in front of them, but he quickly refocuses them. He demands to know why they are hesitating. The skeleton mage orders the team to hunt the enemies down, and they finally respond. As the battle starts, he explains that undead monsters differ from normal ones in one crucial way. His own skeletons still act timid and distracted, forcing him to babysit them. He snaps at them to stop wasting time because they have too much to do. He sends them forward and orders them to fight immediately. A clean strike lands, but it does not finish the enemy. The damaged skeleton simply keeps moving despite losing part of its body. Even the summoned skeletons are startled when the enemy refuses to go down. He explains that normal attacks are ineffective against undead, which is why he prepared a different solution. He equips a rare weapon, Mage's Hammer, built to crush undead with raw force. With the hammer in hand, he smashes through the first skeleton decisively. The blow sends bones flying and proves the weapon works exactly as intended. Pleased, he jokes that the hit was a perfect home run. He turns the moment into instruction, telling his skeletons they need to crush the head. His skeletons stare blankly, still not fully understanding. Ignoring their confusion, he declares the video's challenge: kill 100 skeletons in 100 minutes. He adds a threat to motivate them if they fail. With a vicious grin, he warns that he will abandon them there if they do not keep up. Terrified by that possibility, the summoned skeletons finally start taking the hunt seriously. As skulls start flying, the system confirms kills and even a level up. Watching his team adapt, he realizes the strategy is working better than expected. He is pleased that they are learning the unfamiliar hammer faster than he thought and starts believing the video will succeed. That confidence vanishes when he senses a new threat approaching. Something heavy crashes down nearby and interrupts the hunt. A rare skeleton warrior appears, far more dangerous than the ordinary undead. He immediately recognizes it as a random rare spawn and understands the situation just got much worse. Then his hunger-addled brain translates the horned helmet into one thing: beef. Driven by that obsession, he orders his skeletons to seize what he now sees as his meal. While dodging, he keeps fantasizing about how he wants to cook the beef. Still thinking about bulgogi, he nearly gets caught by the warrior's sudden attack. The skeleton warrior slams down with overwhelming force, blasting the area apart. The shockwave tears up the ground and sends him and his summons scrambling back. He admits the monster nearly killed him before he could do anything. He realizes he survived only because he targeted the warrior's arm first and disrupted its attack. Now he understands the next step is to keep exploiting that opening. He and his skeletons rush the warrior together before it can reset. He follows up with a brutal hammer technique aimed at shattering its lower body. The attack lands hard enough to make the warrior howl and stagger. After the exchange, he checks on his skeletons as if they were a proper party. He starts to think the rare monster was easier than expected. That thought is cut off when another ominous presence gathers overhead. He mocks the enemy for being impatient, not yet realizing the real danger has only begun. The skeleton mage announces it has one more spell ready, but that warning points to a much bigger threat. A powerful undead caster begins forming a massive fire spell. The fireball swells into a blazing sphere that threatens to engulf the battlefield. Even the skeleton warrior charges through the flames, showing the attack is part of a larger coordinated threat. The system confirms the skeleton warrior's death and the experience gained, but the victory is immediately overshadowed. He still thinks about how many views this footage could get, even as the battlefield turns catastrophic. His hunger returns at once, and he jokes to himself that grilled beef still sounds best. Then the system warns that the field boss has noticed the death of its underling. More alerts follow. The field boss has found intruders and is now awakening. A huge golden summoning circle opens above the graveyard. From it, a skeletal figure begins descending with overwhelming magical pressure. The full form of the field boss emerges, crowned and radiant with deadly power. Haho Mask and his skeletons are left staring up at a monster far beyond what they expected. He can only gape in disbelief at what he has summoned onto himself. The boss reveals itself as the Golden Skeleton, a level 40 boss monster. Its title alone makes clear that this is the true ruler of the area. He remembers that the Golden Skeleton is the Forest of the Dead's boss and a notorious mage-type newbie killer. Only then does he realize the boss appears after too many skeletons are defeated, a condition he triggered without thinking. He admits he cannot be sure he can win, but the potential reward is so huge that he still sees it as a jackpot. He convinces himself there is still a path to victory if he fully buffs his skeletons and fights smart. But before he can finish the command, the situation changes again. The system announces that his summons are being undone because he has run out of mana. His skeletons vanish, leaving him alone just as he screams in panic. He realizes it was inevitable after summoning all four and having the mage cast so many spells. With no mana and no allies left, he accepts that he has no choice but to face the boss himself. Instead of breaking, he grins and decides to rely on his own body for the first time in a while. He activates his combat skill, Slot On. Dark blue power wraps around him, transforming his movement and weapon into something far more lethal. The Golden Skeleton recognizes the challenge, and he answers it by charging straight in. He launches himself at the boss in a direct assault before it can settle into ranged casting. The boss immediately begins layering more golden magic circles to counter him. It answers his rush with another barrage of high-level spells. Golden beams tear across the battlefield, forcing him into desperate evasive movement. He realizes one hit would kill him and understands exactly why this monster earned its reputation. He concludes he has no chance if he lets the boss keep casting freely. So he changes tactics and commits to closing the distance no matter what. His new plan is simple: stop the boss from using its spells at all. He breaks through the barrage and lands a strike on one of the boss's spell-forming hands. The hit damages the boss and proves its casting can be interrupted physically. A shattered magic circle confirms he found the right weakness. He reasons that the boss's hands are linked to its spells. From there, he decides the fight will be won by destroying every one of those hands. The Golden Skeleton falls silent for a beat, as if reassessing him. The system reports that the field boss is now staring directly at him. It then reveals the boss has seen through him and is actively measuring his skill level. The boss changes hand signs and begins a different kind of magic. Purple energy replaces the golden barrage, signaling a new and more dangerous phase. Thrown off by the sudden shift, he can only ask what is happening. A concentrated purple light forms, far denser and stranger than the earlier spells. The boss fires the new attack, blasting the ground apart and forcing him into a frantic retreat. He barely avoids the strike and is left cursing at the absurdity of the attack. As he runs, he realizes the boss is adapting and catching up to him. He sees another purple strike coming and knows he may not dodge forever. The next blast detonates right behind him, nearly swallowing him whole. He is hurled across the ground as the purple beam slams down beside him, leaving the fight hanging on the edge of disaster. Herkin is thrown to the ground in a ruined graveyard, already under pressure from a powerful enemy. As he regains his bearings, he realizes the attack pattern in front of him feels wrong. The battlefield itself confirms his unease, because the golden skeleton is using a pattern he cannot clearly recall. He starts doubting his own memory and wonders whether he remembered the boss incorrectly. He considers whether the golden skeleton once had hidden patterns or some kind of balance adjustment like other bosses. In the end, he admits he cannot remember, partly because it has been years since he last hunted one. That uncertainty frustrates him even more because he currently has no skeleton summons and no reliable memory of the boss's moves. Facing the towering golden skeleton alone, he wonders how he is supposed to win at all. When the boss unleashes another barrage of purple magic, he decides that for now he will simply try everything he can. He commits himself to improvising rather than waiting for a perfect answer. Using speed and instinct, he slips through the incoming blasts instead of meeting them head-on. He realizes he can keep dodging as long as he reads each attack's trajectory correctly, but constant evasion gives him no opening to strike back. So he starts searching for some blind spot in the boss's offense. A sudden shift in the pattern catches him off guard before he can fully adapt. He is forced into a rough evasive move and barely avoids being hit cleanly. Seizing the moment, he launches himself straight toward the golden skeleton to test its close-range weakness. The boss answers by bringing its skull down at him with brutal force. Herkin can only curse his luck as the monster reveals yet another variation. The golden skeleton begins charging a new golden spell, and Herkin realizes this fight is turning into a game of luck against too many patterns. Even so, he reminds himself that he still has one hidden card left. He activates Inflict Curse and uses Demon's Curse on the boss. The curse lands successfully, reducing the target's stats by 13%. With the debuff in place, he immediately dives in to exploit the opening it created. He admits he had no idea how to make an attack opportunity himself, but the curse handed him one. As he closes the distance, he almost thanks the boss for giving him that chance. The golden skeleton finally notices the danger too late as Herkin crashes down on it. His strike detonates, with overwhelming force. The boss's skull cracks apart under the blow. A system message confirms the boss has been defeated, and Herkin grins in relief. The golden skeleton's body begins collapsing as its power fades away. The rewards flood in at once. The golden skeleton is slain, he gains experience, earns nearly 98,000 gold, receives the title Skeleton Destroyer, and levels up. Only after winning does he let himself laugh at how close the fight really was. He admits he might have failed if the battle had dragged on much longer, and the system notes that a disabled slot has been restored. He opens his status window to check how much stronger he has become. Seeing that he has already reached level 36, he bursts into celebration. The excitement quickly gives way to caution, because he knows continuing like this will become dangerous. His mana has risen to 141, which is decent for how little he invested in it, but he judges it still insufficient. Until now he survived mostly through titles and rapid leveling, but with more skills to use, that approach is no longer enough. He also realizes that boosting strength for skeleton warriors means little if he cannot even keep those summons available. He has already collected every man-related title he can at this stage, wants better gear, and still lacks the money for it. Rather than overthink it, he decides to move forward anyway. His immediate plan is to send the battle video to Ramani, push himself to level 40, and celebrate with beef ramen. The victory recording becomes the next important asset in his hands. He finalizes the proof of his win and prepares to cash in on it. Elsewhere, Ramani watches the footage at her desk and is left speechless by what she sees. Her shock turns physical as she slams her desk in disbelief. She blurts out that Herkin must be insane. What amazes her most is that he beat a higher-level boss without taking a single hit and improvised the whole stunt on the spot. Because the raw footage is already incredible, she barely needs to edit it before sending him the finished file. Then she starts searching for the perfect title that will sell the feat. She tests ideas at the keyboard, trying to capture both his skeleton class and his solo dominance. At last she settles on a dramatic title that frames him as the emperor of solo play. The story then shifts to the Raiders Association branch at Hoben Castle, where Herkin goes to claim his promised reward. He reports back to the scholar who sent him out, declaring that he returns stronger just as requested. The scholar is less impressed by the accomplishment than by how ragged Herkin looks, and Herkin demands the reward anyway. Amused, the scholar agrees to hand over what he promised. The quest completes, and Herkin receives the skill book Osteology as the reward for Himbri's teachings. The name alone shocks him because he immediately recognizes how valuable it is. Osteology turns out to be a super rare necromancer skill that boosts all skeleton summons, reduces the mana cost to summon and maintain them, and even lets him control one additional skeleton, exactly solving the problem he was worrying about. Overjoyed, he thanks the scholar sincerely, only to be told there is still one more reward. The scholar presents a corrupted tracker's ring forged from the corrupted stone Herkin brought back. He explains that the ring will let Herkin wield the corrupt one's power himself, and its stats are exceptional, especially when paired with the matching necklace. For a moment Herkin can barely process what he just heard. Then he realizes this is the rare ring normally reserved for the earliest players to clear the main quest line. He explodes with gratitude and excitement at receiving something so far beyond expectation. But the scholar suddenly reconsiders and teases that maybe he should not hand over such a treasure so easily. Herkin is stunned, unsure whether the old man is serious. The scholar only laughs and turns it into a game, daring Herkin to catch him if he can. Herkin can only laugh back at the old man's absurdity. The scholar's taunting sends Herkin lunging after him through the room in a half-serious chase. The pursuit ends with Herkin slamming down hard, exhausted by the old man's antics. Outside afterward, he complains that the so-called great mage is completely unhinged and only survived because he is an NPC. Still, the chase was worth enduring because the old man gave him both the ring and the next quest, which points him toward Surya Castle after contact with an agent named Mijai was lost. Herkin decides to let the old man off this once. Since Surya Castle is a high-level area, he resolves to keep leveling on the way there. Before he can focus on that, a message from Ramani arrives urging him to check the uploaded golden skeleton video immediately. When he opens it, he finds the video already exploding in popularity with millions of views and ecstatic comments. Donations begin pouring in from viewers who are thrilled by the performance. The total earnings hit 1 million won almost instantly, leaving him stunned. He keeps staring at the number, trying to confirm he is not imagining it. The shock is so strong that he nearly falls over while checking the screen. Once he counts the digits for himself, he realizes just how enormous the response really is. His first clear thought is not strategy but food, because sudden wealth means he can finally eat whatever he wants. He starts fantasizing about expensive cuts of beef and other luxury dishes. The fantasy escalates into a feast of every delicious thing he has been denying himself. He calls it a jackpot and admits he expected a good reaction, just not one this overwhelming. Even so, he tries to pull himself back to reality before getting carried away. Then a highlighted comment catches his eye because it comes with an enormous donation and a direct message. The sender turns out to be a scouting manager from the Thunder Hunters Guild, formally inviting Herkin to discuss recruitment. That name immediately irritates him because it means Chai Seolian is involved. Memories from his previous life return, especially how relentlessly Thunder Hunters tried to force him onto their team. He remembers running from their recruiters and refusing them over and over, and is disgusted that history seems to be repeating itself. So he snaps at the message and swears he would never join Thunder Hunters under any circumstances. Yet the certainty of his own words gives him an eerie sense of déjà vu. The repetition only makes the whole situation more aggravating. Later by the campfire, he vents to his guildmates about how persistent Chai Seolian is despite all his refusals, especially since he already belongs to a guild. One of them points out that Thunder Hunters is still one of the best guilds in the game, making Herkin look unusually fortunate. They add that the guild leader comes from a rich family, so joining would practically guarantee a huge salary. Another explains that the attention makes sense because Herkin is so good that even their own guild raid videos end up with viewers talking mostly about him. They admit, almost apologetically, that Herkin has become too good for their small guild. He cuts them off before the praise can turn into pressure. Herkin flatly refuses the idea, arguing that money will come naturally once their own guild becomes the strongest. He insists he would rather keep playing with his current guild than sell out for comfort. His answer leaves the others quiet, though one of them smiles at his conviction. As he reflects on it, he realizes something has changed inside him since his previous life. Back then he might have been desperate enough to accept anything, but now he can finally laugh at how far he has come, even if the memory still hurts. One of his guildmates snaps him out of that brooding with a sharp smack. The blow reminds him that obsessing over money is pointless right now. He accepts that he still has too much work ahead to be satisfied already. Instead of dreaming about what he earned, he decides to pour every bit of it back into getting stronger. That resolve immediately turns into action as he begins investing in new power. His skeleton summons reappear around him, ready to move forward with him again. He reminds them that he carried the golden skeleton raid alone, so they have no excuse to stay weak. From that point on he restarts their training, determined to improve their movement and make sure the last failure never happens again. He demands a simple answer from them about whether they can keep up. His human guildmates complain that everyone is tired and that they cannot match his pace. The skeletons, however, answer with eager obedience instead of excuses. That response confirms what Herkin already feels. This time he believes things will be different, and he orders them forward. He declares that all of this is for one purpose only, becoming the strongest. Their next destination is Surya Castle. On the way there, he decides, they will train continuously rather than travel comfortably. His training plan is brutally simple. They will run the entire distance. Anyone who falls behind will be beaten, which sends the skeletons into panicked compliance. So Herkin chases his own summons down the road while they flee toward the distant castle. Elsewhere, Chai Seol-yin remains composed on the surface but clearly preoccupied. A hooded subordinate notices her mood and asks what she is thinking about. The scene reveals she is standing over the corpse of a hydra while her subordinate addresses her as Miss Shiru. The subordinate, identified as Hatch of the Thunder Hunters Guild, reminds her that it is almost time for the meeting. Before leaving, she asks for an update on the corrupted count, but Hatch can only report that they still have no clue leading to the next main quest. That failure infuriates her because Hydra reached the main quest line before Thunder Hunters did, which she finds humiliating. Hatch tries to reassure her that they may solve it soon, especially with a meeting of the top 30 guild leaders approaching, but she dismisses the value of hearing from losers. Even while insulting everyone else, she warns Hatch to be careful. Then she heads off to meet the guild master. The story briefly recaps that Herkin's WTube video became a major hit. Overnight success brought him a huge amount of money and a new sense of possibility. He admits he was almost overwhelmed by the temptation to indulge himself with that sudden wealth. But the Thunder Hunter's recruitment message reignited his old resentment and hardened his resolve. He decides to move like a starving beast again, driven by ambition and revenge. The first thing he does with that mindset is make a decisive move in real life. He brings cash to settle his debt in full, including principal and interest. With the money handed over, he finally clears the burden that had been hanging over him. His next priority becomes buying rare skill books to convert that money directly into power. He approaches the purchase with excitement, already knowing what it will cost him. The moment the spending is done, his balance drops to zero and he is instantly poor again. He can only sigh at how quickly the money vanished. Even though he expected it, seeing his empty account still hurts. He forces himself to stop dwelling on the loss and focus on learning the new skills he bought. With that decision made, he reaches out to activate the first of his newly purchased skill books. Herkin gains a new skill called skin grafting. He learns it is a passive defense skill that lets him attach monster remains to his body as replaceable armor. Seeing its value immediately, he decides to test it at once with the skeleton warrior's horns. The graft succeeds, giving him the essence of a skeleton warrior and raising his defense. He checks the result for himself, and judges the enhancement promising. To continue experimenting, he summons another acquired weapon or material into his hand. He puts the new equipment through a quick practical test. When nearby skeletons fail to hurt him, Herkin realizes the defensive boost works even better than expected. Satisfied, he moves on to claim the next reward. He obtains Curse of Sloth, a slowing curse whose effectiveness depends on the target's strength and size. Herkin immediately recognizes it as a control skill that can hinder enemies in battle. He looks to a skeleton servant as a convenient test subject. After trying the curse, he confirms it can slow opponents and sees clear combat potential in it. With only one reward left, he reaches for the final skill. He finally acquires Summon Golem, the hardest and most desired skill among the set. The ground erupts as the long-awaited summon begins to answer him. Even his undead followers are stunned by the scale of what is forming. Herkin realizes with satisfaction that he has truly managed to summon one. A massive stone golem rises before him, completing the summon. Delighted, Herkin declares that a necromancer is incomplete without golems and admires this one as a perfect tank. He immediately starts thinking about what else the golem can do. Remembering a special function, he activates the golem's copy mode. The golem links to him as its core responds to his command. Herkin explains that copy mode synchronizes the golem's movements with his own. He imagines combining his own technique with the golem's raw power. Convinced the combination could be absurdly strong, he eagerly tests it with a punch. The golem mirrors him, but its response is so sluggish that the attack loses all impact. Herkin is baffled when the mode fails to perform the way he expected. He wonders if the disappointing result is some kind of system bug. The golem keeps moving with painful delay, confirming the problem is real. Its copied punch crawls forward so slowly that it becomes ridiculous. Herkin realizes the golem's movement speed is terrible and that copy mode is nearly useless in practice. All he can do is laugh bitterly at how badly his dream has collapsed. He explodes in frustration, cursing the game for locking such a desirable skill behind what feels like a pay-to-win trap. The scene shifts as Herkin recalls a larger political problem unfolding among the top guilds. A rare meeting of major guild leaders begins in a virtual conference room. Nurgle of Ares opens the meeting and thanks the others for attending despite their schedules. Matador Shev of the Red Bulls greets the gathering casually, noting familiar rivals are present. Berg of Big Smile watches with suspicion rather than friendliness. Thunder Lord Sarah of Thunder Hunters remains silent and guarded. Berg complains that only 4 of the invited leaders came, but Shev notes that is more attendance than he expected. Nurgle points out that getting even this many top guilds together is highly unusual. He reminds them that the top guilds are normally fierce competitors, so a meeting like this only happens under extreme circumstances. Nurgle reveals the reason. Hydra has identified the corrupt count and plans to launch the final raid in 1 month. Shev is shocked that Hydra has advanced so far ahead of every other guild and suspects they did something extraordinary to get there. The revelation lands heavily on the room. Berg warns that if Hydra secures the corrupt count first, they will monopolize the future main quests and dominate the game's next stage. When he keeps rambling about the profits and exposure that would follow, Sarah cuts him off in disgust. Sarah makes it clear she has no patience for cowardice or whining and threatens anyone who wastes her time. Berg flares back at her, ready to turn the meeting into a fight. Shev and Nurgle stop the clash, arguing that internal conflict would only help Hydra. Nurgle uses that moment to propose an anti-Hydra alliance. He suggests the 4 guilds suspend hostilities until the Corrupt Count chapter ends and share all information related to that questline. He asks whether anyone objects to the temporary pact. With reluctant agreement reached, the meeting is brought to a close. Elsewhere, Sarah stands alone under a shower, trying to cool her anger. Away from the meeting, she drops the composed front she showed the others. She feels humiliated that her guild cannot even clear the first chapter boss on its own. Being forced to cooperate with rival guilds only deepens her frustration. Still, she accepts that she has no better option for now. She knows that if Hydra reaches the corrupt count first, her guild will be left behind. So she decides to stay quiet, wait, and look for the next opening. She orders her guild to watch Hydra closely and report every suspicious movement. Privately, however, she vows that the corrupt count will belong to her side no matter what. Back in the city, the story returns to the Raiders Association branch at Surya Castle. Herkin is stunned by what he has just been told. An official reminds him that he has been ordered to go to Babru Forest. The mission is to investigate the place where Agent Mijai disappeared and search for traces of him. Herkin protests because Babru Forest is packed with level 70 monsters and would kill him instantly at his current strength. The official insists that this is exactly why Herkin, as a Himbre's pupil, is being sent. He adds a threat: if Herkin refuses, he will lose his status as the corrupt tracker. Outside, time passes as the weight of that ultimatum sinks in. Herkin sits in the city square, crushed by the impossible demand. He can only mutter in disbelief at how badly the situation has turned against him. When he opens the quest window, he sees a timed mission to find the missing Agent Mijai, take over the investigation, and keep his corrupt tracker title. He realizes that failing this quest would throw him out of the main quest line entirely. Herkin bitterly concludes that taking so many quests above his level has finally backfired. He reflects that he only managed his earlier impossible quests through luck and momentum, but this new one is beyond even that. Now he has been handed a mission intended for players level 60 and above. He desperately searches for a way to keep the main quest line without actually going to Babru Forest. Nearby players discuss how Hydra is on the verge of completing the main quest line, while the rest of the top guilds are still struggling to even begin it. That conversation makes Herkin pause and think harder. He suddenly wonders what happens to all other ongoing main quests once the corrupt count is defeated. A dangerous idea begins to take shape in his mind. He realizes he may not need to go to Babru Forest at all. The story cuts to a distant castle under surveillance, where nothing unusual seems to be happening. Hydra operatives complain that their long watch over the castle is almost over and that the boredom has been unbearable. One of them is Nadal, Hydra's 8th in command. They speculate about the rewards Hydra will gain once the corrupt count falls and how high the guild will rise. Nadal reminds them that their real job is to keep secretly monitoring the corrupt count's castle. He stresses that professionals do not relax and risk leaking information. Their vigilance is shattered when someone suddenly calls Nadal out by name. The intruder is Kims, the Red Bulls rank 3 player. Hydra is shocked that a Red Bulls member has found their hidden position. Kims casually lies that he is just passing through to kill a high-level mountain boss and assumes they are here for the same reason. Nadal and his subordinate can only awkwardly play along. Kims keeps needling Nadal with crude jokes, clearly provoking him on purpose. Then he leaves as if the encounter meant nothing, while Nadal fumes and his subordinate panics. Once Kims is gone, Nadal vents his anger physically. He also sends an alert through his device. Nadal reports that Hydra's 8th in command has been exposed and that the anonymous tip about the castle was real. Back at Red Bull's headquarters, Shev is stunned that the information turned out to be genuine. His companion admits she had assumed the anonymous message about the corrupt count's location was a prank, though they sent Kims just in case. They now wonder why someone would hand over such crucial information for free and in secret. Shev decides motive does not matter because they are too desperate to reject an advantage against Hydra. Kims offers to start a fight and buy the guild time. Shev refuses, saying Kims should retreat because Red Bulls cannot afford to lose one of its main forces. Kims takes the praise in stride, amused that he is being treated as indispensable. Before the conversation can continue, a new threat drops in from above. A violent impact announces another arrival at the castle. Shev and his companion recognize the newcomer with alarm as Kims. Kims reports that they were not the only ones who received the anonymous information. The second arrival is Thunder Princess Hahui of the Thunder Hunters, whom Kims mockingly introduces. Hahui immediately demands every detail they know and threatens death if they refuse. At the same time, in Babru Forest, a giant red-eyed bear charges into battle. Herkin's golem steps in to meet the beast head-on. The bear slams into the golem with overwhelming force, starting a brutal clash. The golem absorbs the assault and begins to answer with its own strength. Its core flares as it powers up for a counterattack. The golem drives a heavy blow back into the monster. Herkin watches from safety with his undead, letting the summoned tank do the work. As the golem and bear trade savage hits, Herkin calmly spectates from a tree like it is entertainment. While the fight continues, he checks for responses to the information he spread and finds none, which makes the silence suspicious. He expected replies by now and starts wondering why no one is reacting. He explains his plan to himself. The only way to avoid Babura Forest was to end the quest by force. His solution was to trigger the completion of the Corrupt Count chapter from the outside. He recalls that the Warlord main quest line is divided into multiple chapters. The current chapter centers entirely on the Corrupt Count. Once the Corrupt Count is defeated, that chapter ends and every related quest is terminated automatically. So rather than clear his impossible mission, Herkin decided it would be faster to make the whole chapter disappear. That is why he anonymously leaked the Corrupt Count's location to multiple guilds, and only needs someone else to kill the boss for him. A sudden realization interrupts his confidence. A system alert appears announcing that Hydra's official channel has started a live stream. Even as the golem keeps fighting, Herkin's attention snaps fully to the broadcast. He lets the golem continue handling the battle while he focuses on the stream. The bear launches another furious attack, but Herkin no longer cares about the fight itself. He shuts the monster down with contempt, treating it as background noise. He openly tells the beast to be quiet because watching the live stream matters more. Settling in with his undead audience, Herkin begins watching. On the stream, Hydra proudly announces that it was the first guild to uncover the Corrupt Count's identity, and is preparing a raid. The speaker builds suspense before revealing the raid date. Herkin silently begs for the date to still fall within his quest's remaining month. Then Hydra announces the raid will happen in 3 days, shocking him. After the initial surprise, he quickly accepts that the timing fits exactly with what he expected from Hydra's urgency. He goes quiet for a beat as the implications settle in. Then he breaks into delighted laughter, thrilled that the chapter may end far sooner than he hoped. The golem keeps pummeling the bear while Herkin revels in the news. He concludes that Hydra must have accelerated its schedule because his leaks made them anxious about rival guilds interfering. That outcome suits him perfectly, because Hydra is strong enough to finish the job and far ahead of everyone else in main quest progress. Herkin smiles at the thought that once the main quest ends in 3 days, the obstacle strangling his future will vanish and his real freedom can finally begin. The Hydra Guild's raid collapses in blood as one of its members is struck down. A system notice confirms the disaster. Hydra has been completely wiped out. Watching the result on his device, a young man is stunned that they failed so badly. He vents his disbelief by throwing the phone away in frustration. He angrily condemns Hydra for rushing in without a real plan and failing almost immediately. After collapsing back down, he wonders if he misjudged them and needs a different option. A new alert interrupts him with news that the Red Bulls Guild has started a live stream. He instantly realizes Mathador Shev is with Red Bulls and fears what that means. As the battlefield restores itself, Shev concludes Hydra's failed raid has reset the field. Shev turns to his gathered forces and asks if they understand what just happened. He warns them that the enemy is strong enough to erase Hydra and that their own supplies make success unlikely. Even so, he refuses to back down. Shev publicly declares that Red Bulls will take on the challenge anyway. His guild answers with a roar of support. The young viewer grows uneasy, wondering if Red Bulls is really going in right away. His concern spikes when the stream announces a partner joining the raid. The introduction begins with the guild master of Thunder Hunters. The partner is revealed as Thunder Queen Shiru. The viewer is left staring in disbelief at the name. He recognizes her as Chai Seolian and is shocked to see her involved. Elsewhere, Red Bull's camp waits outside the castle as the alliance forms. Shev admits this development is not what he expected. He is especially surprised that the Thunder Queen herself asked to meet him first. When they sit down together, he tests her intentions by asking whether she is turning on Red Bulls, and she calmly denies it while reminding him they are allies for now. Shev brings up that one of his men was badly beaten, making it clear he has not forgotten the insult. She dismisses it as trivial and frames it as nothing more than a rough greeting. Without apologizing, she pushes the conversation toward business. Her real purpose is to ask what he knows about the Corrupt Count. Shev tries to dodge the subject and refuses to play along. She corners him by revealing that several top guilds have already received information about the Corrupt Count. She points out that once even someone as uninformed as Shev starts moving, the leak is obvious. Pressed from all sides, Shev admits the leak is real but says they still do not know who tipped them off. Seolian immediately shifts to the next issue and asks whether Hydra can clear the raid. Shev gives an uncertain answer, but she cuts through it and predicts Hydra will fail. She explains that Hydra rushed in to claim the first clear, even though the Corrupt Count is a major boss who should have been studied first. Shev realizes she is not interested in Hydra itself and asks what she is really after. She answers with a smile that hides a threat. In a flash, she draws her blade and attacks so suddenly that Shev is caught off guard. While holding him at sword point, she proposes that their guilds cooperate on the Corrupt Count raid. To force his answer, she promises him the first kill if he agrees. Shev remembers that he had assumed this promise was just a bluff. Now, seeing her in action, he admits she was exactly as dangerous as advertised. He watches her cut through monsters and acknowledges that she has the power to back up her words. Then the true enemy appears, mocking the raiders as weaklings. The Corrupt Count declares that he will crush their will completely, and unleashes a horde. The battlefield turns chaotic as monsters flood in, and the allied forces struggle to hold the line. Shev sees his troops nearing exhaustion and knows they cannot keep this up. Seo Yin also realizes the endless swarm will overwhelm them if nothing changes. Shev suddenly charges forward, drawing her attention. He decides to create an opening for her and tells the Thunder Queen to push through. He blasts the path open and orders her to go while he holds the monsters back. She takes the chance and rushes straight toward the corrupt Count. The Count lashes out in fury at her approach. She weaves through his attacks with precise, relentless movement. She rises above the battlefield, closing the final distance. Certain she has him, she prepares the finishing strike. At the last instant, she senses something is wrong. The corrupt Count reveals his trap and impales her in midair with his tendrils. Shev shouts for her as the attack lands. Blood spills from Seo Yin's mouth, making it seem the raid has failed. But instead of falling, she answers with a counterattack. Her expression hardens as she commits to the kill despite the wound. The corrupt Count finally realizes too late that she is still coming for him. She drives a decisive strike through him and crashes down as his body splits apart. Watching the finish, Shev laughs in disbelief at how terrifying she truly is. Standing over the fallen boss, Seo Yin is declared the victor as Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters clear the corrupt Count raid. Back in his room, the young man is shaken to learn that Chai Seo Yin was the one who got the kill. He grits his teeth, swallowing the frustration. He forces himself to stay practical and decides the important thing is simply that the corrupt Count is dead. Still, he coldly vows that this will be the last easy victory anyone else gets. Clenching his fist, he declares that he will be the one who wins in the end. His thoughts turn back to Seo Yin as the rival he must eventually surpass. He reaffirms that the final winner will be himself. The story shifts to the Bulkas Mountains, where the next stage awaits. He introduces himself as Jaehyun, known in game as Herkin. He reveals that he is a warlord player who somehow reincarnated into the game world. His goal is simple and ruthless: become the strongest and take revenge on those who ruined him. Even with that resolve, he cannot help wondering why trouble keeps finding him. As he runs through the mountains with his summoned skeletons, he complains that disasters seem to happen to him every day. A flashback begins a few hours earlier, when he first arrived at the area. At the entrance, he identifies the barrier as a blocked field tied to a hidden condition. He explains to his summons that until the condition is met, entry is restricted. The field itself confirms that outsiders are barred from entering. But Herkin already knows the trick. Because the Bulkas Mountains are the setting of Chapter 2's main questline, he understands how the lock works. Once Chapter 1's Corrupt Count quest is cleared, the barrier automatically opens, and he steps inside before anyone else. He immediately earns a first entry title and bonus stats, confirming that no one else has figured this out yet. Pleased with the advantage, he orders his skeletons to move out. From that point on, he believes the field belongs to him. He charges ahead, eager to capitalize on his head start. That confidence vanishes when a pack of level 60 wild boars appears. Herkin freezes at the sight of enemies far above his own level. The boar's status confirms just how dangerous they are. He realizes he is only level 41 and badly outmatched. The boars attack before he can retreat. He curses his luck for running into them the moment he entered the zone. Knowing others may soon discover the opening, he decides he cannot afford to waste time and must somehow survive. He quickly forms a plan and orders his skeletons to equip their helms for battle. The boars bear down on him at full speed. His skeletons intercept, but the impact sends bodies flying. One skeleton warrior is destroyed in a single hit, proving how hopeless a direct fight would be. Herkin smiles anyway, because that loss was intentional. He reveals the skeleton was bait and triggers Curse of Sloth on the boars. The curse takes hold, briefly freezing the pack in place for a few precious seconds. He immediately prepares a follow-up attack while the opening lasts. Herkin lunges in, ready to punish them for destroying his summon. Then an armored monkey ruins everything by dropping a banana peel in his path. Herkin slips and crashes face first in front of the immobilized boars. The banana lands squarely on his head, making the humiliation even worse. He stares in disbelief as the monkey cackles from a branch. The prankster is identified as an armor monkey, a monster that enjoys tormenting humans. Herkin can only grind his teeth in rage. As the curse wears off, the boars close in again and he screams after the monkey for ruining him. The boars charge just as he realizes the paralysis window is ending. A sudden blue flash interrupts the attack. A powerful spear-like blast tears through a boar's head and saves Herkin at the last moment. He is left staring, unable to process what just happened. Looking up, he sees more blue projectiles raining down from above. The barrage wipes out the entire pack in one overwhelming strike. Herkin is stunned that someone killed all of those level 60 boars with a single shot. A man approaches and asks if he is hurt. Herkin immediately suspects this newcomer might be the person he needs to meet. The scene shifts to Hoben Castle, where another thread of the story is unfolding. Two players notice a heavily equipped man and call attention to him. They recognize the expensive full white Mamba armor set and realize he must be important. One wonders if he is a ranker, since no one seems to know him. The armored man ignores the gossip and instead asks his subordinate whether the source of the leaked report has been identified. The subordinate, Michel, reports that none of the guilds know who sent them the Corrupt Count information. The man concludes that this is exactly what one would expect from someone who knew the Count's identity, and gave it away for free. He asks whether there are any traces connected to Haho Mask, another possible lead. Michel dismisses that possibility, arguing that a mere beginner in the main questline could not be behind such a large disruption. When asked about his next assignment, the man says he is heading to the Sweepers Guild for a helper job. Michel decides to handle that helper job herself so he can focus entirely on finding the culprit. He accepts and vows that whoever did this will pay. His anger is not personal alone. He sees the leak as an attack on the world's balance itself. Back in the mountains, the story returns to the isolated cabin where Hirkin has taken shelter. Hirkin happily confirms that the man who saved him is a disciple of Ahimbri, exactly the connection he was hoping for. He realizes he has unexpectedly met Ma Wung, the key NPC of Chapter 2's main quest. He notes that Ma Wung is the central guide for this chapter and feels lucky to have found him so early. He also recalls Ma Wung's history as a swordsman once skilled enough to teach a prince before being cast out by misfortune. After that fall, Ma Wung became captain of the rangers who guard the Bulkas Mountains. Knowing how valuable this encounter is, Hirkin tries to explain his situation, but Ma Wung cuts him off and tells him to leave. Ma Wung apologizes for the bluntness but warns that the mountains hold nothing but monsters. He insists Hirkin should return home before something worse happens to him. Hirkin refuses to back down and points out that the corrupt Count is already dead. He presses his hand to the table, signaling that he is done pretending to be harmless. He reveals that he already knows how to enter Chapter 2 and has come because corrupt monsters are still roaming despite the Count's death. He explains that he traced the source of that corruption here and asks Ma Wung whether he knows anything about it. That question finally shakes Ma Wung, and after a pause he admits that one suspect does come to mind, though he lacks proof. When Hirkin offers to help gather that proof, the system rewards him with titles and a major stat boost for becoming the first to make contact with a Bulkas Ranger, and for initiating the next stage. Thrilled by the rare titles he just earned, the young player eagerly asks for his next main quest task until the Ranger tells him to calm down. The Ranger gives him a local hunting request in the Bulkas Mountains, promising gold and trust in return for clearing nearby monsters. He accepts the idea of monster hunting as his next step. Outside, he decides this works perfectly since he needed experience anyway. He plans to avoid stronger beasts like wild boars and bear warriors for now and start with easier prey. That leaves him considering one particular target. He settles on the armor monkeys, partly because he wants a way to get revenge on the bastard who wronged him. He heads into the mountain forest to begin the hunt. His first encounter goes badly when an armor monkey's prank sends him stumbling. The monkey keeps toying with him, knocking him around the trees instead of fighting directly. Even a goblin gets sent flying in the chaos, showing how wildly the monkey is darting around. The armor monkey laughs at his frustration and keeps mocking him. As the monkey notices him advancing with a blade, it finally pays attention. Still grinning, the monkey prepares another trick with a banana peel. The moment it thinks it has him cornered, he reveals he has been tracking it and closes in. The monkey's confidence falters when he addresses it directly. He drops the pretense and promises to kill it. He launches his sword with murderous intent, using a burst of speed and power. The attack splits into multiple blue arcs that cut off the monkey's escape routes. The blast tears through the forest and overwhelms the monkey's frantic dodging. The monkey is hurled away by the force of the strike. He chases after it, irritated that the creature is still making this harder than it should be. He realizes the monkey's speed and the dense trees are preventing him from landing a clean finish. So he changes tactics instead of trying to outchase it. He channels power into his sword for a wider, more destructive attack. A sweeping blue slash races through the forest toward the fleeing monkey. The monkey suddenly finds itself trapped between the incoming arcs and the trees. Its panic spikes as it realizes there is nowhere safe to jump. The slash catches it and pins it against the terrain. The monkey barely survives, stunned and exposed. It tries to recover on a branch, but its laughter has turned nervous. He points out that the sword attack was only bait. Activating copy mode, he reveals the real move was to imitate the monkey's own mobility and trick it into a fatal position. With that copied movement, he tears through the trees and finishes the hunt in a storm of destruction. The forest settles as he stands above the aftermath, having decisively won. The dead monster earns him a new title for being the first to hunt down an armor monkey. Satisfied, he decides this is exactly the kind of monster he should keep farming. Elsewhere, cameras flash as a major raid victory is being celebrated. Reporters crowd around two famous raiders in a grand hall, demanding their attention. Shev of the Red Bulls and Shiru of the Thunder Hunters are publicly congratulated for clearing the first chapter boss raid. The press immediately turns to Shiru, the Thunder Queen, for a statement. Shiru modestly credits luck and promises her team will keep delivering results. Once the performance ends, her expression hardens and the public smile disappears. In private, an admiring companion praises her for saving the raid when the final wave nearly wiped them out. Shiru dismisses the praise and insists she only got lucky. She also refuses to take sole credit, saying victory would have been impossible without the Red Bulls. But beneath that humility, she reaches a colder conclusion about what true victory requires. She decides they need the masked solo player's abilities if they want complete success. She orders Hatch to contact him, despite Hatch protesting that he is a loser. Shiru ignores the insult, and says there is something important they need to hunt down. Back in the forest, another piece of his equipment finally breaks from overuse. A system notice confirms the gear's durability has hit 0, and it has been destroyed. He accepts that his current equipment has reached its limit, and that he needs replacements. The problem is that he cannot afford proper new gear with ordinary gold, so he decides he has no choice but to chase monster gems instead. He recalls that monster gems are rare drops used in crafting and can grant special effects depending on the monster. The Armor Monkey's gem, in particular, would be ideal for making better equipment. He rallies his undead followers and resumes the grind. With manic determination, he vows to hunt down every armor monkey in the area. 9 hours later, the endless farming has broken his spirit because the gem still has not dropped. Staring at a mountain of corpses, he cannot believe the drop still has not appeared. Rather than give up, he convinces himself he must be only 1 kill away. As he reaches for yet another corpse, someone suddenly calls out to him. A red-armored stranger identifies him as Haho Mask. He turns, confused by the interruption. He quickly notices the newcomer is wearing a full set of expensive fire lizard gear. Seeing the orc hero's sword as well, he realizes this stranger must be at least level 70. That makes him suspect he is facing one of the elite players he has heard about. The red-armored man presents himself with theatrical menace. He introduces himself as Quixote. Quixote strikes a dramatic pose as if making a grand entrance. Then he formally challenges Haho Mask to an official duel. The challenge leaves Haho Mask baffled, especially when Quixote mentions his growing popularity on WTube. Quixote reveals his real motive: beating Haho Mask would make him famous too. Haho Mask immediately writes him off as an attention-seeking idiot and tells him to get lost. Already furious over the missing gem, he is in no mood to entertain a delusional fan. Quixote desperately sweetens the offer by promising 5,000 gold if Haho Mask fights him. At first, Haho Mask still treats him like just another nuisance. But the moment he hears there is money involved, his entire attitude flips and he welcomes Quixote like a valued customer. Quixote, delighted to finally have attention, launches into a flamboyant self-introduction. He declares himself the hero of justice with explosive self-importance. But the story undercuts that title immediately, making clear he is no hero of justice at all. Quixote remembers how he expected his talent to make him the center of admiration in every game. He always imagined himself as the cool hero everyone would praise. That was the role he believed he was meant to play. Yet in Warlord, nobody paid much attention to him. Whenever he tried to introduce himself, people ignored him and talked instead about how entertaining Haho Mask was. Even in public, strangers got excited over Haho Mask's latest upload, while Quixote stood unnoticed. His frustration finally boiled over into a physical outburst. He became obsessed with Haho Mask, convinced they started at the same time, and that he was being unfairly overshadowed. Unable to accept it, he fixated on the fact that Haho Mask was lower level and worse geared, yet still more beloved. After running off in bitterness, he accidentally wandered into this forest while stewing over the humiliation. Then he spotted Haho Mask in person and recognized his chance. The sight of his rival instantly sharpened his obsession. He is shocked that Haho Mask is hunting in what should be a blocked field, but greedily sees opportunity instead of asking why. A new idea suddenly clicks in his mind. If he records himself defeating Haho Mask, he imagines the video will explode. In his fantasy, that victory would let him steal all of Haho Mask's fame. That fantasy becomes the reason he presses the duels so hard. To make the fight look fair and undeniable, he even strips off his gear and offers the same 5,000 gold wager again. Haho Mask is appalled that Quixote is undressing instead of fighting, while Quixote insists this is the only fair way. Quixote points out that Haho Mask's own weapon has broken too, so either of them should rely on equipment. He claims he wants a pure one-on-one so no one can say he only won because of gear. Then he grandly tells Haho Mask to come at him with everything he has, which only makes Haho Mask take him even less seriously. Tired of talking, Quixote finally charges barehanded. His first strike is fast and heavy enough to force Haho Mask to evade instead of mocking him. Quixote follows with a relentless flurry that proves he is not just a clown. He grows irritated that Haho Mask keeps defending and demands a real fight. Haho Mask tells him to earn that seriousness first, and at least put his pants back on. The taunt annoys Quixote, but he answers with action instead of words. He activates a warrior skill, gathering red energy into his fist. Using Booster, he launches a sudden accelerated attack. Haho Mask barely registers the punch before it is already in his face. The impact sends both of them flying through the air from the sheer force. Quixote crashes down hard, but the exchange proves his raw power is deadly. Recovering amid the dust, Haho Mask identifies Booster as a warrior skill that grants an instant burst of movement. He admits that beneath the idiocy, Quixote is probably a higher level player than he is. That means a direct contest of strength would get him killed, so he immediately starts thinking for another way to win. When he rises again, Quixote mistakes that calculation for a willingness to finally fight seriously. Quixote welcomes the challenge, convinced he is about to prove himself superior. He charges once more, shouting that he will show everyone he is stronger. He chains Booster into another rushing punch. At the last second, Haho Mask throws dirt into his face and ruins the attack. Blinded and outraged, Quixote stumbles as Haho Mask slips away. The dirty trick sends Quixote sprawling while Haho Mask keeps his distance. Haho Mask calmly concludes that if he cannot win in stats, he has to win through technique and tactics. He counters with a precise strike that finally lands cleanly on Quixote. The blow snaps Quixote's head back and breaks his momentum. Quixote crashes into the ground from the sudden reversal. He calls Haho Mask a coward for fighting this way, but Haho Mask dismisses the complaint because survival matters more than style. He tells Quixote the real reason he is losing is that he cares more about playing a role than actually winning. Then Haho Mask activates skin stitching, a grotesque skill that reshapes his body. He follows it by using the item Armor Monkey's hide as material for the transformation. The hide fuses into him, and the system confirms Herkin has been enhanced with the attributes of an armor monkey. Quixote immediately realizes the danger of what he is seeing. Haho Mask prepares a lethal purple attack, deciding that if Quixote forced this fight, he can face the consequences. At last Quixote's bravado collapses and he desperately begs him to stop. He openly surrenders, terrified of dying. Haho Mask fires anyway, blasting him with overwhelming force and ending the duel on his own terms. The attack leaves Quixote gasping and utterly broken. A towering vortex of power churns behind Haho Mask as he stands over the defeated man. Shaking, Quixote realizes the fight was so frightening that he forgot this was supposed to be a game. Haho Mask cuts through the panic with a simple demand for the promised 5,000 gold. He adds that paying up is better than being forcibly logged out for 2 days, making the threat unmistakable. Instead of resenting that pressure, Quixote suddenly becomes dazzled by how cool Haho Mask seems. He starts praising Haho Mask's strength with embarrassing sincerity, leaving Haho Mask completely thrown off. Quixote formally admits total defeat and hands over the promised 5,000 gold. Then he offers something even more valuable, his orc hero's sword. Stunned, Haho Mask realizes the weapon Quixote is surrendering is truly an orc hero's sword. The masked necromancer learns the sword he received is a rare weapon worth a fortune, making the gift far more valuable than he expected. Embarrassed by the generosity, he asks why such a rare item was given to him, and the blonde man offers it as thanks. The blonde man admits his recent fame made him neglect real growth, and he credits the necromancer for forcing that realization. He insists the gift be accepted and begins to frame their bond in absurdly grand terms. He declares the necromancer worthy of becoming his brother, turning gratitude into melodramatic devotion. For a split second, the necromancer almost mistakes the gesture for sincerity. He nearly gives the fool some credit before the speech keeps going. Fed up, he cuts the nonsense short with a kick and rejects the whole brother act outright. He orders his skeletons to seize the blonde idiot before he can say anything else. The man is dragged off still shouting his name to the heavens. Even while tied up, he vows to return only after becoming worthy of that ridiculous brotherhood. As the necromancer walks away with his undead, the captive keeps promising a reunion, leaving only irritation behind. Still, the necromancer can't help finding the lunatic's enthusiasm a little amusing. One of the skeletons notes that at least the man seems to be enjoying the game, which the necromancer quietly agrees with. With a powerful new sword in hand, he decides he no longer needs to keep farming armor monkeys. He judges the weapon strong enough to let him challenge the next main quest. Then greed immediately creeps back in. He starts convincing himself that just a few hundred more armor monkeys might finally drop the item he wants. His skeletons physically drag him away from that spiral, as if staging an intervention for a loot addict. The sword's details confirm it grants major boosts to strength, stamina, and armor piercing against monsters. Looking over his available requests, he spots a promising lead tied to the Bulka's ranger investigation. He reviews the kill counts he has already racked up on armor monkeys, toothed wolves, and poison lizards. The scarred ranger praises the results and confirms the work has greatly advanced the investigation. With that progress secured, the ranger shifts to a more serious matter. The necromancer's mind drifts towards spending his reward, and the ranger catches the greedy look on his face. He apologizes and admits he was already planning how to use the money, earning a reminder to focus. The ranger warns that the next mission is especially dangerous and lays out the map. Near the mountain peak, a bear warrior has appeared. The ranger explains these monsters are enormous, heavily armored, and armed like human fighters. If the necromancer can trace where they got those weapons, it may expose the corrupt insider behind the case. He understands the assignment clearly: kill a bear warrior and bring back one of its weapons. The ranger worries about sending him alone against something that gives even trained rangers trouble. The necromancer refuses backup, claiming he already knows how to handle this enemy. Soon after, he follows the map toward the mountain and realizes he is close to the target zone. Marching with his skeletons, he decides it is time to show off a little before the fight. He opens a new system feature through his watch, eager to spend. An auction interface appears, letting him browse gear sold by other players. After weighing his budget, he decides the best purchase is the skeleton snake equipment set. He buys the set's shoulder guard first. Then he adds the matching boots. He completes the full set, gaining solid stat boosts and a mana efficiency bonus at the cost of most of his gold. The moment the spending spree ends, he pauses to savor what wealth feels like. Drunk on purchasing power, he immediately blows the rest on every useful skill book he can afford, including Corrosion Spirit, Blind, Muscle Modification, Fake Heart, Bone Bomb, and Hardening. Armed with new gear and skills, He convinces himself he should now be able to challenge the bear warrior. His skeletons remind him they exist too and clearly expect some investment of their own. He finally remembers them and tries to shop for their equipment as well, only to discover he has no money left. The realization hits hard. He has already spent everything. Awkwardly, he admits to his undead companions that he is broke. Their mood instantly turns cold, and he realizes he may have pushed their patience too far. Before he can finish apologizing, a pair of wild boars appears behind him. He instantly decides those boars can become the next source of money and sends the skeletons after them. The undead pounce on the boars with frightening enthusiasm, and he notes they seem bizarrely obsessed with gear now. After a short while, only one terrified boar remains. The last survivor trembles as the skeletons close in on it. One skeleton raises its blade for the finishing strike while the boar screams in terror. The necromancer tells them to stop wasting time and promises he will gear them up once they earn more money on the road. A sudden red slash cuts through the boar instead, killing it before the skeletons can claim it. He immediately realizes an outsider has interfered. A hostile voice demands to know who is hunting in this territory without permission. The intruders announce that the area belongs to the Apollo Guild, and the necromancer recognizes the name with annoyance. 3 smug guild members approach and threaten him as if he should fear them. They grandly introduce themselves as the great trio of the Apollo Guild, making themselves sound far more important than they are. He takes in the introduction without the slightest bit of respect. Then he cuts them down in a single sweeping strike before they can do anything meaningful. Leaving them crumpled on the ground, he dismisses them as nobodies who tried to irritate him. As he walks off, he wonders why so many pests keep finding him lately. Deciding the encounter was a waste of time, he resumes his march with the skeletons. One of the beaten men crawls to his device and swears the guild will make the necromancer regret this insult. Far away, a tiger-headed guild master hears the report and is stunned that someone ignored his name. He cannot believe a stranger attacked his subordinates even after learning who he was. The report reaches him in a formal audience, confirming the humiliation in front of his people. Enraged, he orders his men to bring the offender to him no matter the cost. He vows personal revenge for the slight against his reputation. Meanwhile, the necromancer reaches the mountain approach and realizes he has finally arrived at the real battlefield. The system confirms he has entered the bear warrior's appearance area. He turns to brief his skeletons before the fight begins. Instead of listening, the skeletons proudly show off the cheap trinkets they looted for themselves. He snaps at them to stop fooling around and focus. He explains that today's target is a level 70 bear warrior with 3 phases, so they need discipline. He reminds them that killing it will push them ahead in the main quest race. He demands no mistakes and tries to impose military seriousness on the undead. He tells them the plan is simple: do exactly what they practiced. Then the enemy arrives before the lecture is even finished. The bear warrior appears in full armor, towering over the necromancer's party. Rather than hesitate, he activates his combat setup. His slot-based transformation turns on, cloaking him in dark power as the bear charges. He declares that he will take this main quest alone. Elsewhere in the mountains, a blue-robed mage named Ballista Hatch approaches the region, hoping to find the mysterious Haho mask. He hurries onward, convinced the masked figure should still be nearby. When he stops, he senses something off in the forest. He complains bitterly about being sent into the wilderness to chase some rookie despite his status. His whining is interrupted when a king wild boar suddenly lunges at him. He panics for an instant. Then he casually blocks the charge with magic and incinerates the beast in one effortless counter. As the boar burns behind him, he barely treats it as worth noticing. Ballista Hatch reveals himself as a high-ranked warlord mage from the Thunder Hunters Guild, but he is tired enough to want to quit. He mutters for Haho Mask to show himself already, implying he has been sent specifically to find him. Back at the boss fight, the bear warrior roars and the necromancer recalls how brutally difficult this raid used to be. He remembers that before his regression, his full guild failed this boss 6 times before barely winning. Now he knows that if he fails again, someone else could seize the lead in the main quest. He focuses on the key tactic. The bear's armor must be stripped away at the seams before real damage can stick. Trusting the new skills he bought for this exact purpose, he steels himself and attacks. He orders the skeletons to follow his signal and stay ready. He unveils muscle modification, a passive skill that massively reinforces his legs. The boost launches him forward with explosive speed. The sudden acceleration sends him flying past his intended line, even startling the bear warrior. He realizes too late that the skill is far harder to control than expected. The bear turns in confusion as the skeletons watch their master overshoot the target. One swipe from the boss obliterates a skeleton warrior, and the necromancer curses the loss. He bitterly notes that muscle modification makes him absurdly fast and strong but almost impossible to handle. Refusing to give up, he decides to adapt instead of abandoning the skill. He uses the acceleration again, trying to convert the uncontrollable speed into a usable attack angle. But he still can't stop himself cleanly, and ends up colliding awkwardly with the boss instead of striking properly. The bear warrior is left more puzzled than hurt by the clumsy impact. The necromancer, mortified, can only think about how embarrassingly soft the landing felt. The same skill then flings him away again, proving it is sabotaging him as much as helping. crashing into the rocks. He admits the reinforcement is too strong for him to control. Still, he refuses to call the attempt a total failure. At least one side of the bear warrior's armor has been torn away, exposing a weakness. But that small success means little if he still cannot land a decisive blow. The boss keeps pressing him, and he admits he cannot connect properly in direct combat. He narrowly avoids another crushing strike, so he abandons the idea of winning through straightforward melee. Instead, he triggers Bone Bomb, turning a skeleton skull into a magical explosive. The bomb detonates violently against the bear warrior. Even that blast fails to finish the monster, proving how absurdly durable it is. Accepting that raw damage alone is not enough, he changes his approach again. He spends mana to restore his damaged skeleton warriors and rebuild his numbers. With his undead restored, he decides to fight like a true necromancer rather than a reckless swordsman. His skeletons stare at him in disbelief, but he insists he is finally doing this the right way. He summons a golem to join the battle. A stone giant erupts from the earth in answer to his call. The golem crashes into the bear warrior and forces it back. The boss retaliates with a brutal counter-strike that smashes into the golem. The necromancer calmly follows up, ready to chain the next control move. He casts hardening on the golem, reinforcing its body so it can pin the boss's weapon in place. With the bear's sword momentarily trapped, he orders the skeletons to rush in. The undead leap onto the bear warrior from every side. They swarm its back in exposed openings, turning the fight into a coordinated mob assault. As the boss roars in frustration, he taunts it for losing composure so early. He reveals he has been saving one final major play for the right moment. The bear warrior erupts in flames as it enters the next phase of the battle. For a brief beat, both sides size each other up in the transformed state. He tells the hooded skeleton to fire the moment he dodges, trusting the undead to cover him despite his complaints. The bear warrior answers with battle cry, restoring half its health and dragging the fight back uphill. Now empowered and enraged, the boss bears down on him again. He throws away any pretense of elegant tactics. Deciding that numbers beat strategy, he gathers a mass of skull-shaped projectiles around himself. He unleashes the swarm in a barrage of explosive necromantic fire. The skeletons can only stare as the battlefield disappears into the blast, and their master commits fully to overwhelming the boss by sheer force. The battle ends in a burst of violence, as the masked player laughs through the final strike and leaves his stunned witnesses speechless. A short while later, the aftermath settles enough for the result to be recognized. System rewards confirm that he has killed the bear warrior, gained experience, and earned a large payout. When the quest completion notice appears, he realizes he has just beaten alone the enemy that once gave his entire guild trouble before his regression. That victory proves his judgment was right, and he takes pride in having cleared it solo this time. He quietly affirms that his confidence in this path was justified. After praising his skeleton summons, he decides the next step is to return to Manhwa and continue the questline. His undead followers celebrate the completed extermination with him. When the skeletons tease him for using a safe strategy, he snaps back that a direct raid would only have gotten them all killed repeatedly. The scene shifts to the Bulka's western-based tavern, where another thread of the story is waiting. Inside, Hatch sits alone while the rest of the tavern carries on around him. He lets out a weary sigh, already overwhelmed. Hatch panics because he still has not found Haho Mask. He has searched the mountains for days, but the viral spread of Haho Mask's video has filled Bulkas with people and made the target even harder to track, leaving Hatch terrified of returning to Shiru empty-handed. Collapsed over the table, he bitterly complains that being sent to search an entire mountain alone is absurd. Even so, he can only curse the Black Company and the Thunder Hunters while stewing in frustration. Then his device announces an incoming call from Shiru, instantly raising the pressure. The call terrifies him so badly that he bolts upright and startles everyone nearby. He scrambles to answer, expecting punishment, only for Shiru to calmly praise his effort. That unexpected kindness catches him completely off guard. Shiru admits she may have burdened him too much by making him search the whole mountain alone. She adds that it must have been hard, and Hatch is so moved by the sympathy that he nearly breaks down. When he timidly asks if he can return, Shiru instead tells him she will send Hahi to help. Before he can process that, something crashes violently into the tavern. The wall explodes open, turning Shiru's promise into immediate reality. Over the call, Shiru orders Hatch and Hahi to work together and find Haho Mask properly. Hahi arrives already furious with Hatch for dragging her all the way out there. The newcomer is revealed as Hahi, the Thunder Hunter's rank 2 fighter known as the Thunder Princess. Hatch knows her reputation all too well and remembers that her nickname, Mad Dog, fits her perfectly. Left with no escape from this assignment, he can only curse the world for turning on him. Elsewhere, the masked protagonist notices that Bulkas has grown crowded enough to become a real settlement. He understands why, since this is where the next major questline begins and other players have finally caught on. Still, he decides he needs to hurry back to Manhwa before the crowd interferes with his plans. He races through the forest at full speed to stay ahead of everyone else. That rush is interrupted when 3 men suddenly charge after him. Their appearance immediately puts him on alert. Recognizing them as the same type of thugs he dealt with before, he assumes they are here for revenge. Annoyed, he prepares to deal with them quickly and tells himself not to waste time. But instead of attacking, The men panic and beg for help, confusing him on the spot. He turns just in time to see a blue magical attack streaking toward them all. The blast tears through the pursuers and grazes him as well, leaving him shocked that he was hit in the crossfire. From behind the attack, a cold voice mocks the men for begging an enemy to spare them. The source appears as Hahi and Hatch, who have arrived together. The protagonist immediately realizes these two belong to the Thunder Hunters. He tries to address them cautiously, sword ready but uncertain. Hahi cuts straight to the point and asks whether he is Haho Mask. Her identity is formally underscored as Thunder Hunters Rank 2, Hahi, the Mad Dog. Her loyalty to Shiro is absolute, making her even more dangerous. Beside her stands Hatch, Thunder Hunters Rank 3, a mage nicknamed Ballista. He is known as a genius caster who never lets a target escape. Seeing them together, the protagonist remembers how troublesome this pair was even in his previous life. He guesses they are trying to recruit Haho Mask, but knows he is in no position to fight both of them yet. So he tests a safer route by feigning ignorance when they mention Haho Mask. He plays dumb and asks who that even is. Internally, he decides to deny everything and force them to prove it if they can. Hahi instantly brands him a liar. She points out that anyone in the Bulkas region should know Haho Mask by now because the videos have already exploded in popularity. Then she presses harder, saying his hood looks just like Haho Mask's, and openly accusing him of being the man himself. As the accusation lands, Hatch tries to redirect the conversation away from identity. He explodes at Hahi because, to him, the real disaster is the damage she already caused. Hatch reminds her that she destroyed an inn and killed people merely on suspicion, creating a mess their guild cannot hide. He warns that their guild's fame makes the incident impossible to cover up. Desperate to protect that reputation, he orders Hahi to apologize immediately. She gives a curt, irritated apology only because he forces the issue. Hatch smooths things over with exaggerated politeness, asking the masked player to excuse them as fellow users. The protagonist thinks he has finally escaped the worst of it. Then he notices another attack coming straight at him. Hahi suddenly punches him with explosive force, blasting him away. The impact erupts across the clearing and proves her apology meant nothing. When Hatch screams at her for attacking again, she casually says she assumed he would dodge. Hatch is horrified that she has just struck an unsuspecting innocent player with his guard down. Both of them are left staring at the consequences of her impulse. The protagonist responds by putting on glasses and threatening to file a formal complaint against the Thunder Hunters Guild. He escalates the threat by saying he will make a public post portraying them as a major guild that bullies newbies for fun, which sends Hatch into full panic. To stop the scandal, Hatch hurriedly offers compensation. The protagonist accepts the bribe of 1,000 gold and agrees to let the matter go for now. With the payment made, Hatch drags Hahi away before she can create another disaster. The protagonist hates letting them off, but decides provoking them further right now would be reckless. He resolves to endure the humiliation a little longer until he is strong enough. As they leave, Hatch lectures Hahi again about how her behavior keeps endangering the guild's reputation. She still cannot understand why hitting someone who failed to dodge should be treated as her fault, which only deepens Hatch's despair. Yet Hahi remains fixated on the masked player himself. What lingers in her mind is not the complaint or the money, but how strangely calm and annoyed he looked even after being attacked. While Hatch begs her to stop causing trouble, she keeps quietly mulling over how suspicious that reaction was. Later, the protagonist examines a dropped bear warrior armor piece and starts connecting it to a wider pattern. A local man thanks him for preventing further casualties, while the protagonist realizes something unusual is happening with armored monsters. Though still shaken, he pushes the conversation forward because he fears the top guilds will catch up if he wastes time. The man then brings out a locked chest, signaling he has something important to offer. He tells the protagonist to choose one item from inside. Inside are scrolls and maps the man created while working in the Bulkas Mountains, charting monster dungeons. The protagonist suddenly understands what those documents really are. They are effectively treasure maps that point to dungeons full of rewards he can claim. But the gift comes with a condition. The man asks a favor in return, and the protagonist immediately suspects there is no way such a prize would come free. The request is to investigate reports of armored monsters appearing beyond Bulkas as well. When he asks where, the answer comes back as Parang Forest. That location makes him freeze, because he knows exactly how dangerous it is. He forces himself to stay composed despite the shock. Once outside, he grimly recalls that Parang Forest is a level 90 area, far beyond where he can safely go now. So he chooses a more realistic training ground first, deciding Sura Canyon and its level 75 demon worshippers should be the next step. Encouraged by his earlier success against bear warriors, he convinces himself he can handle the canyon and level up quickly. Then another thought suddenly hits him. He spots Shev waiting in Sura Canyon and immediately wonders why this man has appeared here now of all times. The newcomer is revealed as Matador Shev. At the same time, Hatch reports back to Shiro that he can no longer manage Hahi's recklessness. Shiro calmly thanks both Hatch and Hahi for their work, treating the chaos as if it were merely troublesome rather than disastrous. Hatch argues that chasing Haho Mask is pointless now that the Red Bulls have already taken over Sura Canyon and the main questline should take priority. Shiro quietly considers that argument and begins to shift her stance. She orders them to stop searching for Haho Mask and focus entirely on the main questline instead, which Hatch gratefully accepts at once. After ending the call, Shiro is left alone with her thoughts. She leans back, already imagining the inevitable clash ahead. To her, the strongest are destined to cross paths sooner or later. She decides she will eventually corner Haho Mask and see how long he can keep running from her. Meanwhile in Sura Canyon, the protagonist begins farming demon goats, level 75 monsters. He cuts one down cleanly with a single decisive strike. His skeletons finish the kill and stand over the corpse with him. The system rewards him with 2 level ups, bringing him to level 62 and confirming that his grinding plan is working. He decides to keep pushing until he is strong enough to head toward Parang Forest, while dumping his stat gains into strength. But his growing fame catches up again when a group of players spots him and starts wondering if he might be Haho Mask. Recognition turns into a frenzy as they swarm him with adoration and beg for his attention. Their suffocating affection only irritates him further. He flees with his skeletons in tow, shouting for the crowd to leave him alone. As he runs, he bitterly reflects on how his own viral fame created this nightmare. The source of the problem is clear. His Bear Warrior solo raid video became a massive hit online. At first, he had only been excited to see how much money the successful video might bring in. Instead, the fame made him instantly recognizable wherever he went. Soon he was being mobbed so constantly that he could barely hunt anymore. Realizing the crowd will only get worse, he orders his skeletons to change course and head for Sura Canyon immediately. He reasons that the high-level monsters there should keep ordinary players away, until he notices Shev waiting in the canyon after all. He arrives with his undead escort, and Shev greets the sight with interest. Shev cheerfully greets him like an old acquaintance. The protagonist can only despair at this terrible timing. Shev recognizes him as the player from the beginner's village and jokes about how awkward it was when the protagonist vanished without a word. He is impressed by how quickly the protagonist has leveled, noting the jump from the beginner's village to Sura Canyon in just a few months. Trying to stay cautious, the protagonist asks what a high-ranked player like Shev is doing in a place like this. Shev explains that the Red Bulls took control of Sura Canyon the day before. They established a base here because the canyon lies close to the main quest line, making it strategically valuable. Shev also admits he came partly because he hoped Haho Mask might show up here. Then he casually reveals he has already watched the Bear Warrior raid video and has been lingering in the area because he is a fan, leaving the protagonist and even his skeletons dumbfounded. Shev enthusiastically asks whether the protagonist is curious too about who Haho Mask really is. When Shev starts inviting him to help search for Haho Mask, the protagonist loudly insists he has no idea who that is and keeps running. He sprints through the canyon, exhausted and exasperated. At this point, he can only ask why everyone in the world seems determined to hunt him down. He realizes the pressure is getting absurd, with both Shiro and Shev representing top guilds now circling around him and threatening to derail his progress. Unable to level properly under that pressure, he wonders if he should move somewhere else, even though this is still the best training ground nearby. Then he suddenly remembers the map Ma Wung gave him. Checking it again, he recalls that there should be a rare dungeon hidden somewhere around this region. That realization gives him a new direction at last. Following the clue leads him to a secluded waterfall basin, exactly the kind of hard-to-reach place where rare dungeons are usually hidden. Standing before the hidden site, he decides the danger will be worth it if the reward is as great as he expects. A silver-haired player dives into an underwater cavern while his summoned skeletons follow behind him. With only 20 seconds of air left, he trusts an old map and pushes deeper in search of a hidden dungeon. As the timer drops fast, he races toward a glowing opening and hopes he can reach it before he drowns. He finally spots the entrance and realizes he was right about the dungeon's location. Even with only seconds remaining, he forces himself onward despite how far the entrance still is. At the last possible moment, he commits to one final desperate push. He bursts through the waterline and survives by a hair. The system confirms he has entered the hidden dungeon and rewards him with titles for uncovering it. Relieved and vindicated, he decides this secret place is perfect for hiding from the people chasing him. As he explores the crystal-filled cave, he expects the monsters here to be unusually strong because the dungeon is hidden. A strange presence ahead makes him stop and pay attention. A small red warning light reveals that something has noticed him first. He immediately recognizes that this is not an ordinary encounter. The first enemy turns out to be a harmless-looking slime, which catches him completely off guard. For a moment he can only stare, baffled that such a weak monster appeared in a hidden dungeon. The slime and his party size each other up in awkward silence. Annoyed, he complains that he did not risk his life to find a secret dungeon full of trash mobs. Then the slime suddenly ignites, and his contempt turns into caution. He quickly realizes the fire means this dungeon may contain spirit-type monsters. He recalls that spirit monsters are rare and valuable because they drop materials used for elemental items. That revelation instantly changes his mood, and he sees a fortune waiting to be harvested. Greedy now, he orders his skeletons to wipe out every spirit slime they can find. The slime panics as the undead rush it. His summons close in, expecting an easy kill, but he senses a much more dangerous presence entering the fight. A level 70 salamander suddenly appears to protect the slime, revealing that the dungeon's real threat is far above what he expected. He is stunned to see a mid-rank flame spirit monster appear so early. The salamander immediately prepares a fire attack. It launches a massive fireball, forcing him and his summons to dive for cover. After barely avoiding the blast, he realizes the monster's firepower is absurd for this stage. Knowing the situation will spiral if he hesitates, he decides to use a trump card. He activates a special enhancement item he had been saving. First he equips one skeleton with Madness Helm, turning it into a far more aggressive fighter. Then he adds bone armor to harden its body. Finally, he uses the expensive Black Orc skull to complete the upgrade and push the summon to a new tier. The transformed summon becomes a skeleton knight, a heavily armed elite undead warrior. The salamander charges anyway, still focused on protecting the slime. The skeleton knight meets the rush head-on with disciplined confidence. It accelerates with frightening speed, proving the upgrade worked. In a single exchange, the knight carves the salamander apart before it can overwhelm them. Pleased, he admires how effective the upgraded summon is in real combat. He proudly watches the skeleton knight fight exactly as he hoped. But the victory triggers a larger encounter as an entire herd of wild salamanders appears. What looked like a quick profit run suddenly turns into a full-scale battle. Instead of panicking, he grins at the chance to farm even more valuable drops. The salamanders roar and prepare a coordinated assault. He calmly accepts the challenge. Then he sends the skeleton knight forward as his main attacker. The knight tears through the herd in a storm of slashes, cutting down multiple salamanders at once. The system confirms the kills and grants experience, proving the upgraded summon can auto-farm efficiently. His other skeletons practically celebrate the skeleton knight's performance while he watches in satisfaction. He starts fantasizing about how easy life will be now that his summons can hunt for him. He realizes that once a skeleton is upgraded, it can farm automatically without constant micromanagement. Since salamander essence sells for more than expected, the profits already justify the cost of the upgrade. That makes him decide to keep farming until he can upgrade all of his skeletons. With his confidence rising, he pushes deeper and aims to clear the dungeon boss next. An hour later, the easy farming starts to feel suspiciously convenient. His suspicion is confirmed when he discovers a portal to an instance dungeon called Throne Room hidden inside the cave. He immediately understands the danger, because once he enters an instance dungeon he cannot simply back out. Failing inside would lock him out for 2 days, enough time for rival groups like Thunder Hunters or Red Bulls to overtake him in the main quest. But with nowhere else to progress, he concludes he has no real alternative. So he reaches for the portal and commits himself to the gamble. He decides to trust luck and go in anyway. The system transfers him and his undead party into the throne room, a vast hall lined with knight statues. As he advances, he notes the place looks like an abandoned temple guarded by stone knights. Then he notices every statue bears blade marks, which tells him something violent happened here before. That detail makes him tense up immediately. At the far end of the hall, he spots a figure seated on the throne. The armored figure begins to stir, confirming it is no statue at all. Green spirit fire flares to life as the boss awakens. He instantly realizes he has walked into a far worse fight than he expected. He orders his skeletons into a defensive formation before the enemy can strike. They raise a barrier just as the boss unleashes a devastating energy slash. The attack obliterates his basic skeleton warriors in one blow, leaving him exposed. Seeing his front line erased, he curses the situation. The boss reveals itself as a level 80 Spirit Knight, a monster he never expected to encounter here. He remembers that the Spirit Knight is infamous for having the highest grade battle AI among monsters. Worse, he has fought this enemy once before in his previous life. Back then he had been around his current level and even had an entire guild with him. It had not mattered because the Spirit Knight annihilated all of them. That memory reminds him how hopeless the fight once was. But this time he refuses to accept the same defeat. He resummons skeleton warriors and throws everything he has back into the fight. Knowing hesitation means death, he orders a full-force assault from the very start. The Spirit Knight answers by drawing its blade and meeting the charge effortlessly. Its sweeping counterattack tears through his summons and forces him and the skeleton knight to evade. He realizes again that the boss's skill and speed are monstrous. Still, he and the skeleton knight press in together and manage to land a coordinated strike. One surviving skeleton tries to exploit the opening from the side. The Spirit Knight reacts instantly and intercepts the attack without losing control of the fight. The skeleton's attempt only creates a dangerous distraction. Furious, he snaps at the summon to get out of the way. The skeleton tries to help by charging a spirit blast instead. The explosion knocks everyone back but still fails to turn the battle. He realizes that even a direct stab through the torso is not a decisive hit on the Spirit Knight. The boss simply reconstitutes itself and keeps advancing. Under pressure, he admits his normal skeletons and even the golem are useless here, and he starts running out of options. In the middle of that desperation, a memory interrupts him with a harsh rebuke. He remembers someone once asking why he would recklessly charge a monster far bigger than himself. His own answer had been that he never really had a rational reason. He had only known that if he did not beat the enemy, he would not survive. The memory leaves a bitter laugh behind. That reminder snaps him out of overthinking, and he decides to fight the way he always has. If critical hits are impossible, he resolves to win by piling up relentless damage instead. When repeated strikes begin to connect, he sees that the plan is actually working. But the Spirit Knight adapts in real time and starts accelerating even further. It slams him with a brutal counter, drawing blood and nearly breaking his momentum. He spits out pain but refuses to fall. Then he notices something important about the boss's behavior. He realizes the opening it showed was bait, and he curses the boss for trying to trick him. The Skeleton Knight immediately moves to capitalize on that realization. Together they force the Spirit Knight to retreat up the wall and reposition. Seeing the shift, he steadies himself and prepares to press the advantage. He hardens his resolve with the same simple rule as before: if he loses here, he gets nothing. With that mindset, he and the Skeleton Knight attack as a synchronized pair. Elsewhere, the story briefly shifts to Sura Canyon Village, where other players are discussing the region. A group notices the village is thriving more than expected under current control. A red-haired woman explains that the Red Bulls secured the area and stabilized its supply route. Her blonde companion jokes that this success might finally lure Hoben Mask into their territory. She complains that he has become strangely obsessed with that player even though Hoben Mask has only been hunting weak monsters. He argues that those monsters are only weak from their perspective, and that in a game where pain feels real, few people would dare challenge stronger enemies. He concludes that anyone who does is either insane or born for battle, and in his eyes, Hoben Mask is both. Back in the throne room, the Spirit Knight suddenly ignites one arm with fire, changing the nature of the fight again. It follows with a flaming sword technique that tears through the battlefield. He is horrified to learn that even losing an arm barely slows the boss down. He tries to steady his breathing and keep control. For a brief moment, he forces himself calm enough to think clearly again. Then he and the Skeleton Knight launch another coordinated charge. The Spirit Knight meets them with a fusion of spirit and flame power. Its next strike detonates the floor and sends fire erupting everywhere. The blast throws him and his ally back and nearly buries them under debris. As he scrambles through the rubble, he realizes the boss is actively trying to trap and crush him. He calls to the Skeleton Knight and has it repositioned with him in midair. They answer with another fast slash that finally lands cleanly. The Skeleton Knight follows up immediately, adding a second hit before the boss can recover. Their combined assault starts to break through the Spirit Knight's defense. Seeing the damage accumulate, he believes victory is finally within reach. He convinces himself that a little more pressure will end the fight. But the boss's core suddenly darkens and shifts, signaling yet another escalation. It erupts into a far more violent flame state and unleashes a devastating area attack. The entire chamber floods with fire as the Spirit Knight's power spikes again. He realizes in shock that the boss has grown even stronger in the middle of the battle. A burning projectile or blade fragment whips past, showing the attack is still continuing. He barely blocks the next flaming strike, but the impact drives him back hard. Now he understands the boss has completely changed patterns and entered a new phase unlike the earlier fight. Frustrated and cornered, he decides he cannot keep reacting forever. So he lunges in close and commits to a direct body-level strike instead of another cautious exchange. He starts to call for the Skeleton Knight to follow up, trying to chain the attack into a finishing sequence. Before he can complete the command, a blazing cross-shaped counterattack crashes into him and cuts the moment short. A blazing Spirit Knight crashes down with explosive force, immediately seizing control of the battlefield. The white-haired necromancer realizes too late that he focused on directing his skeletons and left himself exposed. As the Spirit Knight surges upward in flames, he understands the situation has turned dangerous. Something cuts across the chaos fast enough to interrupt the knight's momentum. His horned skeleton warrior throws itself into the attack and intercepts the Spirit Knight before it can finish him. The necromancer is stunned to hear that his skeleton warrior has been destroyed, even as he sees it still moving. The battered skeleton warrior tries to address him, proving it has not truly fallen yet. He learns the truth. After taking too much damage, the skeleton warrior has shifted into a spirit state instead of dying outright. In that form, the warrior manifests spectral weapons and re-enters the fight to protect its master. The necromancer curses the skeleton for forcing him to keep fighting instead of giving up. Using the opening, he launches Bone Bomb and sends skull-shaped explosives swarming toward the Spirit Knight. The Spirit Knight endures the magical blast far better than expected, confirming brute force alone will not finish it. So he closes the distance himself and follows up with a direct flaming strike. He pushes through the clash, determined to hold out just a little longer. He triggers Bone Bomb again, this time with a different purpose. The second detonation tears up the ground and forces the Spirit Knight to weather another violent blast. Even then, he judges the damage insufficient and prepares to press the trick one more time. He drives in again while the knight is still reeling from the chained explosions. As he advances, he reveals that he knew spirit-type monsters resist ordinary magic. He mocks the obvious weakness, making it clear the bombs were never meant to rely on magic damage alone. He explains that he mixed fragments from his own skeleton summons into the bombs. With that setup complete, he activates another skill to capitalize on the embedded remains. Skeleton Fragments Max Summon erupts around the Spirit Knight, surrounding it with a mass resurrection of skeletal bodies. Declaring the fight over, he commits to the finishing blow while the enemy is pinned. The newly summoned skeletons latch onto the Spirit Knight and hold it in place for him. He sweeps through with a decisive blue-tinged slash. The system confirms the Spirit Knight's defeat and showers him with gold, experience, a title, and an armor fragment. He levels up from the victory, gaining another surge of strength. For a moment he quietly absorbs the result, recognizing how improbable the win was. He remembers that in his previous life no ordinary party could have beaten a Spirit Knight, and that many died trying. Now, instead of corpses and failure, his skeletons are still with him, proof that this timeline is already diverging. His skeleton warrior, restored and alert, waits for his reaction. He reflects that things are different now than they were before his regression. He praises his skeletons for carrying him through the impossible fight. The skeletons beam with pride at the compliment, utterly devoted to him. Just as he expects to leave, the dungeon opens deeper instead, making him fear another boss encounter. Then he realizes the new chamber is something else entirely. A rare reward room appears, offering a special treasure instead of another battle. Relieved beyond measure, he rushes toward it with sincere gratitude. He starts fantasizing about valuable loot, convinced the reward room will finally pay off. But when he opens the chest, he finds only an old book and is instantly disappointed. He recognizes it as research notes tied to the main quest, something he already memorized in his previous life. Furious, he complains that a reward room has handed him what looks like useless junk instead of money or weapons. Then the book's significance suddenly clicks in his mind. The story shifts to Parung Forest, where he resumes his next objective. Outside the dungeon, he decides he has leveled enough for now and should return to the main quest line. He calls his skeletons to follow him into the forest. Now equipped in matching red gear, the skeletons show off their upgraded appearances with obvious pride. Watching them strut around, he notes how excited they are by the change. He admits their excitement makes sense, because the reward room item turned out to be far more valuable than it first seemed. The book grants armament, an overpowered skill that lets him equip his own gear onto his summons. He realizes this means he can strengthen his skeletons far beyond his level, though outfitting them will cost a fortune. He warns the skeletons they had better justify the expense, even if he says it half-jokingly. Before he can move on, a group of players steps out and addresses him by his famous alias, Haho Mask. They approach with admiration, confirming that his reputation has already spread. Their leader begins a theatrical introduction, clearly enjoying the moment. One of them grandly declares that they live by romance. Another completes the slogan by saying they die by romance. Together they present themselves as the romantic outlaws, the R2 family, with absurd self-importance. He immediately concludes that only weirdos would keep playing a game full of people like this. Still, he keeps walking, hoping to ignore them and move on. The trio keeps pace beside him, flattering his skill and refusing to take the hint. Their persistence quickly wears down his patience. They keep acting friendly and impressed, even while failing to notice how much they are irritating him. He finally snaps and tells them to leave him alone, but they insist he still has not answered them. Their leader openly asks him to join their group, framing it as a plea to protect their romance. They formally explain that they are the R2 family, and that they are training in Parung Forest to reach level 100. They admit the monsters in this area are too strong for them to handle. Because they cannot hunt here safely, they have been searching for stronger party members. They add that nobody has wanted to join them, which he finds entirely unsurprising. Even after his obvious refusal, they keep begging him to reconsider. Their captain even grabs his hand and pleads face-to-face for him to join and protect their ideals. After enduring the nonsense for a while, the scene skips ahead to the aftermath of his response. He makes it absolutely clear that he wants nothing to do with their romantic delusions or any party at all. To end the matter, he threatens to kill them if they follow him again. Bruised in pride and body, the R2 family watches him leave with his skeletons. They lament that he was their last hope and wonder if they should abandon the forest altogether. Then one of them remembers another group they encountered before, the Toon family. A message arrives from that group asking for help, abruptly changing their mood. Before they can decide what to do, something massive slams into the ground nearby. A black ogre charges at the necromancer's group, forcing him back into combat. He orders all of his skeletons to attack at once without holding anything back. He launches himself into the fight to meet the threat head-on. His strike cuts the black ogre down in a single clean motion. The system confirms the kill and grants him more experience. Counting the corpses around him, he notes that he has already killed 55 of them. Compared to the Spirit Knight, these monsters now feel simple and predictable to him. He checks his progress and is satisfied that the easy kills are helping him level quickly. His current quest still demands traces of armored monsters in Parung Forest, but he has found nothing yet. That lack of progress frustrates him, because he still has not advanced the main quest at all. He worries that while he wastes time here, the top guilds are probably already moving ahead in the main storyline. He briefly considers asking the R2 family for information before deciding he would rather not deal with them again. The thought of cooperating with those eccentrics disgusts him enough to dismiss the idea immediately. A distant explosion interrupts his thoughts and suggests another group is in serious trouble nearby. He realizes someone is aggroing huge numbers of monsters and wonders what kind of enemy could cause that much chaos. Then a flash of insight makes him connect the disturbance to the armored monsters he has been searching for. He instantly recognizes this as the clue he needed and rushes toward it. At the same time, the Toon family captain struggles desperately against the crushing assault. He finally understands that the enemy before them is far beyond what they expected. An army of armored ogres pours through the forest under the command of a hidden leader. The captain realizes their weapons are ineffective against the armor and that the monsters are advancing in disciplined formation. He concludes these enemies should not even exist in this area, which means something abnormal is controlling them. Watching the organized horde, he suspects a single mastermind is directing the entire army. That suspicion lands on a looming unidentified figure at the rear of the formation. The captain understands that a monster capable of commanding other monsters is beyond what his family can survive alone. Trying to buy time, one of his allies throws up a wall of fire to block the advance. The flames slow the armored ogres, but only briefly. The captain checks on his men, realizing they are all near their limit. He sees that the Toon family is nearly wiped out and that even their current line will not hold much longer. One ally panics and suggests they flee before they are all killed. The captain agrees their odds are terrible, but reaches a different conclusion. Instead of retreating, he decides to beg for outside help if that is what it takes to save his people. He calls out desperately, only to be shoved away by someone who wants no burden from him. Even as he tries to ask again, he is met with open rejection and contempt. The Toon family huddles together in despair, bracing for the end. Then the captain steels himself and makes a final decision. He orders his remaining men to spend all their mana opening an escape route for the rest of the Toon family. He explains that they know too well what it feels like to be abandoned when help is needed most. Because of that, he refuses to abandon the people behind them, even now. He chooses to stay behind alone and hold off the monsters while his men go save the others. Charging forward, he vows that the monsters will not pass him. He throws himself into the horde with everything he has left, trying to carve out one last stand. For a moment he thinks his effort is working and that he can keep the line together. Then a heavier armored ogre smashes through and sends him flying. He crashes to the ground, badly hurt and barely able to rise. Even so, he refuses to accept that this is the end. When a massive armored foe closes in, he realizes his strength still is not enough. The ogre's blow pins him down and leaves him helpless. At that instant, a cold voice tells him to stop pretending to be cool. The necromancer arrives in a blur and cuts down the attacking armored ogre before it can finish the captain. The captain stares in shock as his supposed rejecter suddenly stands over him as a savior. The necromancer immediately denies any heroic motive, insisting he came only to stop others from stealing his monsters. Ignoring the captain's confusion, he turns to his skeletons and prepares them for battle. With a simple order, he unleashes them on the armored ogres. His armed skeletons tear into the horde with speed and precision that the Toon family can barely follow. The captain is left speechless, unable to believe familiars can move like elite warriors. Watching the slaughter, he realizes this necromancer's summons exceed anything a normal necromancer should command. He begins to question who Hoben Mask really is. Meanwhile, the hidden commander roars in anger as its army is cut apart. The necromancer and his skeletons rapidly dismantle the armored ogres, turning the battlefield around. The system confirms the defeat of the armored ogres, and he dismisses them as mere small fry. He advances through the bodies and calls out to the true leader behind the army. With a grin, he promises that the commander will soon be reunited with its fallen subordinates. The commander answers with a low, furious growl. He casually tells his skeletons to move the obstacle aside because it is blocking his path. Something enormous shifts forward under that command. He remains perfectly calm as the pressure in front of him intensifies. Then the real boss reveals itself, a level 80 helm ogre towering over the battlefield. From a distance, the battered Toon family can only hope Hoben Mask can somehow survive a monster like that. A surviving knight from the Toon family arrives and points out the ogre's strange eyes, hinting that the monster is not acting naturally. He realizes the ogre's black and red eyes mark it as a corrupt monster tied directly to the main quest. That also means the enemy is far stronger than ordinary monsters, roughly triple the usual threat. Even knowing that, Hoben Mask closes in and tests the helm ogre head-on. The ogre answers with overwhelming force and blasts him away, proving brute force will not be enough. Hoben Mask judges that this boss is far tougher than its lesser followers. The survivors panic and warn him not to get close, fearing he is about to be crushed. The helm ogre gathers corrupt power and prepares a decisive counterattack. As the monster lunges, the onlookers realize the killing blow is coming. One of the survivors loses hope, convinced even Hoben Mask cannot withstand that charge. Instead of retreating, Hoben Mask commits to a stronger move and unleashes blue energy. He challenges the ogre to stop what he is about to do. His power condenses into a single brilliant point. He drives that concentrated strike straight through the ogre. The attack cleanly bisects the monster and ends the fight in one blow. The helm ogre collapses dead in front of the battered party he just saved. The survivors stare in disbelief as they process that he actually won. System rewards confirm the kill, grant gold and experience, and even level him up, leaving him pleased by how easy it was. He also secures the ogre's helmet fragment, completes Ma Wung's request, and decides to return to continue the main quest. Before leaving, he remembers that the loot division still has to be settled with the people he rescued. He tallies the haul from 20 black orcs and 1 rare helm ogre and assumes it should be worth a fortune. By the game's rules, the first attacker normally gets to decide how drops are split. That thought irritates him, because he did all the real work. He admits he originally planned to wait until the others died so he could avoid exactly this complication. But hearing them talk about being abandoned when they most needed help stirred something in him. He is unsettled by how strongly that memory moved him. He realizes he intervened almost instinctively after hearing their desperation. The rescued group sincerely thanks him and credits him with their survival. Their gratitude softens him, at least a little. Then the mood shifts when they stop him from simply walking away. He immediately suspects they are about to fight over the money after all. He bitterly concludes that money matters more than decency to most people. Instead, the group crowds around him for something completely unexpected. They explain that they only want selfies with him as proof they were present during the raid, not a share of the loot. Their leader repeats his question about splitting drops as if the idea itself is strange. He even checks with the Toon family to see whether they want any of the rewards. One of them starts to admit the drops are valuable, only to get cut off. Their leader pressures the others into publicly insisting that Hoben Mask deserves everything because he saved them. The group enthusiastically backs that decision and bizarrely frames it as some kind of romantic gesture. Hoben Mask can only stare, unable to understand what romance has to do with any of this. He leaves still baffled by their behavior. With his skeleton companions following, he heads off to continue the quest. As he moves, the group unexpectedly invites him to join their family. They admit they are not especially skilled, but promise loyalty and support whenever he needs it. He sees that, foolish as they seem, adventuring with them would probably be fun. But he rejects that temptation because staying comfortable with people like them would keep him from becoming stronger. He steels himself and accepts the harsher path ahead. To become the best version of himself, he decides he must be ready to challenge even the top 30 guilds. He urges his skeletons to pick up the pace. His focus returns to finishing this quest quickly and moving on to the next. Elsewhere, a massive armored beast falls in battle. A woman in white stands atop the corpse while a gathered force witnesses her victory. Her allies celebrate and treat the kill as routine, while she finds the success almost too easy. Her followers hail her as the Thunder Queen. Two close subordinates approach with praise and say they have new information to report. The first report is that 2 of the top 30 guilds have gone to war, Triple Wing and Big Smile. The conflict began when Burke of Big Smile picked a fight with a Triple Wing member during a raid. Since then both guilds have poured huge resources into the feud, and Big Smile has suffered especially badly. She dismisses the war as foolish, especially during such a critical phase of the main quest line. She coldly says she hopes one of the 2 guilds collapses because of it. Her subordinate hesitates before delivering the second report. The second report is that Hoben Mask appears to have defeated the Helm Ogre, and is somehow always ahead of them in the main quest. Instead of anger, that news draws a faint smile from her. Her subordinate is shocked that she seems pleased rather than offended, and she decides they need to accelerate as well. She orders them to get the next quest from Ma Woon because the Thunder Hunters must take over Chapter 2 of the main quest line. The story shifts to Bansa Castle. There, Hoben Mask is greeted by his infuriating teacher with exaggerated warmth. He immediately regrets having to deal with this man again. The teacher says Ma Woon praised his performance, and that he now qualifies for something new. That reward is the Secret Order's ring, a unique item that greatly boosts all stats, recovery, and job-related attributes. Seeing such a powerful reward, Hoben Mask realizes this teacher has been manipulating him from the start. He remembers how eagerly he agreed earlier when he first heard he could join the Secret Order. At the time, he was warned that joining meant risking his life, and he accepted without hesitation. He had dressed that greed up as noble resolve, but his real motive was simply wanting the ring's stat bonuses. Now the teacher reveals the catch and tells him to seek out his old master again for the Order's emblem. That instantly ruins his excitement. When he demands an explanation, he learns his teacher is also in the Secret Order and controls the next step. Hoben Mask realizes the man never intended to hand over the reward easily. The teacher smugly confirms it and demands to be begged properly. Humiliated but desperate, Hoben Mask drops to his knees. The teacher pauses, savoring the moment. Hoben Mask bitterly admits that this trick works on him every time. He finally bows and asks for the ring, deciding the reward is too valuable to refuse. After forcing himself through the humiliation, he receives the ring and seethes while the teacher casually moves on. Now accepted into the Secret Order, he is told his next mission is meant to make him stronger. That mission sends him to the war zone. He is shown a battlefield outside a castle where monsters and fighters are locked in chaos. He recognizes the place at once. It is the battlefield, a special combat zone beyond the castle walls. The area is defined by an endless stream of monsters pouring in from outside the castle. Because the swarm continues for a limited time without stopping, it is far more dangerous than a normal raid. But the danger is balanced by rewards that scale with how many monsters a player kills, making it a potential gold mine. His mission is formally set: defeat the monsters beyond Turb Castle's walls, with reward rank based on kill count. He is thrilled because he had wanted to come here even before reincarnating, but his old guildmates never agreed. He heads out excitedly, already thinking about preparations. Unseen by him, a hidden observer watches from the street. That spy reports that she has found Hoben Mask and wonders whether potions and recovery clay will be enough for what is coming. The scene cuts to a bald man lying bloodied on the floor. Another fighter is shown badly mauled as well, evidence of a brutal defeat. A tiger-like beast snarls over the survivors while one of them trembles in terror. The terrified man begs for mercy. A powerful figure mocks them for failing to handle even a single rookie. Apollo, guild master of Apollo Guild, condemns them for returning empty-handed after that humiliation. His anger visibly swells. He taunts the cowering subordinate as prey while the man scrambles to explain himself. The excuse is that the Thunder Hunters interfered, making it impossible to act. Apollo learns that the Thunder Hunters are trying to recruit Haho Mask and immediately resents the move. He decides Haho Mask must be getting arrogant because top guilds are backing him, and resolves to exploit that. At the same time, Heavybean of Big Smile contacts Apollo during a meal. Apollo is annoyed to hear from him at all. Heavybean asks Apollo to teach Haho Mask a lesson, identifying him as the rookie who has been rising fast. Apollo's irritation deepens as he remembers the insult. Heavybean explains that Haho Mask attacked his guild members and never apologized. To Heavybean, the real offense is that Haho Mask made him look ridiculous. Apollo repeats that phrase and immediately understands the emotional leverage. He pretends the matter is too petty for a major guild to get involved in. Heavybean instantly threatens to cut off Big Smile's sponsorship if Apollo refuses. He reminds Apollo that his money helped make Big Smile a top 30 guild in the first place. The threat becomes explicit. If Apollo will not grant even this small favor, the funding ends. Apollo's patience snaps. But after venting, he decides to accept and promises to punish Haho Mask immediately. He ends the call, outwardly cooperative. The moment the connection closes, he explodes in frustration. He rages that refusing would cost too much, while openly attacking Haho Mask would damage the guild's reputation. At that moment, a woman offers her help. Cho Wurung, a reserve affiliate of Big Smile, asks whether all Apollo needs is for Haho Mask to disappear. Apollo realizes that using someone not yet officially tied to the guild would protect Big Smile's image and asks if she can do it. She accepts at once, saying she owes him her life and wants to repay that debt. With murderous intent, she vows to eliminate Haho Mask. Back at the battlefield, Haho Mask arrives calm and ready. A call goes out ordering all participants to report to the castle gate immediately. Players gather before the gate as the event is about to begin. The gate guards demand everyone's attention. Bagel, captain of Turb Castle Wall Management, announces that the gate will now open and warns everyone to be prepared. Haho Mask recognizes Bagel as a main NPC and immediately understands the area's importance. The rules are explained. Beyond the walls is a lawless monster zone. The gates will stay shut for 144 hours, and rewards depend on how many monsters each player kills. Bagel stresses that no one will be allowed back in before the time limit ends. Then another announcement reveals that all participants are also receiving a special mission. Each player checks the new assignment in surprise. The special target is the Blue Giant, a battlefield mutant whose defeat grants a unique skill book. That reward makes Haho Mask freeze. He realizes the prize is not ordinary loot but a unique skill book. Because such books grant unique rank skills and are extraordinarily rare even by his past life standards, he is stunned they are offering one here. He immediately senses the reward may be too generous to be safe. Around him, other players reach the same conclusion and become visibly greedy. Haho Mask decides he must claim the book, which means eliminating any serious competition. He quietly marks the strongest rivals near the gate. For him, the real question is no longer whether he can beat the Blue Giant. It is whether he can get to the prize before anyone else does, so he tells everyone to brace themselves. The gate opens, and he launches forward the instant the path clears, determined to beat the others to the hunt. He surges out ahead of the crowd, leaving the rest scrambling after him as the race for the Blue Giant begins. Two pursuers realize Haho Mask has uncovered something and prepare to chase him, but a newcomer stops them with another idea. A masked green-haired woman proposes an alliance, catching the gathered hunters off guard. Instead of listening, one veteran dismisses her as an inexperienced nobody and insists they will handle Haho Mask themselves. He escalates from contempt to outright insult, trying to put her in her place. She answers by instantly cutting him down, proving she is far more dangerous than he assumed. As the man collapses in blood, the crowd recoils while she treats the violence as if everyone else is overreacting. She clarifies that she does not actually care about the unique skill book and only wants Haho Mask dead. Planting herself firmly, she moves from suggestion to coercion. She offers a bargain: obey her, and she will hand over the unique skill book, which she claims they are too weak to win on their own anyway. Her blunt logic unsettles the others, but it also tempts them. The alliance she forced together advances into the hunting ground under watchful eyes. From above, Haho Mask notices that a whole group has assembled specifically to kill him. He finds the situation irritating because he already has monsters to deal with and now must deal with hunters too. Rather than avoid them, he decides to accept the nuisance head-on. Meanwhile, the woman reassures herself that sheer numbers should be enough to overwhelm Haho Mask. Even as she prepares for battle, she is already thinking past his death. In her mind, killing Haho Mask will earn Heavybean's approval and secure her an official place in Big Smile with subordinates of her own. She imagines the status and admiration that would come with that promotion. Her fantasy turns domestic and absurdly self-indulgent as she pictures being served like a noblewoman. She imagines attendants catering to her every need while she lounges in comfort. What excites her most is the thought that rank will let her own as much furniture as she wants. She is snapped out of the fantasy when someone urgently calls her name. The real crisis arrives at once as a monster wave surges toward the group. She immediately takes command and orders everyone into formation, though one ally senses that this wave is abnormal. The group realizes the number of monsters is far beyond a normal wave and that they are being overwhelmed. Cho Woo-rung sees their formation is about to collapse and understands the situation is far worse than planned. Her suspicion turns upward toward the true source of the disaster. Haho Mask openly mocks the idea that they dared to gang up on him. He reveals the trap with manic delight, having deliberately drawn the monsters to them. Cho Woo-rung is stunned that he really used the monster wave as a weapon against the alliance. As he revels in the chaos with his skeletal followers, she realizes he lured the monsters in on purpose. The first consequence lands immediately when one of her allies is torn apart. The alliance starts breaking as monsters maul another member, and panic spreads through the ranks. Her people beg Cho Woo-rung to admit they cannot hold and that there are simply too many monsters. Pressed from every side, they plead for permission to retreat. Cho Woo-rung bitterly realizes her ambush has been completely reversed and used against her. Forced to adapt, she makes a new decision. She orders the others to hold the monsters as long as they can, reasoning that killing the ringleader will calm the wave. In truth, she means to abandon the lesser hunters as bait while she personally goes after Haho Mask. She cuts through the battlefield toward him, declaring she will face him alone. Haho Mask watches her approach while idly criticizing the theatrics around him. Her sudden arrival finally earns his attention. She tears across the ground in a direct charge toward his perch. Reaching him, she formally challenges Haho Mask to a one-on-one duel. He immediately rejects the premise, amused that she expected him to honor her terms. Instead, he identifies her as the true leader behind the alliance, and targets her accordingly. Before fighting seriously, he decides to question her. He asks whether he knows her, because her hatred feels too personal for a stranger. He points out that someone he has never met should not want him dead this badly. Cho Woo-rung hides the truth about Heavy Bean and claims she only wants to remove a rival for the unique skill book. Haho Mask immediately doubts that explanation. He attacks the lie itself, not just her blade. Reading her expression, he concludes she does not care about the skill book at all. Cho Woo-rung answers his insight with force, launching a furious close-range assault. The two exchange rapid blows, testing each other's speed and skill. Haho Mask admits to himself that her movements are genuinely impressive. She changes tactics mid-fight and prepares a hidden move. Cho Woo-rung unleashes Bone Bomb, hurling an explosive skull at him. The blast tears through the area, but Haho Mask escapes the explosion. Seeing him unharmed, she realizes he is too capable to be an unknown and demands to know what group he belongs to. He refuses to answer directly and lets the question hang. Instead, he tells her to discover the truth herself and activates a new power. With Slot on, he equips enhanced gear and surges with green energy. Haho Mask recognizes that Cho Woo-rung has become fully serious, which forces him to do the same. He weighs whether to kill her quickly or hold back for information, then realizes she is too dangerous to toy with. Annoyed by the complication, he decides to stop restraining himself. He invites her to come at him with everything she has. Cho Woo-rung accepts and vows to fight in earnest as well, while his skeletons watch like spectators. Their audience settles in as if the duel has become entertainment. When she notices the skeletons, Haho Mask casually explains that he already ordered them not to interfere. That only confuses her more, because it means he truly intends to honor the duel in his own way. He reminds her that she was the one who demanded a one-on-one fight. Then he points out that summoned creatures would have no place in a true duel, exposing her assumption. Cho Woo-rung realizes she misjudged him as merely reckless when he is actually straightforward in a dangerous way. She decides that this very naivete will be what kills him and launches her finishing attempt. She rushes in with lethal intent, convinced this strike will end Haho Mask. At the last instant, he intercepts her attack at point-blank range. He taunts her for activating her trump card without seeming any stronger than before. Then he notices the real change too late as she slips past his guard. Cho Woo-rung lands a clean hit and finally wounds him. Haho Mask realizes her speed has increased sharply and that she was hiding it until now. Even injured, she refuses to stop and presses the advantage. She unleashes a barrage of accelerated slashes that carve into him repeatedly. The sustained assault forces Haho Mask into real pain for the first time in the duel. Bleeding heavily, he drops to one knee while she moves in to finish him. But instead of simple triumph, Cho Woo-rung becomes weirdly delighted by the way he has collapsed, seeing him as the perfect chair in her furniture obsession. Still intoxicated by victory, she prepares the final blow in Heavy Bean's name. Haho Mask suddenly bows his head and seems to yield. When she closes in, he traps her weapon under his foot and steals the initiative. Her finishing move turns into an opening as he shifts beneath her and catches her off balance. Cho Woo-rung can only stare, unable to understand how the fight has reversed again. Haho Mask seizes on one phrase she lets slip and asks about Heavy Bean. The mention of Big Smile enrages him because it confirms the guild behind the attack. Cho Woo-rung freezes as his blade comes down toward her. Then the strike vanishes from where she expected it, leaving her confused for a heartbeat. The next moment she is no longer fighting but tied tightly to a pillar, completely captured. Now in control, Haho Mask calmly asks why Big Smile is targeting him. She tries to deflect and mock him, but he identifies her by name before she can keep pretending. He states plainly that she is Cho Wurong, Heavybeam's subordinate in Big Smile. Her denial is so weak and panicked that it only confirms he is right. Shaken, she demands to know how he figured her out. He explains that before his regression she was famous as Heavybeam's most prominent subordinate, so he eventually recognized her. He presses again for the reason Big Smile wants him dead, but she insists she truly does not know. Frustrated and cornered, she tells him to stop asking and just kill her. He refuses immediately. Haho Mask decides someone with her value is too useful to waste. He reasons that since she would revive in 2 days anyway, it is better to leave her bound and rotting than grant a clean death, until a new event interrupts him. With Blue Giant appearing, he leaves her tied up under threat of real death if she tries anything else. Left alone, Cho Wurong seethes in humiliation and fury. She replays how thoroughly he saw through her plan and even turned it back on her. The memory of his manic charge and confidence keeps haunting her. What unsettles her most is that he spared her not out of mercy but because he found her too useful to kill. That twisted logic leaves her trembling with anger. Her mind briefly warps the moment into romantic nonsense before she rejects the thought as impossible. Elsewhere, Cho Wurong sends an apology report under her real name. Heavybeam receives the message that Haho Mask was not eliminated and reacts with immediate frustration. Even so, he tells her she did enough and orders her to rest, masking his irritation. Once the call ends, he sits in silence and reassesses the failure. Then his composure breaks and he rages that even Cho Wurong, whom he trusted, could not kill Haho Mask. He quickly forces himself to think optimistically, telling himself Apollo still knows nothing and another attempt is possible. That hope dies when Apollo contacts him directly and asks whether Heavybeam was defeated by Haho Mask. Apollo makes clear that the story will spread that Big Smile, one of the top 30 guilds, lost to Haho Mask. He presses Heavybeam to consider the damage if that humiliation becomes public. Heavybeam can only laugh hollowly as he realizes everything is unraveling because of Haho Mask. Back at the battlefield, Haho Mask remains unaware of that conversation while someone curses him from afar. As he walks with his skeletons, he suddenly feels an odd itch and unease creeping over him. The story briefly frames the previous confrontation as the lead-in to the current episode. Haho Mask sums it up bluntly. Under his real name, An Jaehyun, he defeated yet another dangerous woman. He confirms that she was acting under orders from Big Smile, though their true motive for killing him remains unknown. Since he ran out of time to question her further, he chose first to defeat the event monster Blue Giant. That battle begins in earnest as the giant turns to face him. Even after everything, Haho Mask greets the next challenge with excitement about what comes next. After the fight, he lies exhausted and admits how close it was. He confirms that he barely managed to bring down Blue Giant, a level 85 event monster. What bothers him is that the monster had the durability of something far above its listed level, and drained him for half an hour at full power. He realizes the Alliance's interference accidentally saved the reward from being stolen, though he still resents them for it. So instead of gratitude, he decides anyone who attacks him will simply die. His thoughts return to Cho Wurong and the revelation that Big Smile sent a killer after him. He cannot understand why Big Smile is targeting him now when he never crossed paths with them in this timeline. Remembering his previous life, he recalls that his guild's sudden rise once made the top guilds feel threatened. Back then, those major guilds cooperated to destroy his side before it could grow further. At the center of that alliance stood Chai Seal-Yin's Thunder Hunters. He now wonders whether Chai Seal-Yin is behind the current plot as well. That possibility leaves him with a nagging sense that something is wrong beyond what he can yet see. He falls silent as he weighs the implications. Then he rejects overthinking, admitting this kind of scheming does not suit him. He settles on a simpler rule for the future. Anyone who blocks his path dies. Checking the event timer, he notes that about 138 hours remain. With that deadline in mind, he decides it is time to move. He strides off with his skeletons, focused on the next objective and the profit he intends to make from it. After 138 hours, the city gates are finally opened again. As people flood back inside, 2 battered players realize this run has gone badly wrong. One blames their trouble on provoking Haho Mask and on trusting Cho Wurong's advice in the first place. Their argument is cut off when someone addresses them like quarreling siblings. Haho Mask appears in an absurdly cheerful mood, baffling the 2 men instead of threatening them outright. He leans in and studies their faces, amused by how miserable they look. He mocks them for being duped and returning empty-handed, making it clear he knows exactly how badly they failed. The 2 can only seethe under the humiliation. Haho Mask laughs at their misfortune and treats it as deserved punishment. From nearby, a hidden observer quietly recognizes Haho Mask. Still laughing, Haho Mask vows that next time he will finish the job. The narration shifts into Cho Wurong's very biased memory of him. In that version, Haho Mask sounds like a love-struck lunatic before correcting himself into a murder threat. He brushes off the strange feeling and abruptly changes the subject. He loudly announces that he will reveal the top contributor to the mission. The winner is declared to be Necromancer Herkin. Haho Mask is delighted and immediately summons Herkin to his office. Inside, the meeting begins with open admiration for Herken's performance. Herken is praised for killing the most monsters and even taking down the blue giant. The official then explains that strange new blue-skin monsters with icy power have been appearing more and more often. He believes those creatures are coming from beyond the distant ice mountain. He wants to send an expedition past that mountain, but notices Herken is barely listening. Herken pretends to follow along, immediately jumps to the reward, and even identifies the Frozen Kingdom map on his own. The official sees right through him and calls him completely predictable. Before discussing payment, Herken is told that his master has sent him a letter. The message orders him to head to the Urgel Mountains, meet blacksmith Ulf, and learn about the next mission. Herken recognizes the Urgel Mountains as a brutal high-level area and suspects he was sent there either because he was useful or because someone wanted to torment him. Even so, he presses the official to hand over the promised reward first. He receives a unique no-name skill book as compensation. The official warns him to treasure it, but Herken's immediate devotion to the item makes that warning unnecessary. Excited by the chance at any unique skill, he eagerly wonders what he will get. He uses the skill book at once, hoping for something powerful. Instead, the book offers him a skill called clay play, leaving him stunned. Elsewhere, a furious woman demands to know who stole her target. Her subordinate tries to calm her, but she is already charging ahead. She unleashes a violent attack in rage. The blast tears through the area as her subordinate panics behind her. She reveals that unknown intruders suddenly appeared and stole the main quest monster her guild had been raiding. The theft is not just a loss of loot but a direct insult to her guild's claim. She cannot understand who would be reckless enough to interfere with them. Her aide reports that the culprits do not belong to any of the top 30 guilds, yet were skilled enough to evade pursuit. That only deepens her anger and suspicion. She orders her people to record the thieves' appearances, place bounties on them, and lock down the next boss respawn so no one can get close. Privately, she swears she will kill whoever stole her prey. In another place, a finger knocks over a chess piece as someone dryly calls the whole operation cruel. A man lounging nearby remarks that stealing the Thunder Hunter's target was a dangerous mission and nearly got him killed. A hooded woman answers that the timing simply changed because the Thunder Hunters cleared faster than expected. The man complains about the hassle and suggests killing everyone, but she warns that exposing themselves would ruin everything. A bespectacled leader agrees and reminds them that their purpose is to manipulate the game's balance from the shadows. He formally states the goal of the Hands Guild. Richard is identified as one of the Hands Guild members. Miguel is introduced next. Then Weaver is revealed as another member, speaking in an unreadable way. When someone asks about Haho Mask, the answer is simple. Singlet failed to stop him from clearing the main quest too quickly. Momo points out that Haho Mask's speed is the real problem. Singlet silently bristles at the criticism. He insists their first priority is still obstructing the top 30 guilds and says he will accept blame afterward. Miguel dismisses the speech as boring, but the group moves on. Hydra cuts off the chatter and orders everyone toward the next mission. The Hands Guild closes ranks around their leader, united by absolute loyalty to their master. Back with Herken, the new skills details finally appear. Clay Play lets him turn clay into a monster by offering monster byproducts, with the result growing closer to the original as proficiency rises. He quickly realizes this means his golem can potentially be reshaped into other monsters. His imagination immediately runs wild with dreams of riding dragons and using giant monsters in battle. Thrilled, he decides to test the skill right away with the blue giant's tooth. He activates Clay Play and channels the tooth into his golem. A transformed creature emerges, but it is far smaller than expected. Instead of a mighty pet, he gets a tiny, chibi-like blue giant imitation. The system bluntly explains that because the skill rank is low, the result is under half effective. Herken can only stare in disbelief before exploding in frustration at the game itself. Even after that disappointment, he reaches Urgel village to continue the mission. He grumbles that expecting an easy monster pet was foolish and reminds himself that such companions were rare even in his previous life. Accepting that Clay Play will need time to improve, he refocuses on the main quest. The mission prompt directs him again to meet blacksmith Ulf in the Urgel Mountains. Herken remembers Ulf very well. Ulf is not just a blacksmith but a member of the Secret Order, and the most famous smith NPC in the game. Many epic weapons were forged by Ulf, and Herken has never met him before because he only appears through the main storyline. That makes the meeting exciting, since this time he might finally get access to exceptional gear. He enters the forge expecting a proper audience. Instead, the workshop is empty except for a looming presence. Before Herken can understand what is happening, Ulf ambushes him from behind. The sudden strike blasts him across the room and shaves off his health. Herken is furious that someone is attacking him inside an NPC area. Ulf appears in the doorway and mocks him as a weak modern rookie. The old smith finally identifies himself as blacksmith NPC Ulf. After an awkward silence, Herken confirms Ulf's identity and demands to know why he was attacked. Ulf casually explains that the Secret Order tests its rookies by force. Herken is outraged that a surprise beating is being called a test. The system suddenly rewards him anyway with 2 titles for being the first to speak with Ulf and the first to survive against him. The rewards are so good that Herken's anger instantly turns into shameless devotion. He starts fawning over Ulf and offers himself for any task, which only horrifies the old man. Ulf realizes he may be dealing with a lunatic and tells him to get lost. Then he kicks Herkin out of the forge and orders him to deliver a pouch to Behemoth Forest. Herkin tumbles into the street but treats the abuse as worthwhile now that he knows Ulf hands out valuable titles. A new quest is registered. Deliver Ulf's pouch to those living in Behemoth Forest in exchange for Ulf's acknowledgement. Herkin immediately thinks of the forest's hidden residents. He knows the people there are elves. He also knows elves hate humans, hide themselves deep in the forest, and constantly relocate, making them hard to find. In his previous life, players eventually used maps to locate them, but he doubts such tools exist yet. With no map available, he decides he has only one practical option. He goes to the town square and starts loudly buying information about Behemoth Forest. To draw out anyone who knows something, he offers up to 100,000 gold. Nearby players recognize Haho Mask and are confused by what he is doing. Herkin knows the spectacle is embarrassing, but he would rather suffer that than wander the mountains blindly. The crowd's attention is suddenly broken by a brutal impact elsewhere. People turn to see a blood-soaked fighter standing over a slain beast. The wounded man identifies Herkin as Haho Mask. Herkin realizes with alarm that the newcomer is Pitbull Singh. Pitbull Singh is one of the top 100 rankers, and his presence here shocks everyone. Onlookers wonder why someone like him would come to a place like this. Herkin immediately suspects Pitbull Singh may be hunting Haho Mask. He remembers fighting Pitbull Singh in his previous life and winning, but only after a brutal struggle. Even with that memory, he admits Pitbull Singh is an absurdly strong fighter. In his current state, Herkin cannot be sure of victory at all. The surrounding players, unaware that Haho Mask is right beside them, confidently say Pitbull Singh would crush Haho Mask with one hand. Herkin snaps at them for talking as if he cannot hear, but the interruption is cut short. Pitbull Singh steps directly up to him and offers a deal instead of a fight. He says he will tell Herkin everything he knows about Behemoth Forest. The sudden offer leaves Herkin stunned as the confrontation takes an unexpected turn. With valuable information now within reach, Herkin's next move will decide whether this meeting becomes a trap, an alliance, or both. The path to Behemoth Forest, the elves, and the next stage of the main quest has finally opened through a far more dangerous guide than he expected. What began as a humiliating search for directions has turned into a tense encounter with a top-ranked predator who may know exactly where Herkin needs to go. Herkin is forced to weigh his pride, his caution, and his need for progress all at once. The village scene that started with mockery and embarrassment now hangs on a single conversation with one of the strongest players present. If Pitbull Singh truly knows the forest, then Herkin may have just found the fastest route forward. But if the offer hides another motive, then the next quest may begin with a fight he is not ready to win. For now, Herkin can only stare back at the bloodied rancor and recognize that the balance of danger around him has changed again. The Secret Order's mission, Ulf's erratic test, the elves in hiding, and Pitbull Singh's arrival all converge into a single new problem. Herkin wanted information, and now information has come to him wearing the face of a future threat. That makes the next step more promising than before, but far less safe. The village crowd senses the tension even if they do not understand its full meaning. Herkin's attempt to stay ahead of the main quest has once again pulled him into the orbit of dangerous people. And just as before, progress in this world comes only by surviving those encounters. The mission to reach the elves is no longer just a search through the forest, but a negotiation with power. Herkin's frustration over clay play and his humiliation in town are instantly overshadowed by the chance to gain what he actually needs. Still, he knows better than to trust a top ranker's kindness at face value. The memory of their past life battle keeps him alert even as the offer tempts him. Pitbull Singh's presence proves that the strongest players are already moving around the same quest line. That means Herkin's lead is fragile, and every decision from here on could expose him. Even so, he cannot afford to ignore a shortcut to Behemoth Forest. So the story leaves him at a crossroads between secrecy and speed. One path is caution and delay, while the other is trusting a dangerous man who may know the way. Either choice will drag him deeper into the main quest and closer to the forces gathering around Haho Mask. The city's reopened gates led to failure, mockery, reward, and revelation in rapid succession. Now the next chapter begins with Herkin holding a pouch for the elves, a disappointing new skill, 2 rare titles, and a dangerous new opportunity. He has gained momentum, but not control. He has gained tools, but not certainty. And most importantly, he has gained attention from people strong enough to change his fate. As Pitbull Singh stands before him, the road to Behemoth Forest stops being a simple errand and becomes a test of judgment. Herkin's next advance will depend on whether he can turn this unexpected encounter into an advantage before it turns on him. The masked player grows wary that the mention of Behemoth Forest may hide a trap, and he presses for the real cost of this deal. His companion hesitates over the answer, making the tension worse instead of clarifying it. The masked player braces himself for something ominous. The others watch nervously, expecting the worst. Instead, the burly man abruptly declares that the price is a confession of love. The masked player is left completely stunned by how absurdly off-course the situation has become. The whole group realizes in disbelief that Pitbull Singh has apparently fallen for the Haho Mask. The story behind the chaos is revealed as a public misunderstanding in which Pitbull confessed to the masked player. Back in the present, the masked player demands an explanation. Pitbull, exhausted from fleeing, struggles to explain what happened after the town erupted. When the masked player blames him, Pitbull tries to calm him down, only to be accused of causing the entire mess. The masked player spells it out. Pitbull confessed in the middle of the plaza and threw the whole town into chaos. To escape the crowd that formed around them, they had no choice but to run into the forest. Pitbull awkwardly tries to respond, but the masked player cuts him off. Thinking the confession was genuine, Pitbull politely rejects him by saying he is not interested in men. That rejection leaves everyone in a painfully awkward silence. Pitbull finally snaps and insists the masked player is being ridiculous because he never confessed to him at all. The masked player is thrown by that denial and realizes he misunderstood everything. Pitbull begins explaining that this misunderstanding traces back several months. He says that while hunting in this area as usual, something unexpected happened. After killing a beast, he sensed another presence nearby. He found not a threat, but a strange rabbit-like creature, and that sight confused him. A woman's voice warned that such a creature should not be left alone. That chance encounter immediately caught his attention. It was then that he first met the elf woman who changed everything for him. To Pitbull, she seemed more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. But just as he tried to speak to her, the moment slipped away. Without warning, she fled as if escaping some unseen danger. She never returned, leaving him alone with the memory. From then on, he became fixated on finding her again. He waited for months at the same place, hoping she would reappear. The masked player begins to understand why Pitbull had acted so strangely before. Pitbull says he gathered every scrap of information about elves from nearby residents and NPCs, while the masked player dryly notes that this sounds like stalking. Even after following every rumor, Pitbull found no trace of her. Just as he was about to give up, he encountered the masked player investigating elves in Behemoth Forest. Seeing that, he decided to ask the masked player for help. The masked player realizes Pitbull should have simply said that instead of opening with a bizarre confession. Even so, he resigns himself to dealing with this exhausting man because the quest still matters. Since Pitbull is the only one with useful clues about elves, the masked player decides to cooperate for now. He orders Pitbull to take him to the place where elves are most likely to appear, and Pitbull eagerly agrees. Pitbull leads him to a towering waterfall deep in the forest. He explains that the Bekong waterfall is where elves are reported most often. As Pitbull starts listing every rumored location in detail, the masked player cuts him off once he has heard enough. That word residence catches the masked player's attention and makes him reconsider the pattern. He asks whether monsters also appear around these places, and Pitbull confirms that they do. When Pitbull adds that especially large monsters show up here, the masked player suddenly sees the logic. Asked for his hunch, he decides to test a theory instead of waiting passively. His plan is simple: hunt the monsters and see what that draws out. A high-level tree bark snake immediately appears, proving the danger is real. Pitbull moves to fight, but the masked player stops him and insists on handling the monster himself. Pitbull warns that the snake's level is dangerously high and not easy to deal with. The masked player answers with swagger, reminding him exactly who he is. Claiming the title of Haho Mask, he launches himself into battle with complete confidence. The snake lunges to meet him head-on. The masked player still looks sure of himself for a split second. The monster's killing intent closes in faster than expected. Only then does the masked player realize he may have overestimated himself. The attack goes badly wrong, and he is smashed into the ground instead of landing a clean strike. He ends up crumpled in the crater he made, having accomplished nothing. Pitbull can only stare at the disaster in disbelief. From the ground, the masked player weakly calls out to his own title as if that might still help. He finally admits to himself that this was a terrible idea. The pain hits all at once, and his bravado collapses into a full panic. Even with the snake looming over him, he melodramatically wails that he is about to die. Pitbull is baffled by what the Haho Mask is even trying to do. As the snake dives in for the kill, the danger becomes immediate. Pitbull shouts for him to dodge, but the warning comes too late. The masked player can only scream that he is finished. Then a sudden arrow streaks in from above. The shot pierces the snake and knocks its attack off course before it can bite him. More arrows follow, riddling the monster and stopping it completely. Pitbull realizes something important has just happened. The masked player explains his deduction. NPC residents do not fight monsters, they flee from them. So if residents were often seen in these places, it likely meant they had been chased there and cornered by monsters. He concludes that if monsters were driven off at the right moment, whoever had been hiding would finally reveal themselves. That prediction proves correct when 3 elf women step out into view. Pitbull recognizes them at once as the elves he had been searching for. He is amazed that the masked player inferred all of that from scattered clues. The elves remain guarded, but the masked player cheerfully treats their appearance as a success. He immediately slips into a formal persona, introducing himself as Herkin and claiming to represent Lord Ulf. He adds that he carries an important mission and asks to be invited into their village. The elves see through the act at once and accuse him of deceiving them. One of them angrily insists she warned the others never to trust humans. Their hostility spills out in open contempt for humanity. The masked player protests that Lord Ulf would never send a liar, but his complaint only sounds weak against their suspicion. He briefly considers forcing his way through, then rejects the idea because it could ruin the quest. While the elves keep their bows trained on them, Pitbull suddenly kneels. The masked player is confused as Pitbull apologizes for deceiving them and insists he needed to meet them. He turns to the central elf and reveals that they have met once before in this forest. Then he confesses that he fell for her the moment he saw her. He reaches out to her with complete sincerity. Pitbull begs for a chance to know her better. The masked player is horrified that Pitbull chose this moment to make things even worse. But the elf leader's reaction is not what he expected. Instead of growing angrier, the elves soften, and the others tease their leader Celine as if she has charmed another human. With the tension suddenly gone, they invite the two men to follow them to the village. The masked player can only laugh bitterly at how absurdly this turned out. He curses the game for resolving the encounter through romance after all. Left behind for a moment, he can only stare in disbelief at the outcome. A system notice confirms that Herkin, the Haho mask, has completed the quest to encounter the elves. As they follow the elves deeper into the forest, the masked player lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He mutters that this is supposed to be a romance simulation, yet everything keeps unfolding in the most ridiculous way possible. Pitbull, meanwhile, is so happy that he feels he could die content right there. The masked player scolds him for nearly getting killed and then acting smug just because his confession worked, warning that beautiful women are often the most dangerous. He compares them to another terrifyingly beautiful woman he knows, making clear that looks are not why he is drawn to someone. Pitbull is puzzled, so he clarifies that his fascination with elves is not just about beauty. To him, elves represent the very idea of fantasy itself. The masked player does not immediately understand what he means by that. He briefly misreads it as simple lust and recoils at the thought. Pitbull explains that since childhood, the fantasy stories and games he loved always treated elves as central icons of wonder. Especially dark elves, in his mind, embodied the heart of fantasy worlds. He dreamed of traveling through such worlds for real, and of sharing those journeys with companions like the elves now guiding them. That dream, he says, has stayed with him his entire life. The masked player still cannot see how that connects to confessing to an elf. Pitbull asks whether the masked player is not also playing this game to fulfill some dream of his own. The masked player denies having any sentimental dream like that. He says his only dream is to become the strongest in the game and crush everyone who ever looked down on him. Just imagining that revenge is enough to thrill him. Pitbull hears that bitterness and realizes there is more behind it. He quietly asks whether that goal would not turn the masked player into the same kind of person who once despised him. The question lands harder than expected, but the masked player only laughs it off. He answers with a brutal worldview, claiming the strong naturally consume the weak. Pitbull presses back, asking whether that logic does not also justify the suffering the masked player himself endured. The masked player starts to reject the idea that happiness built on trampling others could mean anything. Before he can finish, his emotions erupt and the ground around him explodes with force. He grabs Pitbull and demands what he could possibly know about any of this. To him, dreams and happiness are luxuries reserved for people who already have something. He asks whether Pitbull has ever known what it means to struggle every day just to survive. He goes further, asking whether Pitbull has ever lost the little he had in a single instant. Pitbull understands that the masked player is speaking from real pain, not just anger. He decides that hearing that much is enough and drops the joking tone entirely. The masked player is startled by the sudden seriousness. Before the confrontation can escalate, the elves call out for the humans to stop bickering. One of them announces that they have arrived. They reveal Behem, the hidden elven village built around a colossal ancient tree. Celine explains that the elder waits at the tallest tree and tells the masked player to follow. As he goes ahead with Celine, she notices the tension and asks Pitbull whether he fought with his companion. Pitbull chooses not to answer directly. At the elder's dwelling, the elves announce that they have brought a human before Elder Diare. Celine formally reports that this man claims to have come on Lord Ulf's behalf. The masked player quickly downplays the earlier conflict, deciding to focus only on clearing the main quest. He reminds himself that Lord Ulf's errand is what matters now. That mention draws the attention of the elder, who steps forward. Elder Diare immediately identifies the masked player as someone from the secret order. The masked player confirms it by presenting Ulf's package. When Diare accepts the delivery, the system confirms that Ulf's errand has been completed. As the elder opens the package, his calm demeanor breaks. He suddenly realizes what is inside and reacts with alarm. The package contains the Purification Circlet, an epic item capable of removing all status ailments and debuffs. When he finally sees the sealed delivery, he realizes Ulf made him carry a far more valuable item than he was allowed to inspect. He suddenly stops himself as the item's significance clicks into place. The system reveals the next objective: purify a corrupted elf and expose whoever is orchestrating the second main quest. It also promises a reward once that objective is cleared. The reward turns out to be the Purification Circlet, and he is immediately thrilled by how useful it could be. Instead of offering anything more, the elf dismisses him at once, leaving him confused. Desperate, he tries to push for another task, hoping to use the circlet sooner to save someone important, but the answer is a flat refusal. The elf makes it clear there is nothing else he can do for him right now. He is bluntly told he is still too weak, and he realizes the quest is locked behind a level requirement. The setback reminds him of his earlier failure, and he concludes he still cannot advance the main quest because his level is too low for Bobber Forest. After stewing in frustration, he forces himself to accept the situation. He vows to return after training enough to qualify, even as the delay infuriates him. Feeling like everything is going wrong, he throws himself back into grinding monsters. He keeps fighting in the battlefield, pushing through exhaustion. While training, he remembers that the Thunder Hunters are currently leading the race on the main quest. Since they already cleared the Helm Ogre and likely moved on to the Urgel Mountains, he realizes they no longer need to farm this battlefield. He blames himself for getting complacent and regrets not forcing himself to reach level 100 much earlier. Even as he keeps fighting, he worries he may already be too late to catch up. The enemies around him sense an opening as his focus slips. At his lowest point, he recalls a bitter voice suggesting that what happened to him was only natural. That memory drags out the question he still cannot let go of: why? He lashes out at the thought and swings harder, refusing to accept that judgment. His fatigue nearly gets him killed as his weapon flies from his hand in the middle of the swarm. Unarmed and exhausted, he is left hanging in immediate danger. He admits to himself that he is simply worn out. The monsters close in from every side while he has almost nothing left. He braces for the worst, too drained to respond properly. Elsewhere, a small rabbit-like creature sits innocently in someone's arms. An elf woman finishes hearing the story of what happened between a beast man and his former companion and admits she may have meddled too much. Even so, she still thinks the situation can be repaired. She softens before offering her advice. She suggests that the beastman should simply apologize honestly. He doubts it will be that easy. She gently argues that making peace is exactly what friends are supposed to do. That idea echoes over the battlefield just as the white-haired player remains on the verge of collapse. The beastman suddenly appears and smashes into the monsters, cutting through the crisis before the player can be overwhelmed. As he fights, the beastman reveals he really did come to apologize. But seeing the player in danger, he decides helping first matters more than words. The player is stunned by the unexpected rescue. The beastman plants himself between the player and the monsters, taking control of the battlefield. Once he has their attention, he addresses the masked player directly and demands to know what his problem is. He calls out the player for barging into his life and acting superior, warning that he will not tolerate another lecture. The player snaps back and tells him to leave if he only came to start a fight. The beastman ignores the hostility and stands his ground. He remains calm even as the tension around them rises. Caught off guard, the player blurts out an apology. The beastman clenches his fist, holding back his own emotions. The player raises his hand again, ready to fight if necessary while the undead soldiers crowd around the beastman. The beastman notices the blades at his throat but does not flinch. The player explains that his earlier words came from genuine concern, not contempt. The beastman answers that concern means nothing when it turns into judgment from someone who does not understand the situation. The player apologizes again, this time more sincerely, and waits for the response. The beastman studies him and decides to test that apology. He tells the player to prove it by helping him hunt. The player realizes that invitation means the apology has been accepted, at least in the beastman's rough way. He immediately answers with his usual shameless bravado, promising to work hard enough to be wrung dry. The beastman is left speechless by how absurd that response is. Then he starts to laugh despite himself. He admits he never truly forgave the apology on the spot, but the player's ridiculousness breaks the tension anyway. Before they can settle further, another monster charges, forcing them back into battle together. The beastman answers with a punch instead of more words. He commits fully, deciding to fight alongside the player. The two of them move in sync and counterattack as a team. Their combined assault wipes out the monsters one after another. Experience rewards begin pouring in from the rapid kills. At last, the player starts leveling up. The level gains continue as the grind finally pays off. Collapsed on the ground afterward, he realizes he has finally reached the threshold he was chasing. His status confirms he has hit level 100. Both men are completely spent, and the player admits the brutal training schedule nearly broke him. The beastman says he is logging out, and the player awkwardly accepts the abrupt farewell. Now that he is level 100, the player knows he can finally challenge the main quest, and he privately admits the beastman's help saved him a huge amount of time. Exhaustion starts to overtake him the moment the adrenaline fades. Before leaving, the beastman calls out to him one more time. The player tries to thank him, but embarrassment keeps tangling his words. The beastman struggles just as badly to say what he wants. He finally addresses the player by his masked name and gets his attention. Then, flustered by the awkwardness between two men, he tells him not to be shy. A moment later, the beastman logs out and vanishes from the field. The player is left staring at the empty spot in silence. His undead companion immediately curses the beastman for leaving behind that mortifying final impression. Later, the elf elder decides the player is capable enough to entrust with finding the missing child tied to the corruption problem. He explains that once beings are drunk on corruption, reason no longer works, and he hands over the circlet needed for the task. The player is barely listening because he is still obsessing over the beastman and swearing revenge if they meet again. Even so, the system confirms he has obtained the purification circlet and that the corrupted elf quest has officially begun. His mood flips instantly as he celebrates getting the quest item, while the elder dryly notes the circlet's effect should be reliable. The elder formally leaves the mission in his hands, and he eagerly accepts. He promises to clear the quest quickly and claim the circlet's benefits, then immediately asks where he is supposed to go. The elder admits he does not know. When the player protests, the elder points out that if he knew the location already, he would have taken him there himself. With that, the elder simply tells him to handle it, and walks away, ignoring his plea for more guidance. Left alone again, he begs for at least a hint and gets nothing. He fumes at the game for giving him another impossible objective with no direction. Trying to think it through, he considers the scale of the world he has to search. He realizes the real problem is locating a randomly spawning corrupted elf in such a massive map. Since solving the level requirement only led to a new obstacle, he decides he has no choice but to return to information trading. He puts his mask back on and starts planning seriously. This time, however, he refuses to repeat the chaos of his last public trade. He reasons that openly advertising the words corrupted elf and main quest would draw a feeding frenzy of players, so he resolves to work indirectly and manipulate the market instead. Based on what he has learned, he concludes the corrupted elf's role is probably to raise armies of monsters. That means places with sudden clusters of newly spawned monsters are likely to reveal where a corrupted elf has appeared. His new plan is to pay for reports of recently spawned monsters without mentioning the real target. He expects ordinary players to bring in scraps of useless information, but enough scraps should still form a pattern. By gathering all those reports, he believes he can pinpoint the corrupted elf's location. Pleased with himself, he celebrates what he thinks is a brilliant strategy. But before he can enjoy it, someone approaches asking if he is the one buying monster information. The question instantly puts him on alert. He turns and recognizes the newcomer with alarm. It is Shev. Earlier at the Red Bull's forward base, Shev had casually approached Yell and the others to discuss a new lead. He reminds them about the anonymous informant who previously sold them the corruption count's location. Now a fresh message has arrived from that same sender. The new message says someone is buying the locations of recently spawned monsters. Yell finds the request suspicious, but Shev immediately reads it as a smokescreen. He reasons that anyone who already knows something as valuable as the corruption count's location would not chase meaningless rumors this late in the game. Yell agrees that the move must have a hidden purpose. Shev concludes the buyer is not really after monsters at all, but something else connected to them. Yell finds that line of thought enticing rather than worrying. Together they realize that if they can monopolize that stream of information, they can seize whatever opportunity the anonymous player is chasing. Shev immediately commits to moving on the lead. He leaves at once, promising to return after handling it. Privately, he frames the target as a source of endless profit. Back in the present, the masked player realizes too late that Shev is exactly the kind of dangerous person he never wanted to attract. Shev sees the same situation as a chance to capture a source of golden eggs. The player is horrified that his careful plan has drawn in the worst possible opponent. He had only intended to squeeze information out of some harmless low-tier player and disappear unnoticed. Shev, meanwhile, had expected an easy covert pickup himself until a far more dangerous monster appeared and forced him to change course. The player decides to abandon any escape plan for the moment. He still wants to get out quietly without exposing himself. But Shev instantly reads that hesitation for what it is. He corners the player by asking if he is really thinking of running away. The player curses Shev's instincts and silently orders his skeletons to stand down. Shev tells the undead to stop attacking, showing he wants answers more than a fight. He warns the player that choosing not to attack was wise, because a direct clash would have ended badly for him. Humiliated but realistic, the player admits to himself that he still cannot beat Shev and decides to talk. Shev lays out his suspicions. The masked player has physical ability beyond a rookie and information-gathering talent beyond even mid-tier guilds. Then he asks the real question of the encounter. Who is this person, really? The player nearly blurts out his true identity before catching himself. Shev notices the slip and presses him on it. Panicking, the player loudly pretends he was only about to call for help from everyone nearby. He throws himself into a ridiculous act, painting himself as a clueless newbie being bullied by a major guild. Then he doubles down by shrinking into a pitiful ball and waiting to see if the performance works. He keeps whining that he was only looking for monster information and begs to be left alone. Shev pauses, visibly reconsidering. The player internally congratulates himself for looking pathetic enough to seem harmless. Shev asks if that is really all there is to it. Then he decides there has simply been a misunderstanding and says this trembling fool does not seem like the same person as the informant, which makes the player rejoice inwardly. He starts to celebrate the success of his deception and prepares to wrap up the act. Before he can finish, Shev abruptly offers him a 5 billion signing bonus, turning the encounter in a completely unexpected direction. A Red Bull's recruiter opens by offering an absurd 5 billion signing bonus and every luxury the guild can provide. He keeps piling on benefits, trying to overwhelm Hoben Mask with money and status. The blonde recruiter acts as if refusal would simply mean the offer went to the wrong person. Hoben Mask nearly breaks at the thought of joining his dream guild, the Red Bulls. The story shifts into the Red Bulls arc. Once the fantasy passes, Hoben Mask laughs off the ridiculous scale of the offer. He insists people cannot just be bought, even as his face betrays how tempted he is. His resolve wobbles for a second as he calculates how much food that money could buy. The recruiter abruptly asks what Haho Mask would do in the same situation. He seriously asks whether Haho Mask would join the Red Bulls if offered the same deal. Haho Mask rejects the idea outright and demands to know why this is suddenly being asked. The recruiter drops the playful tone and warns that refusal means he will treat Haho Mask as an enemy. He makes the threat explicit, saying he would kill Haho Mask on the spot as a rival. Haho Mask stays silent even under the threat. The recruiter gets his answer anyway when Haho Mask calmly refuses again. Haho Mask declares he will not borrow anyone else's strength, and would rather die than abandon his solo path to become the strongest. That answer finally makes the recruiter take him seriously. Haho Mask promises that when he does become the strongest, the first people he will crush are the Red Bulls. Instead of fighting, the recruiter casually sits down and changes the subject to the scenery. When Haho Mask demands an explanation, the recruiter reveals the real reason he came, the Red Lake. That name immediately catches Haho Mask off guard. The recruiter explains that the Red Bulls confirmed the lake is real and that monsters have been spawning around it at an explosive rate. Haho Mask cannot understand why a supposed rival would share such valuable information with him. The recruiter crushes his ego by saying the Red Bulls never considered him a true rival in the first place. He tells Haho Mask not to flatter himself. Then he boasts that the Red Bulls are the strongest guild and bow to no one. He says they only shared the lead because they respect Haho Mask's stubborn solo spirit, not because they need him. With that done, the recruiter prepares to leave. Haho Mask broods in silence as the chance encounter seems to end. Then he suddenly identifies where the Red Bulls must be headed, Salt Mountain. By tracing the main quest route and the territories they are avoiding, he deduces that Salt Mountain is their destination. He throws the guess back at the recruiter, trying to make him nervous. The recruiter snaps back, offended at being called younger and less experienced. Instead of getting angry, the recruiter bursts out laughing at how badly Haho Mask misread him. He says the outburst only confirmed how gullible Haho Mask is. He bluntly tells Haho Mask he looks like the kind of fool who gets scammed often. That insult finally hits a nerve. Haho Mask explodes in rage while the recruiter and his entourage retreat, still amused. Left alone, the recruiter admits to someone over a call that his recruitment attempt failed. He reports that Haho Mask would rather die than join them, so pushing harder would have killed him for real. Even so, the recruiter is not done thinking about him. He admits he is now curious to see how far Haho Mask can really go alone. Elsewhere, a red-haired superior dismisses the failure and tells him to let it go. He immediately starts trying to justify himself, insisting he was not being soft. The narration makes clear that when he returned, he was thoroughly scolded anyway. The scene shifts to the ominous Red Lake itself. At the lake, Haho Mask keeps grumbling that no one around him is smarter than he is. His skeleton companions are excited by the strange place, but he is too irritated to share their curiosity. He snaps at them to focus and wonders why a red lake is supposed to matter so much. A memory surfaces of someone once inviting him to touch the lake because it looked cool, while he had only cared about grinding monsters. He recalls dismissing the place as just another high-level hunting ground full of bosses to farm. Another memory mocks him for being a boring game addict who never appreciated anything else. As his skeletons panic nearby, Haho Mask realizes the red lake feels strangely familiar. He orders the skeletons to stop panicking and form up. Then he senses a new presence and instantly becomes alert. Something is approaching fast across the lake, confirming they are not alone. He identifies the newcomers as a small party of a warrior, 2 mages, and a priest, and suspects an ambush. He quietly tells his skeletons to prepare. Taking command, he decides to act on his signal. He begins a countdown as the strangers close in. The tension rises as he reaches the next count. His skeletons hold steady for the final beat. He starts the order to attack, but the charging party suddenly drops to their knees instead of fighting. Haho Mask is thrown off by the unexpected surrender. The terrified group recognizes him and begs him to save them. He demands an explanation. They reveal they need help hunting a level 120 corrupt grey cockatrice. When he asks for confirmation, they eagerly say yes. They explain they are only the second division of the Golden Brothers Guild. The Golden Brothers are supposedly a major guild nearly on par with the top 30. But before the man can finish his self-pitying explanation about their low status, Haho Mask cuts him off. He orders them to summarize the situation in under 3 sentences. The group scrambles to comply under his pressure. Their leader reduces it to the essentials: fail to kill the cockatrice, get expelled from the guild, so please help. When Haho Mask refuses, the whole party clings to him and begs not to be abandoned. Desperate, they offer money. That finally makes him pause and ask how much. Their first offer is only 20,000 gold, and he dismisses it as worthless. They plead that it is everything they have and promise him all the monster rewards too, wearing down his resistance. He complains, but admits he needed to deal with corrupted monsters eventually anyway. He sets the terms clearly: 20,000 gold plus all rewards from the kill. The party erupts in gratitude, and he immediately tells them to transfer the money first. As he walks off toward the hunt, they can only stare at him in disbelief. Their leader thanks him with a smile that feels a little too eager. That gratitude triggers a darker memory. He remembers the same man once begging another master for more time to repay a debt. The memory reveals the truth behind their desperation. They were debt slaves working in Apollo's slave farm. Anyone who failed to repay Apollo was dragged there and brutalized into labor. Apollo coldly considered their plea and decided to offer them a different way out. He promised them another chance. That chance was to kill Hoben Mask. When they protested that Hoben Mask was too strong, Apollo offered them top-grade equipment. He made it clear he did not care how they did it, only that Hoben Mask died. He added a final threat if they failed. Apollo promised they would rot in the slave farm forever if they could not kill him. With nowhere left to run, the trapped party hardened themselves for betrayal. Their plan was simple: wait until Hoben Mask was busy fighting the monster, then rush him all at once and catch him off guard. Before they can act, the corrupt gray cockatrice crashes into the lake with overwhelming force. The party freezes as the monster's presence dwarfs their courage. The cockatrice dives straight at Hoben Mask, forcing everyone into the real battle. The monster reveals itself fully as the level 120 corrupt gray cockatrice. Hoben Mask dismisses it as an annoyingly loud chicken while the party nervously prepares their own scheme behind him. He tells them his plan is to strip away the monster's armor first, and that they must handle the rest afterward. He plants his hand into the lake and channels power through the terrain. Activating muscle modification, he launches himself forward with enhanced speed and force. He rockets across the lake straight into the cockatrice's attack range. He stays low and controlled as he closes the distance. The shockwave from the clash rattles the watching party. They realize too late that the monster is not a melee beast at all. The cockatrice is a ranged monster, and it counters by firing a barrage of spikes. Hoben Mask slips through the volley instead of retreating. He schemes across the lake, using the momentum to reposition for a counterattack. He flips past the monster's line of fire and turns the exchange in his favor. Mocking the cockatrice as slower than he remembers, he declares that it is the one falling behind. His blade and blue energy begin shattering the monster's armor piece by piece. He carves across its limbs in a rapid sequence of cuts. Then he drives a heavier strike into its body, blasting more armor away. The cockatrice screams while Hoben Mask repeats that it is too slow to catch him. A lattice of blue slashes tears through the remaining plating. Watching in disbelief, the party realizes he really is stripping the cockatrice's armor exactly as promised. Hoben Mask remains calm in the middle of the chaos, completely in control. The party is stunned by how easily he is dismantling a monster that terrified them. Hoben Mask judges that the body armor is nearly gone, and only the head remains protected. He moves in for the finishing blow, jokingly saying farewell to the chicken. At that exact moment, the party leader gives the betrayal signal. The mages and priest unleash a coordinated blast toward Hoben Mask's back. He notices the attack a split second too late. The explosion engulfs him and the cockatrice together. Believing the trap worked, the party immediately calls for a second strike. Another blast slams into the same spot. They follow with a third hit without hesitation. Then a fourth explosion pounds the area, as if trying to erase him completely. Smoke and dust swallow the battlefield, and the party wonders if they finally killed him. For one brief moment, they celebrate, convinced they are free from slavery at last. But Hoben Mask had expected the betrayal all along. He reveals he suspected them from the beginning. Their story never matched their equipment, because people claiming poverty should not have been carrying such high-grade gear. He also points out the absurdity of being forced to fight like a frontline warrior despite being a necromancer. Because he anticipated treachery, he had already prepared defensive measures in advance. His emergency skills activate at once, restoring armor, health, and recovery through skin stitching, fake heart, and boiling blood. Wrapped in dark blue power, he emerges from the blast stronger and still battle-ready. He tells the Golden Brothers he does not care who they are, only that they should prepare themselves. Then he declares that every one of them is already dead. The party panics and tries to order another spell before he can move. Hoben Mask answers by summoning a far worse possibility, warning that even the cockatrice may not like what comes next. He mocks the traitors for finally realizing how doomed they are and tells them to accept death. Before he can finish them, a system alert interrupts him with news that a corrupt elf has appeared nearby. Hoben Mask halts in confusion as he and his skeletons turn toward the new threat hidden beyond the lakeside brush. A corrupted elf bolts through the forest, already desperate to escape. A system alert identifies her as the target and turns her flight into an urgent pursuit. With barely 3 minutes on the clock, the masked player realizes catching her now could also help with his separate cockatrice objective. He shouts for the trembling debtors he controls, dragging them into the crisis. Without slowing down, he orders them to stall cockatrice with his skeletons until he returns, and bluntly confirms that yes, he means risking them. When they hesitate, he threatens them with a painful death if they run. As the countdown keeps falling, he sees the chase as a chance to seize first place in the main quest. He throws everything into pursuit, convinced that catching the elf now will save him enormous time later. Certain victory is only a matter of time, he closes in with growing confidence. His ambition swells as he imagines this quest securing him the top rank. With less than a minute left, he accelerates even harder. He unleashes a fast attack to bring her down before the timer expires. The strike nearly reaches her, but she still slips away. That failure unsettles him, because even after activating every enhancement he has, he still cannot overtake her. He finally admits he simply cannot catch up. Forced to change tactics, he gathers necromantic energy in his hand. The elf counters by hurling a skeleton bomb back at him. The blast tears through the path between them and forces him to evade. He is stunned that she dodged his pressure and turned the attack around so cleanly. He realizes the game was never going to hand him an easy win. Then the real danger hits him. The timer is almost gone. With only seconds left, panic replaces confidence as he refuses to accept failing the main quest. He desperately forms another spell while the deadline closes in. He throws himself into one last reckless attempt to finish the quest before time runs out. The elf suddenly dives straight toward him instead of fleeing. She coldly tells him this is no time for laughter, revealing she has been planning something. As the timer drops to 3 seconds, she explains the skeleton bomb had another purpose. The explosion's force boosts his movement, slinging him directly into her range. He reaches her shoulder before he fully understands the trap. For one instant, he thinks he has finally secured the capture. But in the collision, the elf bites into herself and blood sprays across him. He freezes in shock as he realizes something has gone terribly wrong. The impact sends them crashing down together. He blurts out in disbelief that she just bit herself. The elf hangs limp in his grip, bleeding from the mouth and throat. He frantically tries to keep her alive, not out of mercy, but because her dying now could still ruin him. Even while she fades, he keeps insisting he has to complete the main quest. A golden effect begins to gather around her headpiece as the system responds. The system declares that he has used Purification Circlet on the corrupt elf. He clutches the torn keepsake she left behind and can only hope the purification counts. The elf rises again, no longer corrupted, weak but alive enough to face him. Seeing her restored, he starts to wonder if she is the same person beneath the corruption. She lowers her head in exhausted silence, as if the madness has finally passed. The system confirms the corrupt elf quest is complete. He bitterly concludes that the quest had apparently been designed around her attempted suicide, and the whole storyline infuriates him. Then he pauses, sensing there is still something important in the keepsake. He questions why the game forced a timed chase at all if this was how the quest was meant to end. Frustrated, he crushes the scrap in his hand. His anger finally boils over into open hatred for the game itself. That tantrum is interrupted by a violent blast elsewhere in the forest. Back at the other fight, the debtors beg his skeletons for help because Cocatris is overwhelming them. One of them realizes his weapon is about to fail and believes they are finished. From afar, the player answers by summoning a golem and ordering it to crush the threat. As he rushes back, the debtors recognize Hoben Castle as their savior. They collapse in gratitude, convinced he has mercifully forgiven them. Instead, they can only offer a terrified apology. He cuts through their excuses and demands the truth, asking if the Apollo Guild ordered them to kill him. Their confession confirms Apollo is willing to hire others and spend heavily just to eliminate him. He notes that the rare items they used would have been difficult to obtain, even for a rich guild. Remembering an earlier assassin from the Big Smile Guild, he starts to suspect multiple guilds may have allied against him. That realization hardens into a decision that he can no longer ignore the threat. He orders the debtors to stand, and when they mistake that for forgiveness, he mocks their stupidity. He demands every item and possession they have. Then he imposes a brutal weekly payment, and warns that if they disappear, he will hunt them down and kill them. The scene shifts to a luxurious room where a gramophone plays while another guild leader relaxes in comfort. At Big Smile Guild headquarters, that leader lounges in a robe, savoring his own elegance. He treats this pampered rest as the only pleasure in his busy life. A subordinate bursts in with urgent news, but he initially refuses to let his relaxation be interrupted. The report shocks him anyway. The Red Bulls have declared war on Big Smile. He demands to know why. The answer is that the Red Bulls claim it is retaliation for an attack on Hoben Castle, making him realize that name is tied to them somehow. He immediately tries to frame the situation as a misunderstanding and wants to negotiate before things worsen. But the next report is even worse. The unique items he lent Apollo have already appeared on the marketplace. That revelation snaps him out of diplomacy and into alarm. When he hears the items are overpriced and hard to recover, he demands to know who is selling them. The seller is Hoben Castle, and the guild leader is left speechless with rage. All he can manage at first is a strangled sound of disbelief. Then he curses Hoben Castle with pure hatred. Elsewhere, the story moves to the elf village hidden in Behemoth Forest. The player arrives there still simmering from everything that has happened. He recalls the elder elf refusing to let him keep the purification circlet because he was not trusted with it. He stalks away resentfully, complaining that he will be dealing with the elves often and should have been allowed to keep the item. Still, the system reveals a new quest tied to the corrupt elf's keepsake, and that at least gives him a path forward. He realizes the keepsake likely refers to the blood-stained letter the elf left him. Reading it again, he finds a riddle about eagles, blue clouds, and a hidden village. He is annoyed that elves insist on speaking in riddles instead of plainly. Unable to solve it alone, he reluctantly decides to ask someone fluent in the elven language. That someone is the hulking man who knows the elves well, and he greets Hoben Castle like an old acquaintance. The man is surrounded by adoring elf women who treat him like a hero in paradise. The sight enrages the player, who cannot accept this man being worshipped while he suffers. One elf openly feeds the man, showing how comfortable and intimate he has become with them. Another teases that she knew which elf was his favorite. He denies having a favorite, only to lean in closer. Then he smoothly declares that all of them are his favorite, sending the elves into delighted chaos. The player grabs him in fury and demands to know why he is wasting time flirting with elves. The man calmly explains that winning the villagers' affection was necessary if he wanted to stay in the elf village as long as possible. He insists he worked hard because that social success is effectively part of the quest, leaving the player horrified by the implication. The nearby elf women immediately turn hostile toward the player for touching him, and call him a filthy human. The man gently calms them, confident that no one here can truly harm him. He doubles down on that confidence, basking in their admiration. Watching this, the player feels cheated that while he risks his life, someone else advances through shameless flirting. He finally punches the man and orders him to translate the letter instead of talking nonsense. After a brief look at the sky and the clues, the man thinks it over. He quickly identifies the riddle as pointing to the blue mist forest. The player is stunned that he solved it so fast and assumes he must have studied the elven language deeply. The man explains the logic simply: eagles imply a high place, and blue clouds point to the forest's mist. He even mocks Haho Mask for gaming too much and not reading enough to see the obvious. Still surrounded by swooning elves, he smugly suggests the player should try books sometime. One elf praises intelligent men, which only makes the player's humiliation worse. Unable to bear it, he explodes and stomps off in rage. Later, while fighting alongside his skeletons, he keeps ranting that elves are supposed to hate humans, not adore that man. One skeleton silently taps his shoulder to warn him of danger. The skeletons try to comfort him in their own way, but he is too furious to appreciate it. He insists his anger is not jealousy, and boasts that he could build his own harem if he wanted. Before he can keep ranting, a dark creature erupts from the ground in the blue mist forest. The monster reveals itself as a Smogrian, far above the level of ordinary threats. It lunges with a gaping maw, forcing everyone back. The player answers by bringing down a heavy strike on it. The Smogrian survives the blow and rises again, still dangerous. He starts to complain that the world keeps making a fool of him, then notices something strange about the creature. He cuts it down decisively anyway, venting his frustration through the attack. The system confirms the Smogrian's defeat and rewards him with a level up. Even after the win, he doubts he has reached the true destination because all he has found are monsters. He remembers the flirt's warning that the Sweepers Guild controls this area, meaning the place is more dangerous than it first seemed. He had prepared for hostile humans, but none have appeared yet. That makes him wonder if the flirt had exaggerated everything just to look impressive. Before he can dismiss the warning, a massive figure emerges through the mist. He immediately recognizes the newcomer, as likely belonging to the Sweepers Guild, though he insists he himself serves no one. The masked giant says nothing at first, only studies him. Then the giant judges him an intruder and attacks without hesitation. The entire field shifts under a strange force, turning the battlefield itself hostile. The giant declares that intruders must be eliminated as the altered terrain closes in. The enemy is identified as Corrupt Comrade Avon, a being with an unreadable level and overwhelming presence. The word corrupt excites the player, who suspects this enemy is tied directly to the main quest. He rushes in eagerly and clashes blades with Avon. The exchange is fierce, but the player still treats it like a challenge he can solve. Avon remains expressionless and unmoved under the pressure. The player calls for the big one and swings again, trying to overwhelm him with force. He orders his skeleton warriors to join the attack. One skeleton is instantly smashed aside before it can help. Avon tears through the summoned warriors with brutal ease. The system reports that the skeleton warriors have been destroyed. Furious at losing his summons, the player retaliates with a stronger slash. He keeps carving into Avon's body, trying to shred him apart through sheer damage. For a moment he scoffs that the giant is not as strong as expected. Then he notices something is wrong. The pieces of Avon's body begin knitting back together instead of staying severed. The regeneration continues until the damage is effectively erased. A system warning reveals the real problem. Physical attacks do not work on this entity. Staring at an enemy his sword cannot truly harm, he realizes he is facing a broken monster unlike anything he expected. A cry warns that a skeleton mage has appeared in the forest. The white-haired fighter closes the distance before the enemy can act. He tears through the mage with a brutal opening strike. The skeleton mage is instantly destroyed, confirming his overwhelming speed and power. Even with that easy kill, he bitterly recalls the real problem ahead. His next opponent ignores physical attacks and evades magic. Facing that impossible enemy again, he searches for any way to win. He admits to himself that defeating this foe feels nearly impossible. What makes it worse is that this monster never existed in his previous life, leaving him without prior knowledge to rely on. He realizes a direct fight should be suicidal, yet keeps preparing anyway. Instead of retreating, he decides to gamble everything. He commits to going all out, and launches himself into battle. To force an opening, he summons red skeleton warriors empowered by the Madness Helm. He layers on curse abilities meant to slow and corrode the target. The summoned warriors swarm the masked brute from every side. The enemy remains unreadable under the assault, showing no panic. With one sweeping counterattack, the brute annihilates the entire squad. The hero is stunned that all of his skeleton warriors were erased in a single blow. The monster plants himself and prepares to crush the real threat next. He dives in from above, forcing the hero to block a crushing strike. The hero answers with a wide slash, but the brute still presses forward. Realizing summons are useless, he decides he has to create the opening himself. He charges directly at the monster, abandoning caution. Their weapons collide in a violent exchange at close range. He narrows his goal to a single successful hit. He keeps repeating that one clean strike is all he needs. He shifts his body to bait the enemy into overcommitting. The brute's blade passes close as the hero slips into position. The hero gathers cursed energy around his weapon for a decisive trap. He drops from above in a furious attack, trying to pin the monster down. At the last moment he calls for a golem to assist. A stone barrier rises beneath the brute and locks him in place for an instant. Using that opening, the hero brings his cursed blade down. The brute counters by stabbing himself through the body to catch the hero at point-blank range. The hero is badly hurt and coughs blood from the exchange. The damage leaves him reeling and nearly spent. But he reveals that the self-inflicted wound was exactly the opening he wanted. His curse finally takes hold, temporarily restricting the brute's movement. With the target bound, he follows through on his promise to fight without holding back. He calls in multiple skeleton mages to unleash a concentrated bombardment. The trapped brute is engulfed by overlapping blasts of fire. The hero clenches his fist, betting everything on the explosion finishing the job. He coldly seals the attack with a final command to detonate. The bombardment erupts into a massive inferno that tears through the battlefield. When the flames peak, both fighters are left gasping in the aftermath. The hero admits the attack is killing him too, but he endures it to end the fight. The system declares the quest complete and grants him the title Corruption Destroyer, making it seem like he has won. He hurriedly drinks a health potion, grumbling that the monster's design was absurdly unfair. As he tries to recover, he senses movement and realizes the danger is not over. The sudden sound snaps him back to full alert. The masked brute emerges from the flames still standing. The hero is horrified that even that attack failed to kill him. Knowing he can barely continue, he sees the enemy preparing one last strike. Before the brute can finish him, a precise blow destroys part of the monster's head. The ruined giant staggers while the hero and his red skeleton companion stare in shock. The hero can hardly believe the monster just stabbed himself, and then survived the fire. As pieces of his mask fall away, the brute begins speaking about the corruption consuming him again. For the first time, the monster's human mind surfaces through the corruption. He reveals that he was once a member of the secret order, just like the hero. He explains that during a mission he was captured by the force behind the corruption and tortured. That torture broke him and turned him into a brainwashed weapon. He confesses that after becoming a monster, he slaughtered countless people despite once joining the order to protect them. Overwhelmed by guilt, he begs to be punished for his weakness and failure to keep his honor. The hero stands over him in silence as the confession sinks in. Instead of condemning him, the hero tells him he was the strongest opponent he has ever faced. He adds that this means the man must have been extraordinary even before becoming a monster. Then, with blunt simplicity, he asks whether the ones behind the corruption are simply the real enemies to kill. He even offers to use the purification circlet to heal him, assuming that must be why the item was entrusted to him. The dying man laughs softly, moved that the hero still chooses compassion. Relieved, he decides to entrust his final hope to this good-hearted junior. The hero is caught off guard as blood splashes across him. A blue spectral figure appears, entrusting the rest to the hero. The spirit addresses him as Junior, confirming their shared order lineage. The fallen man's sword drops to the ground as the system announces a new quest called Inheritance. The hero realizes that even this dying request was hidden inside the game as another quest. Fed up with how cruelly the world gamifies tragedy, he curses the game itself. Elsewhere, a woman begins questioning why Haho Mask is working with the Red Bulls instead of her. She stands over a bloody battlefield, already treating him as something she should possess. She resents that he chose another side when she believes she could have given him everything he wanted. Her subordinates nervously address her as they watch her fixation deepen. One of them asks why she cares so much, having assumed she was only recruiting talented players. A hidden observer explains that this is not recruitment at all, but obsession with Haho Mask himself. The subordinate senses danger in her mood and tries to suggest retreat, addressing her as Thunder Queen Shiru. Before he can finish, another armored man appears beside her and asks to speak privately. The nearby subordinates are startled that he approached without any of them sensing him. The newcomer calmly adjusts his glasses, unfazed by their alarm. When Shiru questions why she should talk to a stranger, he immediately takes control of the conversation. He leans in close enough to unsettle her and force her attention. Then he offers exactly what she wants most, the chance to get rid of Haho Mask. That promise finally makes her smile. Her expression turns openly predatory as she considers the offer. Back with the hero, he is given Abin's sword as the dead man's keepsake. He reaches for the blade and quietly repeats Abin's name. Elsewhere, another order member mourns Abin as a good friend. The hero reflects that he had been worried because he could not contact him. The grieving comrade thanks the hero for at least bringing back the truth of what happened. He insists the hero keep the sword. The hero hesitates, feeling awkward about using a dead man's keepsake. Then the item window appears and reveals that Abin's sword is a unique weapon with exceptional stats and a defense-piercing effect. The hero's grief instantly gives way to stunned excitement at how absurdly strong the weapon is. The owner gently tells him to accept it for Abin's sake, and the hero awkwardly agrees. He clenches his fist, thrilled by the unexpected windfall. His restraint breaks and he celebrates like he has hit the jackpot. He thanks Abin enthusiastically and jokes that this sword will save him from buying one for a long time. He starts happily planning what to do with the money he no longer needs to spend. That celebration is cut short when a crowd suddenly surrounds him outside. The mob immediately attacks, shouting for Hoben Mask to die. While blocking their blows, he protests that he is not even wearing the mask and has no idea who these people are. His companion Roman contacts him through the system and checks if he is still alive. Roman bluntly explains that a dark web bounty has been placed on him for 100 million gold. The sheer amount leaves the hero stunned. Elsewhere, the mysterious negotiator repeats the phrase about getting rid of Hoben Mask, pressing Shira for her reason. He explains that Hoben Mask is dangerous because he is a variable. To make his point, he compares the situation to chess. In his analogy, Hoben Mask is a pawn that ignores the rules and moves however he wants. Because he breaks the system's order, the man argues that eliminating him is only logical. He adds that several guilds have already joined the hunt and claims that if the Thunder Hunters join too, Hoben Mask can be removed easily. As he tries to treat her silence as agreement, Shiro abruptly attacks him instead. She slams him into the ground before he can finish speaking. The blow leaves him coughing blood and shocked by her answer. Back in the chase, the hero accuses these hunters of being tied to the same people who stole his previous boss kill. Shiro dismisses his complaint with mocking pity. She declares that she does not work with thieves who steal what belongs to her, making clear she sees Hoben Mask as her property. The negotiator realizes his attempt to recruit her has completely failed. He activates a defensive skill to recover from her attack. Using that opening, he sweeps out a powerful counter to force space between them. He retreats at high speed while the others watch from above. Shira tries to pursue him immediately, but she stops her people, saying the chase would be pointless and ordering Hatch to contact every guild instead. Meanwhile, the hero briefly appears again in his Hoben Mask persona, still moving ahead of the hunt. Shira notes with interest that there are many competitors after him now. She openly claims Hoben Mask as hers and warns that anyone who touches him dies. She tells her subordinates to spread that threat to everyone. The negotiator apologizes while continuing his escape. He reports that the talks with the Thunder Hunters failed and offers to accept punishment. He even asks whether he should go kill Hoben Mask alone to make up for it. His superior refuses, saying it is no longer good for them to act so openly because they are meant to remain hidden trump cards. The superior says the pieces are already in motion, so they only need to wait and watch. He adds that time itself is on their side. Surrounded by screens of past incidents, the mastermind concludes that time ultimately favors them. He turns his attention back to the board and wonders what their pawn will do next. As the hero keeps running, Roman urges him not to let the pursuers catch him. The mastermind watches with quiet amusement. The hero snaps that the endless pursuit is getting infuriating. Roman reminds him that of course people keep coming, because anyone who catches him stands to gain 100 million gold. The hero demands to know who he could possibly have offended badly enough to trigger this. After a moment of thought, he admits there are actually quite a lot of people who might want him dead. Still, he concludes that the most likely culprit is Chai Seol-yin. He reasons that she is rich enough to ignore the money, but too prideful to hire others for something personal, which makes the situation even more frustrating. Roman panics that they cannot keep playing this game at this pace and demands the hero take responsibility for the commissions he accepted. The hero refuses to back down, answering that no one is stopping him from continuing. Faced with an auction prompt for a wyvern skull, Jae-hyun spends what he has anyway because he would rather risk everything than die without learning who is targeting him. He throws himself back into the chase, driven by the need to uncover the mastermind behind the attacks on him. When danger erupts, he immediately calls for his golem. A massive stone golem rises, startling the nearby hunters and confirming the fight has escalated. Even as others panic, Jae-hyun stays focused, deciding to strengthen clay play and use Hoben Mask to escape the pressure closing in on him. His investment pays off as clay play reaches A rank, and he feeds the newly bought wyvern skull into the skill to trigger a transformation. The golem begins reshaping itself into something far more formidable. As the change takes hold, Jae-hyun grimly realizes he has just burned through luxuries and his future living expenses for this gamble. The cost hits him all at once, but he has already committed everything to this move. With his balance empty to zero, the transformed golem emerges as a wyvern-like mount wrapped in ominous power. Now armed with a terrifying new form and his mask, Jae-hyun openly dares anyone hunting him to make the first move. Elsewhere, the story shifts to Ramani, the woman who edits Jae-hyun's videos. Though officially just an editor, she has gradually taken over much of Hoben Mask's channel, email, and sponsor management. She resents the extra workload and vents that she never signed up to be a full manager. Still, she genuinely enjoys the job because Jae-hyun's content is strong enough to win fans and attract ads. Back in the game, Jae-hyun cools down slightly while riding his transformed golem, though the situation still irritates him. The hunters below keep shouting for Hoben Mask to come down, convinced they can eventually corner him. Jaehyun dismisses them as leeches who are too weak to matter individually but numerous enough to keep stalling his progress. He admits he will have to deal with the root cause eventually and starts considering a more direct solution. He decides to send a message instead of continuing to be chased. The recipient is the Thunder Hunters Guild. He formally requests a private audience with their leader, the Thunder Queen Shiru. The woman who answers that summons is Chai Seal-yin. Her arrival is heralded by glowing butterflies, giving the meeting an eerie, controlled atmosphere. The butterflies gather as if the forest itself is making way for her. Jaehyun waits atop his wyvern golem as Seal-yin approaches through the moonlit woods. He notes that she finally came, making clear this meeting has been overdue. Seal-yin reminds him that when he sought her out before, she ignored him, and Jaehyun immediately recognizes her as Chai Seal-yin. Seeing her again drags up memories of the woman who tormented him before his regression. Her calm smile only sharpens the contrast with the hatred he still carries. He remembers her as someone who also pushed his former party into betraying him. Although he wants to kill her on the spot, he forces himself to hold back long enough to get answers. He asks directly whether she is the one who placed the new bounty on him. Seal-yin treats the question as absurd and flatly denies being behind it. Jaehyun refuses to accept that easily, convinced only someone like her would pull a stunt this ruthless. He accuses her of abandoning her guild and taking everything for herself, exposing how deeply personal his resentment runs. His anger finally spills over as he charges her with always ruining other people for her own gain. Seal-yin remains still under his rage, letting him reveal how badly he wants someone to blame. Then she coolly asks whether her answer would matter to him at all. She points out that he had already decided not to believe her, no matter what she said. Her words strike Jaehyun because they echo something he heard before his regression. That familiarity makes him hesitate and realize this conversation may connect to events that happened before his timeline reset. Seal-yin gathers herself, as if deciding how much to reveal. She tells him that not long ago an unknown ranker came to see her. That person claimed Jaehyun was disrupting the situation and proposed that the top 30 guilds should exclude him. Seal-yin recalls the demand clearly, including the threat to erase him from the game entirely. Jaehyun is shaken because this proves the conspiracy against him existed even before his regression. Seal-yin insists she would not bother with something so petty and notes that whoever interfered with his main quest was targeting more than just him. Jaehyun quickly concludes that the same hidden group must be bold enough to obstruct Thunder Hunters as well. His suspicion settles on the pair he has already been tracking in the shadows. Seal-yin notices that he now believes at least part of what she says and calls out his earlier hostility. Jaehyun admits he only believes half of it, which is still enough to change the tone of the meeting. He concedes that she probably is not the mastermind behind the current incident. Seal-yin immediately pivots and invites him to join her guild. The offer only infuriates him more, and he starts to reject her before she cuts to the real issue. She admits she does not know why people so often hate her, but she is used to it. Jaehyun listens in wary silence as she frames herself as someone constantly misunderstood. Then she says she is making this offer for his sake, not hers. She warns that he cannot stand alone against someone rich enough to place 100 million gold bounty on his head. Her solution is simple. If he comes under her banner, she can officially protect him without forcing him to obey her. Jaehyun almost laughs at the audacity of the proposal. He rejects her outright, saying he would rather die than join her guild. Seal-yin presses him, arguing that this is not the time for stubborn pride, but he refuses to bend. He declares that he will become the strongest through his own power because that is a promise he made to himself. For the first time, Seal-yin looks genuinely caught off guard by his conviction. She mocks the dream as childish, and Jaehyun snaps back that it changes nothing. Instead of arguing further, she tells him to do his best. Smiling, she warns that she is also one of the contenders for the top and that he should prepare himself. Jaehyun leaves unsettled, realizing she just declared herself both a rival and a threat with perfect composure. He flies away on the wyvern golem, putting distance between himself and her unnerving offer. Seal-yin watches him go with a cheerful wave, as if the confrontation had been pleasant. As he departs, Jaehyun reflects that Seal-yin had also seemed normal before his regression, which means something changed before that point. He concludes that some hidden event must have happened before his original timeline collapsed. For now, he pushes that mystery aside and decides to crush the people behind the bounty first. That resolve is interrupted when Ramani urgently contacts him about a wanted poster. She reveals that anyone who kills Haho Mask will receive a reward of 100 million gold. Jaehyun is horrified, while Ramani notes that the bounty will keep everyone watching him and asks if some powerful backer is involved. He says it is not a sponsor but another person entirely. All he can really call her is one crazy woman. The scene shifts to Hoben Castle, where another thread of the story begins. A weak young player is being beaten down in an alley, already on the verge of collapse. The thugs demand he hand over his quest, making clear they intend to steal his progress. They justify it by saying he cannot clear it anyway and that they will simply take the reward for themselves. When he protests, they answer with more violence. Their leader decides a few more hits will make him surrender. Before the blow can land, someone catches the attacker's fist. The gang turns in confusion and finds a white-haired stranger standing between them and their victim. The stranger asks the trembling boy if he is quest man Git. The boy confirms his name is Git but has no idea what that title means. The stranger realizes the future he remembers has not happened yet, but decides that does not matter. He tells Git that he is coming with him for a while. The gang objects, butting in with threats and demanding to know who this newcomer thinks he is. The stranger answers by knocking all three of them away in a single sweeping strike. With the thugs flattened, he casually adjusts himself as if the fight barely counted. Git stares in shock, realizing the man saved him effortlessly. The stranger notices Git's curiosity and addresses it before the boy can even ask. He introduces himself only as a good-natured passerby. The alley falls quiet around the unconscious thugs as Git tries to process what just happened. The stranger's awkward pause makes clear he is not actually interested in a proper introduction. Git bows deeply and thanks him for saving his life. But even in relief, Git's hands still shake from how close he came to losing everything. He admits that without this intervention, his quest would definitely have been stolen. Overwhelmed, he thanks the stranger again, only for the man to cut straight to the point. He identifies the stolen target as the Ruins Dungeon Exploration quest and explains that clearing it dispels the block field behind the dungeon. Git is stunned that a stranger knows the details of his quest better than he does. The stranger immediately demands that Git hand the quest over to him. Git is dismayed to realize his savior may be the same kind of opportunist as the thugs. Ignoring the boy's feelings, the stranger enters the Masandra Ruins dungeon with Git in a mandatory two-person party that will fail if either leaves or dies. The stranger breaks down in exaggerated frustration at being dragged into this arrangement. As they move through the ruins, Git sobs that he finally thought he could clear a quest for once, only for it to be taken from him again. The stranger loses patience and tells him to stop crying already. He harshly says that if Git hates being robbed, he should become strong enough to stop it himself. Git tries to answer through tears, struggling to explain himself. Then he suddenly lashes out and strikes the stranger, insisting the quest is useless anyway. He explodes in frustration, saying he has tried everything and none of it ever mattered. The stranger falls silent, recognizing something painfully familiar in that despair. He admits he knows that feeling too, including the shame of looking pathetic while suffering. Git finally says the truth plainly. No matter how hard he tries, he is simply weak. He recounts how raids always end with him being blamed and cursed at. Even when he goes out alone, he only ends up running for his life and dying. So he gave up on greatness and drifted through minor village errands until he accidentally met the hidden conditions for this quest. That is how he obtained a rare dungeon quest that dispels a block field and likely grants a title, making it the first thing in the game that ever felt meant for him. For the first time, Git felt chosen instead of discarded. To him, the quest was proof that even someone like him could still matter. The stranger asks whether Git thinks he wanted to have a quest like that stolen from him too. He points out that Git is not the only one who has been pushed around by stronger people and impossible odds. Git insists the stranger cannot understand how hopeless his life has felt. The stranger responds by throwing him down and telling him that if he wants to live crying forever, that is his choice. Then he declares that he will clear the dungeon no matter what happens. He starts to walk away, but stops before leaving Git behind completely. Without turning around, he tells Git that a weak life up to now does not mean he has to stay weak forever. Git can only stare after him, caught between humiliation and the first spark of hope. He realizes the stranger never truly intended to kill him for the quest, and had only been acting like a brute to force a reaction out of him. Left alone for a moment, Git wonders what he is supposed to do now that the stranger has really gone ahead. He considers logging out and abandoning everything again. But the memory of the stranger's terrifying pressure convinces him that running away will only leave him with more regret. He decides he has no choice but to keep going. Trying to stay out of the way, Git heads toward the dungeon entrance, and promises himself he will wait quietly. Instead, he comes face to face with a giant insect monster. He freezes in total panic, unable to move or think. His scream echoes through the ruins and alerts the stranger. The stranger rushes back just as Git collides with him in blind terror. While the monsters close in, the stranger angrily demands that Git get off him and stop panicking. Git is already being lifted toward a giant bug's maw and shrieks that he is about to be eaten. The stranger cuts through the pursuing monsters while Git runs in pure hysteria beside him. Git finally begs him outright to save him. After a brutal struggle, an hour passes with both of them exhausted inside the dungeon. The stranger accuses Git of deliberately making things harder for him, while Git tearfully insists he was just terrified of the monsters. Too tired to argue, the stranger gives up on the complaint. He orders Git to stay exactly where he is and warns that if the boy interferes when he fights the boss, he really will kill him. After running without thinking, the blonde player realizes he has already reached the boss room and nervously asks whether the white-haired player can really handle what comes next alone. The white-haired player explains that this giant ant den is notorious because even reaching the boss is extremely difficult. He warns that the endlessly respawning spiderlings explode on contact, making the room deadly before the boss even acts. He adds that the giant spider boss itself has a hide as hard as metal, so bringing it down is no simple matter. When the blonde player offers to help if soloing fails, the white-haired player flatly refuses and tells him to leave the fighting to him. He dismisses the concern as needless fuss and calmly prepares for battle. Confident in his plan, he decides that as long as he avoids drawing the lesser monsters, he can handle the boss by himself. With that, he launches straight into the chamber, declaring that soloing the boss will be easy for him. He cuts through the web-filled room with precise movement, slipping toward the boss without touching a single strand. The blonde player is stunned to see him bypass the trap-filled approach so cleanly. The giant spider reacts at last and lashes out to intercept him. The white-haired player stays composed, reading the attack without panic. He counters with a rapid series of glowing sword strikes that carve into the boss at close range. The spider shrieks as his assault lands hard enough to stagger it. Seeing the opening he created, he starts to explain his method. He coolly counts the first phase as complete, having already taken down one major threat. He keeps pressuring the boss, batting aside its attacks and driving it back across the room. Watching from the side, the blonde player is amazed that the giant spider is being completely overwhelmed and begins to believe victory is possible. That hope collapses when he accidentally steps onto a web. He realizes too late that he has triggered the very danger he was warned about. A spiderling reaches him and detonates against his body. The blast drops him to the floor in agony as more spiderlings close in. Racked with pain and bleeding, he panics as the damage overwhelms him. His first instinct is to flee before the next explosion kills him, but he is already surrounded by a swarm of spiderlings crawling over him from every direction. Faced with certain death, he freezes and accepts that this may be the end. Another explosion erupts around him, and he braces for death. Instead, the white-haired player appears over him, having rushed back to shield him while insulting him for being dead weight. The blonde player cannot understand why the man he burdened would still come back for him, but he is ordered to stop talking and run for the entrance. Pinned under exploding spiderlings, the white-haired player snarls that if the quest fails because of this, he will not forgive him. Even while being swarmed, he keeps threatening the blonde player to move, forcing him to act. The blonde player stares in shock as blood sprays, realizing the other man is taking the damage meant for him. He finally runs, breath ragged, escaping down the corridor while the battle continues behind him. But his retreat is clumsy and desperate, driven more by fear than resolve. As he runs, self-loathing catches up with him, and he asks himself why he is always so pathetic. He admits that all he ever seems to do is cause trouble for others and then run away from the consequences. His despair deepens when he stumbles, as if even fleeing is beyond him. He crashes to the ground and can barely keep himself moving. While struggling to rise, he bitterly wonders why running is the only thing he ever does. He breaks down completely, crying over his own weakness. Yet even through the tears, he tells himself he has no choice because he believes there is nothing else he can do. Old insults resurface in his mind, reminding him how others have always treated him as useless. He remembers being told to quit entirely because he would never amount to anything. The memory sharpens into a cruel lesson that he should know his place and live as a failure. Crushed by that history, he can only apologize to no one in particular for being what he is. Then another remembered voice cuts through the self-pity, mocking him for apologizing while continuing to live weakly. That voice challenges the idea that a weak past has to define the rest of his life. The words leave him silent, forcing him to confront himself instead of his fear. He slowly lifts his head, beginning to consider a different choice. His eyes catch on a cocoon hanging in the spider nest, and an idea forms. A spiderling crawls over the cocoon, confirming the danger is still active around it. Before it can matter, the white-haired player slices the cocoon open. He complains about the nuisance even as he cuts through the webbing and clears the way. He reveals that he had no real option but to save the trapped player, because the quest would have ended if that person died. Deciding to turn the situation to his advantage, he prepares to summon skeletons to hold the room. He is interrupted by a sudden shout from the blonde player. The blonde player, now holding a torch, deliberately calls the spiders toward himself instead. Though terrified and shaking, he commits to becoming the bait. He tells the white-haired player to stop worrying about him and use the opening to kill the boss. The white-haired player tries to dismiss the plan and send him away, but the blonde player refuses to back down. For the first time, the blonde player decides to use the one thing he has always been good at, running away, for someone else's sake. He frames it as repayment, saying that if the boss dies because of this, their debt will finally be even. The white-haired player is left momentarily speechless by that answer. He reminds the blonde player that one rescue does not erase all the times he had to save him before, but the point still lands. Even while mocking him, he admits that this reckless courage is better than watching him collapse in tears again. The blonde player takes that as permission and charges in, confessing that he is still terrified but moving anyway. While the white-haired player resumes his assault on the boss, the blonde player begins drawing the spiderlings away with fire. He gets hurt almost immediately, proving he is still weak and vulnerable. But instead of breaking, he accepts that weakness and keeps going. The fear in his body turns into exhilaration as he swings the torch through the swarm and realizes this trembling finally means he is fighting, not fleeing. After the chaos peaks, he collapses from exhaustion. Barely able to breathe, he waits for the result. A system message appears announcing that the Masanda Ruins dungeon has been cleared. The blonde player is stunned that he actually made it through, even if he feels he only handled the dirty work. Still, the victory leaves him with a quiet sense of pride. He dares to think that maybe he really has grown a little. The white-haired player glances back at him amid the fading blue system effects. He admits he did not expect the two of them to clear the dungeon together, and concedes that the blonde player has some real ability after all. That unexpected praise embarrasses the blonde player even as the white-haired one keeps his usual teasing tone. The mood shifts when a hostile player appears, mocking them and implying that any reward should be shared by force. He demands the dungeon reward, specifically the Dispel Block Field title. The white-haired player answers the threat with a calm question about what happens if he refuses. The thug makes it clear there is only one consequence. He grabs the blonde player and threatens to kill him if the title is not surrendered. Instead of begging for his life, the blonde player shouts for the white-haired player never to hand over the reward they earned. The thug answers that defiance with a brutal punch. The blonde player is thrown aside, but the attack does not break his resolve. The thug looms over him and insists he should understand his place and obey. Even bloodied, the blonde player barely reacts, as if this kind of violence is nothing new to him. He taunts the thug by saying that compared to the spiders from earlier, these punches feel like nothing. Enraged, the thug swings again. The white-haired player suddenly interrupts, offering to hand over the title himself. The blonde player is shocked, unable to believe what he just heard. The white-haired player clarifies that the thug can have the title only if he is strong enough to take it. The thug laughs at what sounds like an impossible challenge. He starts mocking the idea that one person could oppose them all, but is cut off mid-sentence. He realizes too late that something has appeared behind him. A summoned skeleton army materializes, surrounding the hostile group in an instant. The blonde player finally understands where the sudden reinforcements came from. He identifies the white-haired player as Hoben Mask, the famous solo player known for skeleton summons. The others immediately connect the dots and realize they are facing the only solo player with that signature power, a fighter said to rival entire guilds alone. The white-haired player stands revealed in full, no longer hiding the aura of a named player. When one enemy asks why someone of that rank would be here, he dismisses the question as none of their concern. Then, with a smile that makes the threat worse, he tells them to hand over everything they have. Their confidence breaks into panic. A system reward appears in his hand, showing he has obtained an ownerless war watch from the defeated enemies. As he walks away with the spoils, he mocks them as nobodies who always try to act tough. The blonde player watches him leave and realizes the man he took for merely strong is actually a famous named player. Awkwardly, the white-haired player finally responds to the gratitude still hanging between them. The blonde player bows and sincerely thanks him for both the rescue and the shared dungeon clear. He admits that without that help, he never would have completed the quest, not in body or in spirit. Having said what he needed to say, he tries to leave the title behind for the one who truly carried the fight. The white-haired player stops him and insists that the title belongs to him. When the blonde player protests that he does not deserve it, he is told he needs at least that much if he wants to stop getting beaten down so easily. He presses further, asking whether the blonde player intends to keep playing the game. The question hits hard enough to leave the blonde player speechless and emotional again. He wipes at his face, trying and failing to hide the tears. At last he answers that he will keep going and work hard, while the white-haired player dryly points out that he is crying again. The story then shifts, hinting that what looked like a clean ending is about to lead into a new complication. In a comedic aside, the white-haired player is suddenly treated like someone's pet, and he reacts with immediate disbelief and outrage. Back outside, he changes clothes and shakes off the dungeon tension. He decides his darker outfit is more comfortable and better suited to what comes next. He reflects that he had considered lying low because of the bounty on him. But after revealing himself, he concludes that hiding is pointless now. Instead, he focuses on what he gained from the whole incident. He judges that the newly titled Rare Quest Collector, Questman Git, may become useful to him later. As the blonde player tearfully thanks him again for the title, he privately doubts whether the man will actually live up to that name. With the block field dispelled, he turns his attention to the next objective. He heads toward the city tied to the next stage of the main quest, intent on pursuing his real goal. That next destination is revealed as the Cursed Territory, the beginning point of the second chapter of the main quest. The new map opens at Ricky Town Square, already crowded with players. A black-haired player arrives and realizes he has reached the newly unlocked area. He is surprised that the block field only just fell and yet the town is already packed with competitors. Someone snaps him out of his daze before he can keep staring. A blonde woman named Nuppy warns him that everyone here is a rival now. She points out the major forces already gathered in town. First she identifies the second squad of Cares, one of the top 30 guilds. Then she points out elite members of Triple Wing, another top 30 guild. She also notes Hydra, another top guild and one of the factions most likely to clear the main quest. Because everyone knows the next main quest starts here, the strongest groups have all rushed in at once, leaving smaller guilds uncertain they can survive the competition. Into that tense crowd, a new figure steps forward with quiet confidence. He orders people to move aside, immediately drawing attention. The crowd recognizes him at once as Hoben Mask. Rumors spread through the square that he was the one who brought down the block field and that he always clears things alone. Hearing the whispers, he notes to himself that there are already plenty of people here. He also realizes that news of his role in dispelling the block field has drawn every opportunist and scavenger in the area. Some onlookers insist no one could be that capable without secret backing from the admin. Others agree that someone this effective must be supported by a hidden patron rather than talent alone. He dismisses the gossip internally, knowing he really did come this far through his own skill. Then the rumor takes an absurd turn when someone calls him Chai Sil-Yian's pet, leaving him too stunned to respond. As rumors spread through the crowd, people conclude that two powerful guild masters are both fiercely protective of Haho Mask, turning him into the center of a dangerous rivalry. The gossip escalates into disbelief that someone could make two top guild leaders fight over him at all. In everyone's imagination, Haho Mask becomes an absurdly coveted figure whose value seems high enough to drive elite leaders mad. When the rumors turn crude, Haho Mask snaps and violently shuts them down. He keeps beating the source of the gossip while furiously denying that he belongs to anyone. Still enraged, he demands to know who started spreading the rumors in the first place. Before he can continue, a stern stranger cuts in and forces the scene to stop. The newcomer identifies himself as Sarabo of the Secret Order, and warns everyone not to interfere with an important quest. Haho Mask immediately recognizes Sarabo as a hidden story NPC and realizes this must be the trigger for the next main quest. He calms himself at once and shifts from brawling to listening, deciding to follow the quest instead. Sarabo waits for the crowd to settle, then prepares to formally begin the event. He reveals that this cursed territory is being used by a corrupted being for experiments. Because of those experiments, monsters and parts of the land itself have been cursed, so the first objective is to lift the curse. Haho Mask realizes the setup matches what he knew before regressing, confirming he has reached a familiar turning point. He recalls that the next step should be a hunt for a cursed monster called the goat-headed chimera. Confident in his prior knowledge, he tells himself the monster is manageable because he already knows its spawn point and fighting style. Sarabo prompts the crowd to identify the target needed for the quest. Haho Mask answers immediately, certain he is ahead of everyone else. Sarabo continues the formal announcement, building suspense around the monster's true name. Then the name lands wrong for Haho Mask when Sarabo reveals the real target is the Evil Eye. The crowd panics at the revelation that the Evil Eye is level 150 and carries a passive area curse, making the quest seem nearly impossible. Sarabo adds that not everyone present will get to bring the target back. He raises 4 fingers, setting a hard limit on who will be allowed to continue. Only 4 teams will be chosen for the opportunity. The restriction shocks the players, who realize most of them will be shut out no matter what. Sarabo makes the stakes harsher by declaring that anyone not on a successful team will be excluded from the Secret Order's future plans. The crowd erupts because failing here would also mean losing access to the main quest line. Sarabo remains cold and tells them participation is optional, but anyone who refuses can forget about future progress. The players hesitate, trapped between fear of the quest and fear of being left behind. That hesitation breaks as people start moving, ready to compete for a place. The whole crowd surges forward at once, desperate not to miss the chance. Everyone tries to claim the first move, turning the quest into a scramble. One overeager player crashes into Haho Mask while trying to push past him. The collision jolts Haho Mask into sudden alarm. He senses immediately that something is wrong with the flow of events. For the first time, he seriously considers that the future may have changed and that his old knowledge may no longer be reliable. That possibility terrifies him because his greatest advantage has always been knowing what comes next. He forces himself to stop panicking and think instead of spiraling. Regaining control, he decides there are only 2 explanations for the discrepancy. He narrows the problem down to either his regression changing events or his past information having been wrong from the start. The first possibility is that his very return altered the future. The second is that the information he trusted from his previous life was inaccurate. He starts searching for which explanation fits this situation. His attention shifts to the teams already rushing toward the cursed territory. He watches the leading group move out ahead of him. One of those teams reports that they have already reached the cursed zone and are beginning the main quest immediately. At the same time, another faction quietly declares its own objective, eliminating Haho Mask. A hostile presence closes in on him before he can react. A goat-headed chimera suddenly appears and roars into the battlefield. A nearby player panics at the monster's arrival. The front line buys time while urgently asking the mages whether their spell is ready. The mages answer that they need only a little longer to finish charging. The chimera barrels forward as the countdown tightens. The defenders cling to the last second they need to survive. The spell finally reaches completion. A full-charge lightning strike slams into the chimera with overwhelming force. The monster convulses under the blast. It collapses, and the system confirms the goat-headed chimera has been eliminated. The team leader immediately orders everyone back into formation for the next target. One frightened player breaks down, begging to go home rather than face more chimeras. He also despairs that beginners are being forced into a main quest against top guilds. His companion tells him to complain while watching the real monsters elsewhere. In the distance, a lone fighter is already drawing multiple chimeras toward himself. That fighter launches into the air to meet them head-on. He tears through a chimera with a blinding blue slash before it can land a hit. He follows with another cut that carves through a second one just as cleanly. A third chimera is severed in the same relentless sequence. He lands lightly after the chain of kills. Behind him, the 3 monsters collapse almost at once. The watching players are stunned that one person just killed 3 goat-headed chimeras alone. That display silences the whining, because it proves some players can handle the quest by themselves. The frightened player can only admit his envy. He longs to play with the same ease and confidence as that overwhelming swordsman. Meanwhile, the quest timer keeps ticking down, adding pressure to everyone still struggling. The lone swordsman pushes himself to move faster than before. Then he accelerates again, beyond what the others can even follow. He turns his body into a storm of motion and cuts through the battlefield in a blur. Another chimera is split apart before it can even finish reacting. Yet even while winning, Hoben Mask is disturbed that the battle is unfolding differently from the information he remembers. He starts wondering who is targeting him from the shadows and whether another hidden player is responsible for the change. Without trustworthy information, he begins doubting whether he can still control the main quest at all. He notices blood on his hand and realizes the situation is becoming more dangerous than expected. A small skeleton-like ally offers him a healing potion, worried about his condition. Hoben Mask refuses the potion, choosing to keep fighting without support. He decides that if other guilds need at least 5 people, then he has to beat them through sheer speed and aggression instead of planning. That resolve hardens when another chimera bears down on him. The monster attacks with a massive sweeping strike meant to crush him outright. Hoben Mask slips past it by moving even faster, but a red slash catches his leg, proving something else on the field is attacking him too. He realizes he must move faster still if he wants to survive both the monsters and the unseen interference. As he leaps, skeletal soldiers with blue flames close in around him, confirming a second enemy force is hunting him. He roars and cuts through them rather than slowing down. The timer hits 0, and Sarabo marks the end of the goat-headed chimera hunt. Watching the result, Sarabo admits he is impressed. He praises the sheer number of chimeras Hoben Mask defeated in such a short time, mostly by himself. Sarabo asks for his name so he can report the achievement to the association. Hoben Mask hesitates before answering. Before he can finish, another arrival crashes into the area. Sarabo announces that second place has just been decided. The newcomer lost first place only by a narrow margin. That shocks Hoben Mask, who cannot believe he only came in second. He becomes desperate to know who could possibly have arrived before him. His mind races through the names of powerful guilds that might have beaten him to the quest. The beginners nearby are just as baffled, unable to imagine any strong guild losing to them yet still finishing ahead of Hoben Mask. Then the newcomer greets him like an old acquaintance, making the mystery even stranger. Hoben Mask instantly recognizes the voice and tenses up. A heavily armored man steps toward him and asks for a moment of his time. When he addresses him by the full name Hoben Mask Herkin, the recognition becomes undeniable. The armored man apologizes for interrupting, but makes clear he came here for Hoben Mask specifically. A woman explains that an unidentified ranker had approached them earlier, setting this encounter in motion. The armored man steps closer, fully committed now. He confirms Hoben Mask's identity out loud. He reveals that he had suspected this all along, and now knows the person from before is standing in front of him. Without further warning, Hoben Mask attacks first to stop the conversation from going any further. He demands to know who this man is while their blades lock. His frustration spills over as he accuses the stranger of repeatedly interfering with him. The armored man stays composed and tells him he is the one interrupting, not the other way around. Green energy surges from the armored man as he counters with force. He knocks Hoben Mask back and bluntly tells him that he is the real interrupter here. The shockwave tears through the ground and sends debris flying, showing the gap in raw power. Hoben Mask crashes into the wreckage and coughs blood from the impact. Even so, the armored man formally challenges Hoben Mask Herkin to a one-on-one duel. He adds a condition before Hoben Mask can answer. If he wins, Hoben Mask must give up the main quest. That demand leaves Hoben Mask momentarily speechless. Then his anger hardens into resolve. The armored challenger stands over him with complete confidence. Hoben Mask accepts inwardly because this is exactly the kind of direct confrontation he wanted. The challenger smiles, satisfied that he got the response he was aiming for. From a distance, the beginners watch in confusion as the two move off to settle things elsewhere. The duelists relocate to an open ruined plaza, leaving the others behind. Hoben Mask steps into the arena space and prepares himself. The armored man's hostility is driven by the humiliation he suffered because of this very opponent. He remembers the earlier moment when Hoben Mask cut into his pride. Hoben Mask remembers it too, realizing how deeply that encounter must have stung. The armored man addresses him with contempt, calling him a mere single player. A distorted woman mocks the challenger for having failed, deepening his need to reclaim his honor. He rejects that humiliation and vows to settle everything here. To wash away that shame, he commits fully to defeating Hoben Mask in this duel. When Hoben Mask starts stripping off his gear, the challenger is baffled by what he is seeing. He cannot understand why someone preparing for battle would start undressing instead. Hoben Mask is genuinely surprised that the man does not recognize what he is doing. He introduces his answer as Watchman style. He explains that Watchman is a savage fighting method built around abandoning defense and devoting everything to attack while wearing only a watch. The challenger is horrified that such a ridiculous and indecent technique could exist at all. He protests in disbelief. Hoben Mask takes the explanation seriously and warns him not to insult what he considers a sacred style. He adds that Watchman's style rejects dependence on equipment and stat adjustments. Instead, it is meant to test nothing but raw talent. Standing barefoot in nothing but his watch and skull-patterned shorts, Hoben Mask declares the style as a vow to accept death if he loses. The white-haired challenger mocks his opponent for demanding a duel without the resolve to back it up. He presses harder, taunting the glasses-wearing man for relying on equipment instead of confidence in his own strength. The insult lands, and the other man rejects the provocation with cold contempt. To answer the challenge, the glasses-wearing fighter strips off his gear and stands ready with only his sword and body. Seeing that, the white-haired man finally treats the duel seriously. The two face each other in the ruined arena, both now committed to settling it head-on. The glasses-wearing swordsman invites the attack first, confident he can handle it. He plants his foot and prepares to burst forward. With a violent push, he launches himself into motion. He closes the distance instantly and crashes into the white-haired fighter before he can properly react. Their weapons meet, but the white-haired man is immediately forced onto the defensive. As he strains to hold the blade back, he realizes his opponent's raw power is far beyond what he expected. The swordsman's focus sharpens, and he shifts from brute force to precise control. He follows with a fast, disciplined sword sequence that keeps the white-haired man pinned and reading only one losing exchange after another. The white-haired fighter is driven back and curses as he struggles to keep up. His opponent slips behind his timing and dismisses him as too slow. A heavy green-tinged strike slams him into the ground and tears up the arena floor. The swordsman advances through the dust, already convinced the fight is one-sided. From the rubble, the white-haired man laughs weakly, but the swordsman reads it as empty bravado from someone cornered. Standing over him, the swordsman ridicules the resolve he boasted about and declares that his talent is nowhere near enough. The white-haired fighter admits to himself that the problem is not just level or stats, but his opponent's battle sense. He realizes the swordsman is reading every move and applying pressure like a true veteran. That pressure reminds him of the terrifying level once shown by two monsters he had faced before. He concludes that he probably cannot win in a straightforward fight. So instead of matching strength, he quietly prepares a curse-based trick through his weapon. He unleashes a purple arc as a desperate counterattack meant to create an opening rather than finish the duel. The attack grazes the swordsman's face before he can fully avoid it. A second curse mark catches his leg as well, drawing blood and finally landing the debuff. The white-haired man realizes his plan worked and immediately commits to it, cursing his enemy with everything he has. But the swordsman answers by dropping down with overwhelming force, smashing him back into the ground before the curse can turn the tide. He dismisses the tactic as boring the moment he recognizes it. While the white-haired man coughs blood, the swordsman sneers that a mere debuff is nowhere near enough to challenge him. He raises his massive sword and declares the duel finished. Even so, the white-haired fighter refuses to accept defeat. Still smiling through the pain, he reveals a hidden skeleton bomb as his real last move. The bomb detonates in a burst of purple smoke and force. The swordsman shields himself and immediately recognizes it as a final attempt to blind him and steal one more chance. He assumes the white-haired man will use the smoke to attack from concealment. But when the smoke spreads, he cannot find his opponent anywhere. He lunges toward a suspicious point in the haze, thinking he has located him. Instead, he finds only one of the summoned skeletons left behind in the confusion. The skeleton hurriedly gathers the stolen equipment and obeys its master's escape plan. The smoke clears without revealing the white-haired man. The swordsman is left standing alone, baffled by the sudden disappearance. He realizes his opponent is gone and starts to suspect something is wrong. A call comes through his device asking what he thinks he is doing, and he answers as if he is still fighting Hoben Mask. The caller tells him to check Hoben Mask's YouTube channel immediately. The truth is framed like a joke. The so-called duel was really a performance built around his half-naked appearance. His own taunting line is replayed online, but the stream turns it into ridicule over him acting tough in only underwear. The broadcast reveals that while he was distracted, the skeletons simply took his equipment and ran. Millions of viewers are openly laughing at the live humiliation of Underwear Man, while he still has not noticed what the audience has been watching. When he finally sees the stream, he is horrified that this has been happening in real time. Hoben Mask cheerfully explains that the whole thing was a trick from the start because he would never fight a ranker head-on if he could avoid it. The swordsman protests that he had been promised a fair duel in some supposed watchman style. Hoben Mask casually admits that he invented that rule on the spot and the swordsman foolishly believed it. With the theft complete, Hoben Mask cuts the call and leaves him with the embarrassment. The swordsman stands in the ruined arena, stripped of both gear and dignity. Humiliation turns into murderous rage. He swears he will kill Hoben Mask for this. His scream becomes the final punchline of the broadcast. Elsewhere, a pink-haired viewer laughs so hard she can barely contain herself. She mocks the swordsman as an idiot and admits the stream nearly killed her with laughter. Hoben Mask, now safely away in his hooded outfit, awkwardly admits he did not even know the stunt would work this well. Privately, he reflects that accepting a duel from someone stronger had been a reckless gamble from the start. He knows he survived only because the ranker fell for a lie he told with nothing to lose. A call reconnects and asks what he plans to do next. He says he will continue toward the main quest, but first he intends to sell the equipment he stole. The caller doubts anyone will dare buy it while the enraged swordsman is still hunting for revenge. Hoben Mask decides that if fear is the problem, he simply needs a buyer who is fearless enough. He already has someone in mind. That buyer is Red Bull's Matador Shev. Shev appears in full red armor, the kind of ranker who would welcome dangerous gear instead of avoiding it. At the same time, the Salt Mountain raid is completed elsewhere, confirming the larger quest has moved forward. Shev's forces gather around the fallen raid target as the battlefield settles. His people call out to the Red Bulls, rallying around their victory. Shev answers with his usual swagger, basking in the triumph. A red-haired ally praises the result and says they can finally leave the tiresome mountain behind. Shev confirms that his trade with Hoben Mask also concluded successfully and that the timing was perfect because he needed equipment. His ally worries that buying such gear could drag him into needless trouble. Shev only grins, saying a little danger makes things more fun. That thrill is interrupted by a sudden attack from a new arrival. The red-haired woman shouts Shev's name as the strike lands. Shev recovers quickly enough to recognize that his own appetite for excitement has invited exactly this kind of problem. The attacker reveals herself by dropping in with overwhelming force. It is the Queen of Thunder, and Shev immediately understands that she has come over the equipment. Shev asks whether this random attack is meant as a declaration of war. The Queen of Thunder ignores the framing and demands the item outright. She states that the equipment Hoben Mask stole from the glasses-wearing ranker was sold to Shev. Because the item is expensive and its origin is obvious, she reasons that only she or Shev could have been the buyer, and since no one contacted her, Hoben Mask must have chosen him. She presses him to confirm it. Shev admits she figured it out, though he treats her deduction lightly. He refuses to hand it over and tells her that if she wants it so badly, the Thunder Hunters can try to make their own deal elsewhere. He adds that Hoben Mask contacted him first, so the choice was never hers to begin with. That jab hits a nerve, and he realizes he has touched on something personal. Shev mockingly tells her to stop complaining to him, and asks Hoben Mask herself if it matters that much. Her strange answer catches him off guard. She quietly admits the problem is exactly Hoben Mask. She cannot approach him because he dislikes her, and resented her involvement with the reward before. Shev starts to react, only now understanding the implication. Then he bursts out laughing, and she coldly warns him that if he keeps laughing she will kill him. Shev struggles to stop, still amused by the rare sight of her flustered side. Once he calms down, he says he still cannot give up the trade because he also needs the equipment. She tries to object, but he cuts in with another idea. Instead of surrendering the item, he offers to help her in a different way. He sends Hoben Mask a gift, the skeleton armor set itself. Hoben Mask receives the present from an anonymous sponsor, and is thrilled by the unexpected windfall. When he asks who would give away custom equipment for free, the caller refuses to reveal the sponsor and changes the subject. The caller suddenly asks Hoben Mask about his ideal type. He is baffled by the abrupt question, but the caller insists it is simple curiosity from his sponsor. After thinking about it, he admits he has never really considered the question before. Shev, listening on the other end, tentatively interprets that as meaning someone who likes him might still have a chance. The caller quietly notes that the odds may be better than expected, then brushes the thought aside. The conversation ends, leaving Hoben Mask unimpressed and calling the whole exchange boring. He decides it does not matter and refocuses on his own plans. With the equipment business settled, he says it is finally time to move on. His attention turns fully toward the main quest and the ominous castle waiting under a blood-red sky. Soon after, a quest guide announces that 4 teams have finally assembled. The Nuppy family is one of the groups present. Hoben Mask stands among the competitors as another key participant. The Hydra main quest task force arrives as a dangerous rival team. Triple Wing First Corps also joins the race. Once everyone is gathered, the guide begins explaining the next mission. Their target is Evil Eye, a mutant of the Voodoo Chimera, and whoever eliminates it will earn a special reward. That reward is a curse protection amulet. The guide explains that the amulet grants access throughout the territory. Hoben Mask immediately understands how valuable that is, because it would let him search every possible clue site for the main quest before anyone else. He realizes the true objective may not be killing Evil Eye but capturing it first. To do that, he would have to beat veteran raid specialists to the prize, which he knows is almost impossible. The guide confirms that the challenge is meant to feel nearly impossible and ends the introduction there. The mission begins at once, and Hoben Mask rushes forward the moment the signal is given. As he runs, he starts considering a risky fallback plan if things become desperate. Elsewhere, Nuppy and her teammates Singlet worry that the two of them may not be able to secure Evil Eye alone. Before they can give up, someone interrupts them. Hoben Mask appears and urges them not to quit yet, asking only for some of their time. At the same time, Hydra's team reminds itself that they cannot afford to let another main quest reward be stolen again. They commit to taking this quest no matter what and move out as a dedicated strike team. Their orders are simple: head to Evil Eye's habitat and show no mercy to any competitors they encounter. One unlucky participant is already screaming as the chaos begins. He begs for help and admits he cannot keep going. Hydra spots him and recognizes him as the lucky newbie guild member who somehow got involved in the main quest. They decide his identity does not matter. To them, all competitors are targets to be eliminated, and they sneer at how quickly weaker players abandon their training when real danger appears. One of them even expects Hoben Mask to agree with that harsh view. Instead, the terrified rookie is forced back to his feet by his own teammate. Nuppy bitterly wonders how they ended up saddled with someone so unreliable. The answer is a scam contract, and the memory of that disastrous arrangement hangs over them. That memory leads back to an earlier moment when Hoben Mask proposed an alliance to Nuppy's group. He openly acknowledged that they wanted the main quest too. Then he bluntly pointed out that they did not have the strength to defeat Evil Eye by themselves. He offered a deal. He could handle Evil Eye, but he needed their help dealing with the other competitors first. The silver-haired rogue proposes a deal. If the group helps him eliminate rival parties, he will personally take down the Evil Eye. The blonde leader hesitates but demands to know why they should trust someone making such a dangerous offer. He pressures them by pointing out that they have no better option if they want to survive. The group falls silent, forced to weigh his ruthless logic against their lack of alternatives. At last the blonde woman accepts the alliance, admitting they have no other path forward. Even as she agrees, she warns him not to betray them. He throws the warning back at her, making it clear the distrust runs both ways. When she asks how such a small group could possibly help remove competitors, he dismisses the concern and claims he already has a use for them. He suddenly reveals the truth of his plan. They are not partners in battle, only bait. The group is stunned as they realize they have been tricked into a far more dangerous role than promised. A field opens and drags them into the cursed altar, the habitat of the Evil Eye. Inside, a horned demonic creature waits, radiating the threat they had been led toward. The rogue is pleased to have found the Evil Eye's lair sooner than expected. The others collapse under the oppressive atmosphere while he casually asks if this is really the target they wanted. As he mocks the gloomy mood, the group finally explodes and blames him for dragging them into this nightmare. They remind him that he burst into their lives, beat them down, and forced them into his schemes. The blonde woman lists one humiliating ordeal after another, furious that he kept gambling with their lives. She adds that he even made them flee through explosions from atop a golem, none of which seemed related to defeating rivals. He admits that those stunts may not have directly served the stated goal. Then he shamelessly argues that the chaos was fun and conveniently wiped out other guilds anyway, pushing the blonde woman from anger into murderous rage. Her companion restrains her and tries to calm her down by saying the competition is over now. The group starts to think their role is finished, and that they only need to wait for him to kill the Evil Eye. Instead, the stone golem abruptly hurls them into the arena with violent force. They tumble down the steep altar floor while the rogue remains above, having thrown them directly into danger. Bruised and furious, they struggle back to their feet. The blonde woman shouts that they already fulfilled their side of the bargain and demands that he keep his promise. He pretends to think it over, provoking her even further until she vows to kill him herself. She starts charging up toward him in pure fury, ignoring the monster behind her. That reckless anger nearly gets her killed when the Evil Eye suddenly attacks from behind. She finally senses the danger and turns an alarm. From above, the rogue gives a single instruction, telling her to move left. She obeys just in time, and the monster's massive strike crashes past instead of crushing them. The group scrambles away, shocked by how narrowly they escaped. They realize their bodies moved almost automatically, as if guided by something beyond panic. The blonde woman recognizes the sensation from the brutal training he forced on them earlier. Understanding dawns on her, and she decides they should advance on the monster instead of retreating. When the others hesitate, she orders them to stop arguing and follow her lead. Even while moving, she admits the whole situation is unnervingly strange. The rogue explains that they are getting hit because fear makes them panic instead of reading the attack properly. He bluntly calls them cowards and says their own panic is what keeps getting them hurt. To demonstrate, he tells them to watch an attack all the way through. His lesson ends with the key point: only dodge after fully reading the strike. The Evil Eye launches another devastating blow, but this time they track it instead of flailing. The blonde woman and her allies move with far more control, slipping into position around the monster. Breathing hard, she realizes the impossible is actually working. She commits to the opening and drives in with her blades while her black-haired ally follows with his sword. Their coordinated counterattack tears into the monster and draws blood. The Evil Eye reels as the strike lands cleanly. The beast crashes to the ground, apparently finished by the very bait it meant to kill. The black-haired young man stares in disbelief while the blonde woman finally sees what the rogue had been trying to force out of them. The rogue praises them just enough to say they were capable all along if they truly tried. The blonde woman realizes his cruel training and manipulation may have been aimed at awakening that ability from the start. He confirms that simply reaching this place proved they had talent, though he admits he did not expect the method to work so well. She briefly softens and thanks him, ashamed that they spent the whole time complaining without understanding. He instantly ruins the moment by reminding her that he never promised they could defeat the Evil Eye for him. He only promised he would defeat it. With smug satisfaction, he insists he never broke the agreement. As the group protests that the Evil Eye is already dead, a system warning reveals that the blood of a sacrifice is spreading. The altar responds to the spilled blood and begins activating a deeper ritual. Dark organic growth erupts from the structure like roots or veins. Those cursed tendrils rapidly spread across the arena, transforming the battlefield. The group can only stare as the altar changes into something far more sinister. They realize the thing they killed was only a sacrificial vessel feeding a larger presence. The rogue repeats that he kept his promise, because his true target has only now appeared. He finally reveals that the real opponent was never the bait monster, but the being behind it all. The true evil eye manifests, a far more terrifying entity whose level cannot even be measured. The group is horrified to understand that what they defeated moments ago was merely a prelude. The real evil eye opens a grimoire and begins casting from a ritual circle. System alerts stack up as multiple curses erupt at once, culminating in a fear outbreak that overwhelms the party. The group is seized by terror and screams as the curse invades both mind and body. The blonde woman tries to order a retreat, but fear has already robbed them of control. She discovers in horror that her body will not move at all. The rogue cuts through the spreading curse with blue power, shielding the others and dismissing the attack as unimpressive. He tells the evil eye that its curse skill is too weak to affect him. The evil eye is visibly shaken that its fear curse failed. Seeing the opening, the rogue decides it is finally his turn and activates a new ability. He triggers slot on and begins equipping himself for the real fight. A full set of skeletal armor forms around him in a surge of blue energy. Masked and armored, he charges the evil eye with open confidence. He rushes through the altar's attacks at high speed, closing the distance in a blur. The first exchange begins as he slips past a heavy strike. He counters with a sweeping blue slash that tears through the enemy's defenses. His assault continues upward in a chain of rapid strikes that carves into the altar's core. The evil eye tries to answer with more incantations from its grimoire. He cuts the casting short, mocking the monster for thinking such simple attacks could stop him. But the evil eye had prepared another trap beneath him. A hidden petrification circle activates under his feet and begins turning his leg to stone. The evil eye realizes it successfully planted the trap in advance and tries to capitalize on it. It raises a massive crimson eye construct overhead, preparing a finishing blow while he is pinned. He immediately understands the tactic and even praises the monster for the idea. Then he decides he has no choice but to answer with equal force. He channels overwhelming blue mana into his sword and prepares a direct counterattack. A colossal blue blade of energy erupts upward from his position. That strike collides head-on with the descending crimson eye attack. He remains calm in the middle of the clash, confident his power will break through. Blue and red energies grind against each other in a violent deadlock. The evil eye strains to hold its attack together as the balance starts to shift. His blue power finally overwhelms the crimson curse. The red construct collapses under the pressure of his counter. His sword thrust pierces straight through the evil eye's final defense. The finishing blow tears into the true evil eye itself. The monster explodes in a violent blast, ending the battle. Watching from afar, the group can barely believe he truly fought and defeated the real evil eye alone. The blonde woman is left wondering who Hoben Mask really is. A system notice confirms that he has defeated the altar's master, Evil Eye. More notices follow as he gains experience, levels up, and completes the Evil Eye subjugation quest. He tests his hand afterward, calmly checking the new armor's performance. Satisfied, he concludes that the skeleton armor is far better than expected and can reproduce much of his former combat ability. The armor's set bonuses thrill him so much that he compares it to driving a sports car and decides he no longer fears the main quest. Overjoyed by the reward, he jokes that he wants to thank whoever gave it to him in person. His celebration stops when he senses someone rushing at him. The black-haired young man charges and crying his name in panic and relief. The group piles onto him, admitting they were certain he would die once the petrification trap was sprung. The black-haired youth gushes over how impossibly stylish the whole fight looked. He even begs for more training, now fully converted from victim to admirer. He declares that the rogue fought like a movie hero and says he has become his fan. Still clinging to him, he asks to be trained more and promises he can endure extra hardship if it comes from him. The blonde woman, disgusted by the shameless devotion, kicks the clingy admirer off him. Far away, hidden observers review the entire battle through a wall of surveillance screens. A composed white-haired man reports that Hoben Mask has defeated Evil Eye and asks for an assessment. A cold voice from a glowing device addresses another subordinate named Singlet. That subordinate apologizes for failing to prioritize interference with the main quest over dealing with Hoben Mask. He tries to justify himself while nervously moving a chess piece, searching for any excuse. The unseen superior cuts him down, asking why a disobedient tool should be kept at all. Instead of immediate punishment, the superior orders him to spend time in self-reflection. When he begs for another chance, the superior coldly informs him that he will be sent against them again. The command is absolute, leaving no room for refusal. Terrified, the subordinate submits and promises obedience. He bows deeply while another cloaked figure watches in silence from the side. That watcher asks what should be done about Hoben Mask now that he has become such a problem. The superior orders tighter surveillance, noting that Hoben Mask is advancing through the main quest far too quickly and with disturbingly effective methods. He goes further and voices a chilling suspicion. It is almost as if Hoben Mask already knows the main quest scenarios. The subordinate objects that such foreknowledge should be impossible, but the superior agrees that it should be. He explains that the Warlord main quest is not fixed in advance but generated by the AI MIA. Those scenarios are built in real time from the actions of all players. Because of that contradiction, the superior resolves to investigate exactly what trick Hoben Mask is using. He becomes convinced that some hidden method is letting Hoben Mask act with impossible precision. Back in the game world, the altar chamber suddenly cracks open from above. A hole tears through the ceiling, letting daylight pour into the cursed ruin. The rogue drops through into a deeper chamber, landing among skeletal minions and a looming undead figure. He coughs through the dust and immediately complains about whoever designed such a miserable map. System rewards grant him the titles Catacomb Visitor and He Who Awakens, confirming he has reached the next stage. He recognizes the place at once as the catacombs. Without hesitation, he calls his skeletons to move out with him. He leads them onward, intent on finishing the final chapter of the main quest. A brief flashback returns to the reward he had been promised for clearing the evil eye. The mustached NPC presents Sarabo's Curse Protection Amulet, an item that allows safe travel through cursed territory. The rogue celebrates wildly, thrilled to have secured the free pass he needed, and offers sincere thanks. The NPC credits him with making the reward possible by defeating the evil eye and praises his work. But the NPC immediately warns that the danger ahead is far from over. He explains that the catacombs are a place where the Corrupt One once conducted numerous experiments, setting up an even darker stage ahead. A hidden superior concludes that the Corrupt One must have left traces behind. They suspect those traces could expose the Corrupt One's identity. An order is issued to investigate Hoben Castle's cursed land, recover any clues, and return them to Sarabo in exchange for his trust. The mission is accepted at once. At the castle, the white-haired player ignores the obvious route and heads elsewhere despite being questioned. He insists the real evidence is not at the entrance, but in an outlying basement beneath the castle. He leads his undead companions into the catacombs, convinced the key to the chapter lies there. Seeing the enemies ahead, he celebrates that clearing this place should finish the second main chapter and push him closer to the end. He starts fantasizing about beating every other player to Chapter 2 and securing the top spot for himself. His ambition expands into dreams of wealth and status once no one can challenge his lead. The fighting begins, and his summoned skeletons cut down the first monsters while the system confirms the kill. He calmly urges his summons onward, pleased with the pace. More enemies fall in quick succession, bringing him experience as his army tears through the catacombs. Watching their performance, he praises their movements like a coach refining a winning team. His undead formation keeps carving through the dungeon, while a robed skeleton supports them from behind. With momentum building, he throws himself fully into the run. He becomes absurdly proud of his skeletons, treating their progress like proof that his harsh training paid off. The skeletons bask in his approval and eagerly want more praise. Still, he reminds them that if they truly learn from him, they should perform even better. He orders them to keep moving and not slow down. As they rush ahead, he boasts that at this rate the catacombs will be cleared in no time. He laughs at his own confidence, certain the run is under control. Almost immediately, he senses he may have spoken too soon. Half an hour later, the maze-like catacombs have him doubting whether they are circling the same area. An hour later, he is still forcing confidence, pushing the group onward even though he is no longer sure of the route. 3 hours pass, and the joke becomes clear. He is hopelessly lost. Frustrated, he starts smashing through walls to force a path forward. As he tears through stone, he rages that the route he expected still refuses to appear. He panics that all this wasted time will let rival guilds catch up to him. He bitterly reminds himself that this is exactly why he formed alliances against stronger competitors in the first place. He regrets not bringing a mage, realizing detection magic would have solved the navigation problem. Even so, he refuses to share this dungeon with others and decides to keep struggling alone. While he hesitates, enemy skeletons start dismantling his own summons piece by piece. He explodes in anger, less over the danger than over the cost of the equipment his summons are dropping. After venting, he forces himself to calm down and think instead of raging. He decides to retrace the situation from the beginning and look for a rational answer. At that moment, the system announces he has earned a new title, which catches him off guard. The title turns out to be directionally challenged, and the insult only deepens his fury. Before he can dwell on it, a sealed door begins to open deeper in the catacombs. His group approaches the newly revealed chamber, and finds a far more ominous presence waiting inside. A monstrous undead stirs and demands to know who has disturbed it. The armored jailer rises fully awake, furious that its rest has been interrupted. Instead of fear, the player recognizes the boss as the fool responsible for his misery and locks onto it with hatred. The jailer begins threatening him, but he cuts the speech off before it can finish. He slams down into the chamber and tells the boss to stop talking. The jailer tries to continue its introduction, only to find itself ignored again. He shuts it down a second time and closes the distance without hesitation. Now certain this boss is behind the terrible map design, he vents every hour of frustration at it and declares it dead. The jailer tries to warn him not to interrupt again. Instead, it retaliates with a burst of purple power that blasts him backward. He lands in a crouch, shaken but still glaring at the boss. The jailer's anger turns personal as it rants about being humiliated by a mere human despite once being a commander in life. To restore its pride, it summons a mass of deceased soldiers into the chamber. It laughs and presents its undead army as proof that he should finally be afraid. He answers that display with complete boredom, refusing to give the reaction the boss wants. The jailer is thrown off when he dismisses the summons as unimpressive weaklings. He counters by proving he can raise the dead as well. Blue necromantic energy surges out as he calls forth his own skeleton army. The jailer realizes too late that it is facing another necromancer. With quiet confidence, he addresses his summons like a commander, taking the field. He orders his skeletons to rush the enemy army. The jailer can only stare as the balance of the battlefield shifts against it. Its own ghoul army is immediately met and overwhelmed by his forces. His elite skeletons carve through the enemy ranks with disciplined swordplay. The jailer watches in disbelief as its supposedly overwhelming numbers are pushed back instead. He explains that the outcome should be obvious because every one of his summons is copying his movements. That means the skeletons are fighting with the combat instincts of a former ranker-level warrior rather than as mindless mobs. He tells the jailer that raw numbers mean nothing when its side is made of amateurs. The jailer calls him arrogant, but he only grows more certain of his advantage. Then he reveals the real trap. The boss has ignored its footing while surrounded by bodies clinging to its legs. The jailer suddenly finds itself obstructed by both allies and enemies and cannot make its army respond properly. He casually explains that the boss's own troops are simply too stupid to handle the situation. Humiliated, the jailer lashes out in rage. It unleashes a violent shockwave to throw everything off and prove a human should not be able to corner it like this. Even while reeling, it insists it can recover and shake off the setback. Abandoning command, the jailer decides to finish the fight personally. He watches the boss's charge with unnerving calm. Before the jailer can strike, blue arcs flash through the air and sever its armored body apart. Its pieces crash to the floor while he remains standing untouched. He steps on the fallen remains and pins the boss in place. Then he quietly praises his skeletons for the kill. His summons line up before him like disciplined soldiers awaiting further orders. The battle is being streamed, and viewers explode over how broken his necromancer build looks. Watching the stream, a blonde guild master realizes why the player dares to operate alone. Summons on that scale make a guild unnecessary. He notes that unlike ordinary guild warfare, this style lets the player fight huge battles without risking real allies as casualties. He points out the key moment when both friend and foe were clinging to the jailer's legs. He explains that Hoben Castle quickly understood the enemy aggro system was primitive and exploitable. By sticking skeletons onto the boss, he forced the enemy army to chase the jailer itself and created a favorable battlefield almost instantly. The blonde observer concludes that his judgment was right and that Hoben Castle is destined to become a major force. When his companion questions why he sounds pleased about a rival, he admits that as a guild master he should worry, but personally he enjoys the rise of a worthy competitor. Even so, something about the stream suddenly makes him pause. He brushes off the concern, but his attention has clearly shifted. Elsewhere, a dark-haired woman watching the same stream realizes someone else would be even more invested in Hoben Castle's success than she is. Studying the footage, she notices the boss is wearing skeleton armor and wonders why Hoben Castle seems to dislike using such gear. A call comes in from Hatch of the Thunder Hunters. She answers and immediately suspects the item she sent has been handled carelessly. She thinks that if he dislikes the armor, that only makes it more necessary for him to keep wearing it, since she never asked for repayment. The call leaves her silent for a beat as she listens. Hatch urgently reports that something major has happened. Her temper flares at once, and Hatch braces himself for another verbal beating before even explaining. He says a messenger from the Hydra Guild arrived asking for cooperation on the main quest. She immediately rejects the idea, convinced Hydra only wants to recover ground after losing Chapter 1 to them. Hatch admits he found the offer suspicious too. Then he reveals the shocking part. Hydra claims to know the final strategy for clearing Chapter 2. She is stunned because the final chapter has not even been released yet, so such knowledge should be impossible. When she asks whether Hydra somehow already reached the end, Hatch can only admit he was given no details. All Hydra would say is that the final chapter will require all top 30 guilds to unite. Realizing Hydra has likely contacted every major guild, she decides she cannot ignore the invitation. She orders Hatch to arrange an immediate meeting with Hydra. At the same time, the white-haired player receives a new system notice. In Hydra's in-game hideout, the guild is informed that the Thunder Queen has agreed to grant them an audience. A young Hydra member mocks her pride and assumes this concession means she is weaker than advertised. He looks forward to using the coming alliance to repay her for the humiliation of losing the main quest in front of her. To him, the meeting is a chance to reverse that public embarrassment. He turns to another man and thanks him for making this opportunity possible. That man reveals he fed Hydra the information that let them seize their chance, and says choosing Hydra was the correct move. With the groundwork laid, he prepares to move to the next step. Elsewhere, his own guild quietly waits while he leaves to watch the fallout unfold. He carries himself with the satisfaction of someone who expects his scheme to work. He settles in to enjoy the revenge he believes is about to begin. Back in the catacombs, the white-haired player shows the investigator the crest taken from the jailer's armor. The investigator instantly recognizes the emblem and is alarmed by what it implies. When asked, the player explains they found it on a monster in the catacombs. The memory of the jailer confirms the emblem's connection to that armored undead. The investigator grabs him in panic before he can spread the information further. He urgently orders the player never to tell anyone else about the crest. The player agrees, but demands to know why this symbol matters so much. The investigator reveals that the crest belongs to the third prince of the Hoben Kingdom. Specifically, it is the emblem of Prince Bayan Din of Northland. He explains that although the prince lacks succession rights, he is still deeply respected. The prince is known as a gentle, capable man who cared for the kingdom and strongly supported the Raiders Association. That only makes the discovery more baffling, since such a man should have no reason to be tied to the catacombs. Still, the investigator concludes that if the prince's crest was found there, the odds are high that he is the corrupt one behind the incident. The player is stunned for a moment by how neatly that accusation fits the evidence. Then he abruptly decides this is actually excellent news. To him, the revelation means the chapter boss is still Prince Din just as he remembers from the future. He had worried recent events were diverging from what he knew, but this confirms the larger storyline remains intact. Relieved, he resolves to keep things on that familiar track. He renews his vow to seize the final chapter of the main quest and become the star of Ahimbri. That confidence falters when the investigator asks who exactly he means by Ahimbri. Caught off guard, he asks for clarification. The answer is Grand Magi Ahimbri, the investigator's master and a member of the secret order whose judgment is needed on this matter. The player immediately tries to object and suggests consulting literally anyone else in the order instead. The system cruelly turns that dread into a new quest ordering him to visit Ahimbri with Sarabo's letter, promising his master's love as the reward. He curses the title and the quest alike, making it clear he wants nothing to do with this reunion. His refusal erupts into a full meltdown as he screams that he absolutely does not want to meet that man. Later, the crest is brought before Ahimbri himself for evaluation. The player notices that Ahimbri is far calmer than Sarabo was and realizes he is not surprised by the emblem at all. Ahimbri admits he had been expecting this discovery. He confesses that he had hoped with all sincerity that the truth behind the crest would prove false. The hooded young man blurts out that the prince is behind the corruption and immediately demands the quest tied to it. Once he considers that the king himself may be orchestrating the corruption, he realizes the situation could become far more dangerous. His older companion warns that corruption is bad enough, but a ruler's authority could turn the whole kingdom against them. In the worst case, exposing the truth could make them enemies of the entire realm. Instead of backing down, the young man decides he needs power as fast as possible, and his companion agrees. To answer that need, the older man produces something he had prepared in advance. The item turns out to be a skill book that teaches Life Vessel the moment it is obtained. The young man is stunned to see an ultra-rare necromancer skill book that should not even be available on the market. Realizing how valuable it is, he instantly decides he must have it. He lunges for the book, but the older man casually keeps it out of reach. The older man reminds him that something this valuable was never going to be free, and the young man grudgingly accepts that. Knowing he is being manipulated again, the young man bitterly asks what humiliating condition will be attached this time. The answer is simple and brutal: 10 million gold. When he confirms the price, he realizes it would consume almost all of his savings. He explodes in outrage, convinced no skill book should cost that much and calling it a scam. The seller takes offense and insists the book would cost even more elsewhere, scolding him for not appreciating the deal. The young man tries to walk away and declares he will simply give up on learning Life Vessel. The older man dismisses that refusal as pathetic. He insists the young man has no idea how extraordinary the skill really is. Then he launches into a hard sell, presenting Life Vessel as a miracle-level power. He claims it can revive someone instantly even if only a single drop of blood remains. He pushes further by asking whether Prince Din's army would matter at all if the young man had such a skill. According to him, Life Vessel would let the young man crush that entire force alone, making the temptation even harder to resist. He paints it as the perfect path to becoming the kingdom's savior while wealth and fame pour in automatically. At the height of the pitch, he reveals that all of those miracles are exactly what Life Vessel offers. When the young man hesitates, the seller needles him for pretending he does not need it. He downplays the absurd price by calling 10 million gold practically free for something like this. The young man tries to hold firm, but the pressure clearly starts breaking his resolve. His resistance finally collapses under the weight of desire and fear. In the end, he buys the skill book anyway and mourns the loss of his entire fortune. The seller gleefully thanks him for the purchase while the young man desperately tells himself it was a necessary expense, not a scam. He keeps rationalizing that he would have needed the skill eventually to reach the end of the story, so the purchase was really an investment. Still half crazed by the loss, he convinces himself he can earn the money back if he grinds hard enough without rest. Collapsed in misery afterward, he is interrupted by an incoming call just as he is about to cry over his ruined finances. The caller is Pitbull Singh, and the young man immediately recognizes the voice. Singh apologizes for the sudden contact and asks for help hunting a black tree. The young man first questions why Singh wants that target and tries to refuse because he is busy. Singh quickly sweetens the offer by promising to transfer the entire quest reward. That promise instantly changes the young man's tone, and he asks what the reward is while pretending not to care. When Singh says the reward is a rare purification circlet, the young man is jolted into full attention. Singh adds that the circlet could fetch any price at auction, making it even more tempting. The young man immediately drops the act, claims he hates black trees anyway, and volunteers to smash it at once, which makes Singh note how transparent he is. With his greed reignited, the young man snaps back into action. He regains his confidence and prepares to head out. When he arrives, he finds Sing lounging in a forest pool while elf women play around him. The scene makes it clear Sing has been enjoying himself rather than urgently waiting for help. The young man remembers too late that Sing's surroundings are always this indulgent. Sing casually greets him as if nothing is wrong. Already furious, the young man demands an apology for being summoned while Sing relaxed with elves. He accuses Sing of wasting his time, and Sing brushes it off as harmless leisure until the young man forces him to explain the quest. Sing finally begins the story, saying that an elven tribe had recently asked him to hunt a black tree. He found the monster strong but still manageable, so the hunt itself was not the real problem. The real trouble began when a new force suddenly appeared during the raid. A brilliant attack cut into the battle and interrupted everything. Sing was shocked by the sudden intervention. A hostile voice demanded to know who had given him permission to hunt there. The intruders declared that the forest now belonged to their guild, Big Smile. Sing immediately understood the threat, because a top 30 guild that occupies a territory gains hunting priority there. Even so, he argued that barging into an ongoing raid crossed the line. Their leader answered with open cruelty, saying that if Sing objected they would simply wipe out every elven village in the area. When Sing pointed out they did not even know where the villages were, the leader laughed that burning the whole forest would flush them out, and even joked about taking a cute elf for himself. Hearing that, Sing admits he was furious, but he still retreated, because a guild of that rank truly had the power to carry out those threats. He later tried to obtain formal hunting permission again, only to be refused once more, leaving him convinced they were enjoying his frustration. That humiliation is why he finally called for help, hoping the young man's reputation might change the situation. Instead of sympathizing, the young man starts laughing at the idea that Big Smile is the guild occupying the Black Tree Forest. He explains that he already found them irritating, and now they have conveniently handed him a reason to act. With a bright smile, he promises Sing that he will help very thoroughly. The memory ends there as the present catches up. Back in the forest, Big Smile's members are still waiting around and joking about how entertaining it is to torment Sing. Their leader openly admits that making someone grovel is exactly what he enjoys. Before he can enjoy it any longer, Sing slams into him without warning. The sudden strike sends the leader sprawling and shocks the guild members. As they try to invoke their status, the young man cuts them off and addresses them like unruly children. Sing dryly explains that his companion is in a terrible mood because he is broke. Leaning into that mood, the young man gives them 10 seconds to hand over every bit of wealth they have. Sing, caught between concern and disbelief, checks whether his companion is actually alright. The young man pretends not to understand the question. He insists he feels perfectly fine, even while crouching over the bodies of the men he just destroyed. Sing points out that he has not merely beaten Big Smile's people but completely wrecked them. He also notices that the young man has stolen their war watches as loot. Sing warns that Big Smile will definitely come for revenge, but the young man welcomes that outcome. He is delighted by the prospect of collecting even more war watches from whoever comes next, and Sing can only call him insane. As they walk away from the bodies, Sing warns that this recklessness will bring real trouble, but the young man brushes him off. One of the surviving guild members uses his war watch to send out an emergency call, reporting that Haho Mask is in Biri Forest. The young man notices the signal too late and realizes what has happened. He immediately decides the easiest way to erase the problem is to finish off the Black Tree and end the quest before reinforcements matter. The Black Tree falls quickly, and the system confirms its defeat, experience gain, and gold reward while Sing remarks on how fast it was. With the quest complete, the young man cheerfully turns to collect the promised reward. Before he can press the issue, an elf girl rushes in and throws herself at Sing. More elves swarm Sing with praise for saving them, while the young man protests that he fought too. One elf responds to him with open hostility, calling him a filthy human. He starts to snap back at the insult. Instead, the elf tosses him the purification circlet and tells him to take it and leave. The moment he confirms it is indeed the expensive circlet, his anger vanishes and he loudly declares his love for Sing, making everyone note again how easy he is to read. As Sing is surrounded by grateful elves, the young man happily weighs whether to sell the circlet for cash. Sing watches him in speechless disbelief. The young man thanks Sing sincerely as he prepares to go. Sing thanks him back for accepting such an awkward request despite the danger of crossing a high-ranked guild. He offers his hand in genuine gratitude. Sing admits he could not have completed the quest without that help. The young man is briefly caught off guard by the sincerity. Then he hides it behind a small, embarrassed laugh. As they move to shake hands, he jokes that the gratitude sounds rich coming from the man who once warned him not to act creepy. He immediately ruins the moment by demanding more money if Sing is truly grateful, then turns to leave. Sing watches him go, still surrounded by the elves he protected. One elf asks whether this is the same man Sing fought before and assumes they must have reconciled. Sing denies they are friends, but quietly admits he is glad things turned out this way. The young man walks off feeling reassured by the profit he made. With multiple war watches and a purification circlet in hand, he thinks he will not need to worry about money for a while. Then one of the stolen war watches lights up with another call from Pitbull Sing. Annoyed, he asks what Sing wants now and starts to demand payment before hearing anything. Instead of Sing, a panicked voice screams through the device. The caller begs Haho Mask not to come, but someone else silences him and reveals that Sing had been forced to summon Haho Mask in exchange for his life. The young man realizes something is very wrong just as a new speaker calmly greets him by name. That speaker orders him to come at once if he wants to save his friend. Without another word, the young man bolts toward the trap. When he arrives, he finds Sing being struck in the face by a heavily armored man. The beating continues with brutal body blows. A final kick sends Sing flying back across the clearing. The elves cry out in alarm as Sing is battered in front of them. The young man sees a group of armed men surrounding the area and understands the ambush has already been set. A smug new enemy mocks the depth of Sing's loyalty, marveling that he would endure this much just to protect Haho Mask. Sing, trembling and bloodied, insists that this was his responsibility from the beginning. He demands that the attackers keep their promise and leave Haho Mask untouched. The leader's expression hardens at Sing's defiance. He answers by kicking Sing down again instead of honoring any promise. When Sing protests that how he handles matters is his own choice, the leader takes offense at being judged. Sing can barely breathe under the abuse, but he still refuses to submit. The leader brands him disgusting and charges in for more violence. At that moment, the young man launches himself into the fight. He descends from above with his sword raised, aiming straight for the attacker. The leader finally notices the strike too late. A blue arc of power crashes down, and Sing blocks it with his bare hand to stop the blow from landing. Both men freeze in shock at what Sing just did. Sing tells Haho Mask to leave, insisting he should not get involved any further. Even injured and surrounded, Sing claims he can still handle the situation himself. The young man cannot believe what he is hearing. Then the enemy leader laughs at the absurd scene unfolding in front of him. He mocks the famed Haho Mask as nothing special after all. The young man recognizes the taunting officer as Apollo, the same man from before, now openly representing Big Smile. Apollo flaunts his new status and wealth with smug satisfaction. The young man is stunned that this former nuisance has joined Big Smile, but even more alarmed by the trap now surrounding them. Apollo dismisses the whole situation as trivial. He says Sing is merely suffering the punishment that should have fallen on Haho Mask instead. Dragging Sing along, Apollo explains that Sing was warned to pay for crossing Big Smile, yet still insisted on bearing the consequences alone. The young man realizes Apollo deliberately twisted Sing's request for help into an excuse to torture him. Apollo notices the rage on Haho Mask's face and taunts him for it. Then he offers a cruel bargain. If Haho Mask wants to save Sing, he can take Sing's place and be beaten instead. Faced with that demand, the young man falls silent as the choice is forced onto him. Apollo begins by recalling the life of privilege and authority he once took for granted. Born into wealth, status, and influence, he grew up as someone who possessed everything others could only bow to. That power made him feared, because he believed a casual decision from him could decide other people's futures. But that certainty shattered on the day his dominance was publicly overturned. A viral video spread Apollo Guild's humiliation across the network, and the public eagerly mocked the guild's arrogance and weakness. Seeing the backlash, Apollo is stunned to realize his name has become an object of ridicule. He fixates on the uploader, Haho Mask, as the one responsible for turning the world against him. The laughter of the crowd becomes, in his mind, the sound of everyone mocking him at once. In that moment, Apollo swears he will repay that humiliation. He directs that vow toward Haho Mask, promising revenge for the disgrace he suffered. When Haho Mask arrives, he immediately sees that Apollo has gone beyond a simple grudge. Apollo reveals he has taken a hostage, claiming he exploited Haho Mask's weakness because he came too confidently. The captive, Sing, struggles on the ground, already battered and barely able to endure more. Apollo points out that Haho Mask rushed in the moment Sing called for help, proving the hostage matters to him. He makes clear that if Haho Mask refuses to comply, Sing will keep suffering. Apollo openly treats Sing as a toy he can torment for amusement and leverage. His followers laugh behind him, convinced Haho Mask has been cornered. Haho Mask coldly assesses the situation and concludes that the rational choice would be to walk away. He admits to himself that he and Sing are not close enough to justify risking everything for him. He also reasons that intervening would only make Sing more valuable as a hostage. As Apollo keeps beating Sing, Haho Mask tries to justify staying uninvolved by telling himself Sing claimed he would handle the consequences alone. Yet even as he turns away, doubt and unease stop him from fully committing to that choice. Apollo seizes on that hesitation and accuses him of being no different from a coward who abandons others when things turn against him. He presses the accusation harder, challenging Haho Mask's right to judge anyone as a traitor. Apollo argues that Haho Mask's instinct to flee proves he is just as selfish as the people he condemns. Confident in his trap, Apollo thinks Haho Mask is still deciding whether to run. He smugly believes the choice no longer matters, because either outcome will destroy Haho Mask's reputation. If Haho Mask stays, Apollo plans to expose his identity and frame him as a loser who was beaten into submission. If he runs, Apollo plans to upload that too and brand him as someone who abandoned a friend to save himself. Certain that Haho Mask is doomed either way, Apollo demands he choose. Instead of answering, Haho Mask suddenly attacks and blows through Apollo's side before the threat can continue. He rejects Apollo's framing entirely, deciding there is no reason to obey a man who thinks he controls the situation. Hoben Mask declares that if he wants, he can simply kill everyone there. Apollo panics and warns that doing so would make Hoben Mask a permanent target of Big Smile and endless assassins. Hoben Mask dismisses the warning without hesitation. He answers that he already lives as if his life is always on the line, sacrificing comfort and pushing himself to grow stronger every day. Realizing fear will not work, Apollo orders his people to kill him immediately. Their attacks land first, cutting into Hoben Mask as they rush him from all sides. Even wounded, he remains calm as the blows connect. Then he unleashes a counterattack so overwhelming that the battlefield is instantly carved apart around him. As Apollo's forces are slaughtered, Hoben Mask says he would rather face the whole world than bow to trash like Apollo. In moments, the ambush collapses, leaving Apollo and Sing surrounded by fallen bodies. Apollo can only stare, unable to understand how completely the balance of power has reversed. To him, Hoben Mask now looks less like a player and more like a man who truly means what he says. Apollo immediately tries to retreat into pleading, pretending he wants to calm things down. Hoben Mask answers that false diplomacy with a punch to the face. Sing, seeing Apollo finally brought low, turns toward the commotion in disbelief. The elf women who had been tied up also witness Apollo's collapse and realize the rescue is real. Apollo begs for mercy, but Hoben Mask tells him that being targeted means nothing compared to what Apollo should now fear in return. He promises to crush everything Apollo has, staking his own life on it if necessary. Apollo understands too late that Hoben Mask is not bluffing and is far more dangerous than rumor suggested. The restraints on the captives are cut away, freeing them from Apollo's control. Once the immediate danger passes, the rescued women rush to Sing and worry over his injuries, while he tries to brush them off. Sing's first concern, however, is whether Hoben Mask himself is alright. Hoben Mask, battered but standing, answers as if nothing serious happened. He downplays his condition and complains instead that leaving the main quest midway to come here will create trouble later. A warning follows that the level 30 guilds were already wary of him, and this incident has now given them a reason to openly move against him. Sing apologizes, believing the whole disaster happened because Hoben Mask came to save him. Hoben Mask rejects the sentiment and insists he only acted because he refused to bow to Apollo, not out of sentimentality. Sing falls silent, realizing Hoben Mask is once again refusing to admit any personal concern. Then Sing drops a pouch of gold in front of him. When Hoben Mask asks what it is, Sing says it is his entire fortune. He reasons that if he is grateful, the proper way to repay that debt is with money. Hoben Mask is briefly caught off guard by the blunt sincerity of the offer. Then he laughs, because the gesture is so absurdly direct. But he also tells Sing that the amount is nowhere near enough to cover what just happened. Sing responds by hardening his resolve rather than backing down. Elsewhere, Apollo's superiors realize he crossed the line the moment he tried to use threats and coercion to secure power. Faced with the fallout, one subordinate asks whether they should place a bounty on Hoben Mask. The answer is immediate and ruthless. Silence everyone who knows and bury the scandal, because the guild's prestige is now the real problem. They explain that Hoben Mask is backed by powerful level 30 guilds, and Apollo cannot be touched without risking a wider conflict they cannot afford. So instead of retaliation, they decide to let events take care of Hoben Mask on their own. Relying on intelligence from Hydra, they reveal that the next main quest will trigger a decisive turning point. According to that forecast, Hoben Mask is destined to be eliminated in the coming arc. Back in the forest, Sing unexpectedly invites Hoben Mask to join a level 30 guild. He argues that guild membership would protect him from Big Smile, give him money, and let him level much faster. From Sing's perspective, joining a major guild is the most efficient route to becoming the strongest. Hoben Mask refuses without hesitation. He explains that being alone means he only has to worry about himself. To him, allies are variables that reduce his control and complicate every decision. In the long run, he believes solitude is the most efficient path. Sing is surprised that the answer is so calculated rather than emotional. He admits he expected Hoben Mask to reject people out of irritation, not because he had thought the problem through so rationally. Hoben Mask, irritated by the praise, reminds Sing that saving his life does not entitle him to keep prying. Even so, Sing urges him to think more carefully before deciding to remain alone forever. He warns that talent alone will not be enough when Hoben Mask eventually faces problems too large to overcome by himself. Hoben Mask cuts him off and insists he will take care of himself. Before the argument can continue, an urgent message reaches him through his device. He immediately senses that something serious has happened. Without another word, he launches himself away at full speed. He is alarmed that someone has already advanced the main quest farther than he expected. The message orders him to return to Sarabo at once because Prince Din has committed treason. At Hoben Castle, the crisis is already underway as the fortress falls under violent occupation. A spear rises toward the crimson-lit sky, signaling the start of open war. Inside the castle grounds, defenders clash desperately against the invading force. One fighter curses as the enemy pressure overwhelms them. The invaders cut through armored resistance with brutal efficiency. Bodies fall across the battlefield as the defenders are driven back. A veteran fighter admits he expected a hard battle, but not this kind of enemy. he realizes too late that the occupying force is no longer truly human. The defenders see that the enemy numbers are effectively endless. Hoben Mask arrives and carves through the monsters in a sweeping counterattack. A captain recognizes him and urgently asks for explanations to be saved for later, because they need a path opened immediately. Together they surge deeper into the occupied castle. The captain explains that an army appeared without warning and seized the royal castle. Prince Din had already anticipated their movements, and the castle has now been cut off from outside communication. From the evidence, the captain concludes Din intends to seize the throne by force. He thanks Hoben Mask for coming so quickly, saying his arrival made it possible to break into the castle at all. That remark shocks Hoben Mask, because he realizes this occupation marks the beginning of the final arc of the second chapter of the main quest. If the final arc has already begun, then someone else must have triggered it before he did. He demands to know who advanced the story that far. Inside the throne hall, the answer becomes clear as Hydra stands present among the forces surrounding the royal family. The sight stuns the others, who cannot believe Hydra is involved. Hoben Mask is especially shaken, because Hydra had recently failed a key raid and should not have been able to reach this stage first. At the center of the hall stands a monstrous armored knight, enforcing Prince Din's rule through sheer violence. A wounded captain of the guard begs Prince Din to stop before the kingdom is destroyed. Prince Din mocks the plea and treats the accusation of cruelty as hypocrisy from the very system that denied him. He argues that taking the throne through strength is no cruelty at all. To Din, the true injustice was being barred from kingship simply because he was born third. He declares that since the world refused to recognize his worth, he will destroy that world instead. Din reveals he has already ordered monster armies to attack every fortress in the kingdom. He boasts that the entire nation will soon be consumed by fire. He frames the coming catastrophe as punishment for a kingdom that failed to choose him. The wounded guard still begs him to reconsider, even as he is dragged back. Realizing the situation is hopeless, Sarabo orders everyone to retreat at once. The injured prince protests, unable to accept fleeing while his kingdom collapses around him. But the strongest knight in the kingdom, Agardo, stands with Din, making direct victory impossible. As they withdraw, Sarabo warns that if Din is telling the truth, every fortress must be warned immediately. He says they need to order all defenses reinforced before the monster armies overrun the realm. The surviving group races through the castle to escape and spread the warning. While running, Hoben Mask quietly recognizes how extraordinary this development is. A red-haired Hydra executive praises him for reaching this point in the main quest without guild backing. She introduces herself as Sohank, Hydra's second-in-command, and says she wants to test herself against him personally. Hoben Mask identifies her from reputation and realizes this is their first direct meeting. Before he can engage, her ally reminds her that Hydra's priorities come first. Sohank laments that if they had joined the battle against Din, she might have gotten the chance to fight Hoben Mask there. That remark makes Hoben Mask realize Hydra never intended to oppose Din at all. When pressed, Sohank casually confirms that Hydra will not participate in the battle. She goes further and reveals that none of the level 30 guilds plan to intervene against Prince Din. Hoben Mask is stunned by the scale of that abandonment. Sohank admits she has heard the reason, though she treats it with careless indifference. Hoben Mask stops her and demands to know whether the level 30 guilds are truly refusing to fight. He forces the question because the answer changes everything about the kingdom's chances. The scene shifts to the source of that decision, where the matter is being discussed with cold detachment. In a separate chamber, a level 30 guild member again asks why they are refusing to join the battle. The reply is that Hydra's intelligence predicts the user's side will suffer an overwhelming defeat in this war, after which the raid on the final boss, Prince Din, will begin. From that perspective, joining now would only waste guild strength before the real objective appears. Another listener objects that Hydra could be lying, but the strategist insists the circumstances make the information highly plausible. A more cautious leader concludes that the report may be true even if Hydra's motives and source cannot be trusted. She warns that Hydra's information is believable, but neither where it came from nor why they shared it can be confirmed. A shadowy negotiator offers future knowledge about the main quest in exchange for cooperation, leaving the others suspicious of Hydra's true motive. Even so, they decide the offer is too elaborate to dismiss as a simple betrayal and agree to play along for now. Their leader concludes that staying close to Hydra is the best way to uncover the truth, so they must at least pretend to be allies. The tense strategy talk briefly breaks into bickering until the leader cuts everyone off. She orders the entire guild assembled and announces they are preparing for a hunt, startling the others. When someone assumes she means the main quest raid, she immediately denies it. She clarifies that the real target is a snake, meaning a hidden enemy rather than the public battle itself. The story explains that the battle event is a continent-wide defense in which players must hold off monsters attacking every fortress. Waves of monsters strike fortresses across the map at the same time, turning the whole continent into a battlefield. If enough fortresses survive until the time limit, the event progresses, with 6 of 10 needed to remain standing. Only then does the final boss raid appear, making the defense phase the gateway to the true objective. Although the event looks entertaining on the surface, it hides a deadly trap. The trap is that the event lures players into underestimating how dangerous it really is. Each wave strengthens the monsters, and by the 4th wave most ordinary users can no longer handle them. Past battles turned into massacres once the later waves arrived. Even with every level 30 guild participating before, victory was barely possible, so the current situation is far worse. Someone realizes the real disaster is that the level 30 guilds are refusing to participate this time. That absence enrages the white-haired masked player, who sees it as condemning everyone else to die. A red-haired woman mocks his sudden anger, pretending not to understand why he cares so much. He answers with violence, slamming down at her and turning the argument into a fight. Rather than back down, she welcomes the clash and treats his attack as an invitation. He accepts the challenge without hesitation and dares her to continue. They exchange a rapid flurry of blows, either gaining an immediate edge. The duel escalates into a violent shockwave that throws them apart across the corridor. The woman enjoys the fight, revealing she has been itching for a real battle. The masked man learns that her frustration comes from being restrained by someone she calls the prophet. She decides to indulge herself a little longer and activates a device on her wrist. The glowing device signals that she is about to use a skill or system function. Seeing that, the masked man immediately recognizes what she is trying to do. Before she can finish, he activates his own interface first. At that exact moment, the battle event begins across the continent and emergency notices appear everywhere. A countdown starts, and one panicked player realizes they are already late to the invasion. The red-haired woman is dragged away by an ally who insists they must leave immediately for the battle. She reluctantly gives up the duel, annoyed that the fun is ending just as it began. As she departs, she promises the masked man a proper rematch later. She also repeats the prophet's claim that the future will not change, trying to unsettle him before leaving. That warning lingers with him and deepens his suspicion about this mysterious prophet. He becomes determined to find out who this prophet really is. News spreads that the Level 30 Guild Alliance has officially declared non-participation in the battle, abandoning the event to lower-ranked players. At the fortresses, the first monsters arrive in a frenzy and the defense begins in chaos. Explosions erupt as defenders meet the opening assault with force. Commanders shout orders to fire, reposition tanks, and brace for the next strike as the battle line forms. At Surya Castle, the local alliance representative Shane appears confident and self-satisfied in command. Because the current wave seems manageable, Shane starts believing this battle will be an easy victory after all. His confidence turns into smug delight. He privately celebrates the situation as ideal for himself. Since the top guilds stayed away, he rushed to a beginner fortress where the danger seemed low and the rewards easy. He boasts that he gained the representative title through level alone and is now earning money and experience for doing almost nothing. He even thanks the absent level 30 guilds for handing him such an effortless opportunity. That smug mood lasts only until the battlefield suddenly changes. Without warning, stronger monsters break through and the defenders are thrown into panic as the fortress starts collapsing. Among the new arrivals is a black lamia, far beyond what this fortress expected. No-tailed dragons appear as well, sending players fleeing in terror. The defenders realize these monsters are field boss level threats even individually, let alone together. Shane is jolted out of his arrogance as his men call desperately for guidance. His subordinates beg for orders because the remaining gates are about to fall. But Shane freezes, unable to understand how the battle escalated so catastrophically. One subordinate tries to steady him, insisting they have held on this long and can still recover. He argues that if they endure a little longer, reinforcements from other fortresses should arrive. That reminder finally snaps Shane out of his panic for a moment. He starts to rally himself, only for an even greater monster to appear beside him. The sight leaves him paralyzed with fear. A monstrous dragon with multiple glowing eyes looms over the battlefield like certain death. Shane makes a desperate charge, but it is more panic than courage. The moment terror overwhelms him again, he tries to escape by logging out. When the system refuses, he breaks down completely. Just then, a burst of blue power tears through the battlefield. A pillar of energy crashes down and wipes out the monsters surrounding Shane. Shane survives only because he is suddenly shielded by that intervention. The masked player appears and immediately asks whether Shane is the alliance representative of this fortress. Shane can barely process the question in the middle of the carnage. The masked man makes the demand while standing calmly before the remaining monsters, as if the chaos means nothing to him. Terrified, Shane instantly surrenders the title and offers anything else he wants if only he will save him. The masked player accepts and unleashes a web of summoned skeleton warriors across the battlefield. Shane recognizes the summons and finally realizes that his rescuer is Haho Mask. The legendary solo player reveals himself openly, stunning everyone present. The system formally transfers command of the Tsurya Battle Alliance from Shane to Hirkin, Haho Mask's real name. Having taken control, Haho Mask tells Shane to leave if he wants, but to follow if he intends to keep fighting. Shane cannot believe anyone would continue when 3 gates have already fallen and defeat seems inevitable. Haho Mask rejects that defeatism, insisting the battle must be won no matter what because losing would ruin everything he knows. He explains that if the battle is lost, all the information he has gathered becomes worthless, confusing Shane further. For that reason, he is willing to use any means necessary to force a victory. Elsewhere, other defenders stare at the overwhelming monster tide and wonder whether survival is even possible. At the south gate, Don Quixote theatrically tries to inspire confidence while his companion remains unconvinced. A powerhouse finally gets his chance to fight and eagerly prepares himself. His equally overdramatic allies rush in beside him, treating the battle like a glorious brotherhood moment. At the East Gate, another group looks exhausted and openly wishes the whole ordeal were over. Even so, the West Gate also comes under heavy pressure as monsters close in from all sides. There, Singh promises to provide cover fire while his companions worry he will be overwhelmed. He answers their concern with flirtatious confidence instead of caution. His charm leaves the elf unit flustered even in the middle of battle. Back under Haho Mask's command, he checks his timing and decides the preparations are complete. Across the fortress, multiple groups brace themselves as if responding to a coordinated plan. Haho Mask, now armored in skeletal gear, gives the order to move. Shane watches in disbelief as the scattered defenders begin acting like a disciplined raid team around him. He is even more shocked to see Haho Mask fighting alongside summons and a giant construct rather than alone. As Haho Mask issues precise raid commands, onlookers wonder how a supposed solo player can direct a battlefield so perfectly. He immediately asks for the cast time on a wide area spell, and a mage answers that it needs 5 seconds. He next checks the progress of armor-breaking attacks and is told the target is almost ready. At the West Gate, Singh orders everyone to retreat on his signal, trusting the larger plan. The countdown begins as the frontline pulls back from the marked target. Mages finish charging a massive spell while the final seconds tick down. The prepared bombardment crashes onto the battlefield in a coordinated inferno. Shane watches the execution of the plan in stunned silence. Other fighters also stare, realizing they have just witnessed a perfectly timed combined attack. Even the more doubtful defenders are forced to admit something extraordinary is happening. Haho Mask remains unreadable, already thinking ahead rather than celebrating. Once the wave is cleared, he orders everyone to rest and recover before the next one. The exhausted survivors share healing potions and relief after narrowly surviving. Don Quixote turns the victory into spectacle by publicly challenging Haho Mask to a duel, delighting the crowd. Others are too tired for theatrics and complain that dealing with personalities like his is more exhausting than the monsters. Later, while the camp relaxes around fires, Haho Mask sits apart from the celebration. The ordinary defenders begin treating him less like a distant legend and more like one of their own. Watching them, Haho Mask reflects that it has been a long time since he experienced something like this. Shane awkwardly thanks him for sharing the rewards fairly even though Shane contributed almost nothing. Haho Mask dismisses the thanks and reminds him that winning the battle matters more than personal credit. Shane starts to question how one extra person could possibly change the outcome of a continent-wide defense. He points out that victory depends on protecting a majority of fortresses, not just saving one. Even acknowledging Haho Mask's ability, Shane cannot imagine him defending every fortress by himself and asks what he plans to do. Haho Mask answers that he does not need to do it alone if he can make someone else do it for him. He hints that he already has a specific example in mind. The story then shifts back to the Queen's private meeting with the level 30 guild representatives. The blonde guild leader jokes that her invitation suggests relations are improving between them. The Queen shuts down the flirting and makes clear she summoned him for serious business only. She confirms that his guilds agreed to skip the battle in order to watch Hyder's movements from the outside. He admits she has seen through his intentions immediately. The Queen reveals that Hyder's executives have recently been meeting a suspicious outsider. She believes that man is likely the rumored prophet influencing events from the shadows. One observer judged the stranger to be at least rank level by his equipment, yet completely unknown, which should not be possible. That contradiction reminds the blonde leader of another mysterious high-level figure he encountered before. He recalls meeting an unfamiliar rank-level man who approached the Queen out of nowhere. That man had even offered to eliminate Haho Mask for her, making the resemblance hard to ignore. The blonde leader concludes that the current case mirrors that earlier encounter. The Queen agrees that the pattern is too similar to dismiss. She further suggests that this entire incident may also be aimed at Haho Mask himself. With the level 30 guilds absent, the burden on individual players would become crushing, creating the perfect trap. The blonde leader laughs off the idea that even Haho Mask could handle such a setup alone, but the Queen presses the deeper question. She asks who he thinks is truly behind everything happening now. He falls silent as the answer begins to form. He concludes that the Warlord main quest itself makes true future knowledge impossible. Because the main quest story is generated in real time by an AI responding to users' actions, no fixed future should exist to predict. So if someone can still provide future information, that person must be in a position to manipulate the system directly. Both he and the Queen arrive at the same conclusion. The one behind it is the operator, Toby Gwyn. The blonde leader accepts the possibility with grim amusement. He admits it sounds absurd for the operator to interfere with Warlord, but agrees caution is justified. The Queen outwardly responds calmly, while one of her attendants relaxes in relief at what seems like a measured decision. That attendant reassures himself that the Queen is not letting her feelings about Haho Mask cloud her judgment. Then a new development interrupts the meeting. Haho Mask has just uploaded a video. The blonde leader teases the Queen for apparently setting alerts for Haho Mask's uploads, and she snaps back at him. The video begins with Haho Mask addressing the audience directly and announcing that he has a reason for speaking out now. A masked strategist interrupts the guild leaders with an unexpected proposal to recruit volunteers. He explains that the recent battle has shattered public order and left ordinary people exposed. With monsters still rampant, some users have turned predatory toward other users while others exploit shortages for profit. He argues that these opportunists are becoming a second crisis on top of the monsters themselves, so he asks for help under the banner of restoring order, even from those who claimed they would stay out of the battle. When someone asks whether volunteering pays, he bluntly says there is no reward, then hints he still expects them to come. He needles them by suggesting they will join anyway if only to stop him from monopolizing the main quest. After delivering that provocation, he leaves the room while pretending he would rather they stayed away. The remaining leaders are baffled by the strange broadcast until one of them suddenly realizes the trap hidden in it. The blonde guild master immediately commits to joining, treating the volunteer call as the perfect loophole. His ally confirms that the masked man has just handed them an excuse to enter the conflict without breaking their word. By framing their involvement as maintaining public order, they can fight after all while preserving their earlier stance. The hooded observer worries that if the masked man truly orchestrated this, they are walking into his design. Shira dismisses that hesitation and refuses to let her guild be manipulated into yielding. Her companions back her, insisting that strength alone matters to them, not whether someone is a user. They decide to participate in the battle anyway, leaving the hooded man to realize the masked strategist has won them over. News soon spreads that the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters have reversed course and entered the fight. Elsewhere, another faction notes that more guilds are growing restless because none of them want to surrender the main quest. One subordinate fears that at this rate they will fail to kill Haho Mask and asks their leader for direction. Their boss remains silent, forcing the room to wait on his judgment. At last he admits that Haho Mask has far more influence than expected and that events have veered off his plan. He had intended Haho Mask to act alone, but the situation is now drawing in too many players. A subordinate suggests warning Hydra about the next raid so Haho Mask cannot seize the main quest for himself. The boss refuses, deciding that stopping Haho Mask is not the real priority. He reminds them that their objective is not to win the quest quickly but to manage its pace. Their true goal is to slow the rate at which the main quest is consumed. Confident that no one can break through the coming raid anyway, he orders them to simply watch. His subordinate accepts the order and withdraws. Left alone, the boss studies Haho Mask's rise like a new piece on a game board. He turns his attention to the coming clash at Hoben Castle, where the next decisive test will unfold. Rather than fear Haho Mask's popularity, he decides to see how long that public support will last. The scene shifts to Hoben Castle, where the raid begins under a blood-red sky. Inside, a surviving raider stares in disbelief at the aftermath before him. He realizes that Hydra's elite strike force has been cut down. The survivors understand that Sir Agardo has annihilated the entire assault. Worse, they were destroyed by Agardo alone, without any visible support. One furious survivor accuses the prophet who guided them of lying about how easily the main quest could be advanced. He rages that they were never warned Agardo possessed such an overwhelming, unfair ability. Then he notices something strange and falters mid-complaint. The prophet apologizes with mocking calm and reminds him that prophecy was never a guarantee. Before the man can react, Agardo strikes him down. The survivor is thrown aside, helpless before the knight's effortless superiority. Broken on the floor, he can only stare at the monster he helped unleash. Agardo closes in, making it clear the slaughter is not over yet. The prophet treats the massacre as a failed strategy rather than a tragedy, still thinking in terms of outcomes. He casually asks his unseen master whether he will be blamed, only to be interrupted by a new arrival. A blonde volunteer bows deeply in gratitude, turning the disaster into an opportunity. He publicly credits the Thunder Hunters for supplying free potions and equipment that allowed the battle to be completed safely. Using that success, he immediately asks to join their side. The Thunder Hunters accept applications on the spot, and the masked strategist notes that events are going even better than expected. Their spokesman celebrates that they entered the battle without losses and even repaired their public image in the process. Shiru, however, is more concerned that Hydra has still made no visible move despite supposedly cutting ties with them. The spokesman urges her to enjoy the gains for now instead of worrying ahead. Their conversation is cut short when a system alert suddenly appears before them. The raid announces that the wave of fallen enemies has been repelled and the final page of the battle is beginning, with Sir Agardo as the target. Shiru immediately realizes Hydra lied when they claimed this battle was an unavoidable defeat for users. Before they can process that revelation, a violent impact sends one of their attendants flying. The group is told that Hydra has been annihilated, and the blow was no accident. The messenger's words leave the Thunder Hunter stunned. The blonde girl pieces together that Hydra must already have known about the raid on Sir Agardo. She concludes that while everyone else was occupied in the public battle, Hydra secretly launched their own raid. That hidden attempt ended with Agardo slaughtering them all by himself. The Thunder Hunters struggle to believe even a fully prepared Hydra could be wiped out so completely. The blonde girl hesitates, knowing there is more to explain. At that moment Haho Mask arrives and reveals that Agardo can only be defeated through a special method. His sudden appearance shocks the Thunder Hunters. He addresses Shiru directly, recognizing her as the Queen of Thunder. Then he offers a proposal to her and Shev regarding the raid on Sir Agardo. The focus returns to Hoben Castle as the final confrontation looms. Another guild's failure against Agardo is announced, and the battlefield begins resetting for the next challengers. Watching the stream, onlookers are shaken that even Triple Wing could not leave a scratch on him. As Hoben Mask, Shiru, and the Red Bulls arrive, the crowd wonders how anyone could possibly bring Agardo down. The tension among the spectators rises as the impossible challenge becomes real. The Thunder Hunters step forward to join the attempt. The Red Bulls arrive as well, confirming that the strongest holdouts have all gathered. Hoben Mask stands beside them, completing an alliance no one thought possible. Together they approach the sealed entrance to the castle's inner chamber. Even their allies are confused by how these former rivals ended up on the same side. Outside observers can hardly believe the three factions have truly agreed to cooperate. The public hails the combination of Thunder Hunters, Red Bulls, and Hoben Mask as the ultimate alliance. Hoben Mask cuts through the noise and tells them it is time to move. Shiru and the Red Bulls agree to hold the rear as promised, leaving the main strike to him. He reflects that out of 30 guilds, only these two answered his call for volunteers. Because the others were swayed by the Prophet, he decides he can trust only these allies for the Agardo raid. He also makes clear that he will face Agardo alone at the front. The blonde girl protests, unable to accept that one man could succeed where all of Hydra failed, but he insists he will do it. He explains that he knows the strategy, and if he wins they can share the rewards, while if he falls they can use what he reveals. Shira sees that the offer costs her little and begins to consider it seriously. With the agreement settled, they enter the chamber and advance toward Agardo. Agardo waits alone before the throne, radiating the same oppressive certainty that destroyed Hydra. Hoben Mask formally calls out the white-eyed knight, Sir Agardo. He steadies himself, fully aware of the danger in front of him. He admits inwardly that Agardo far surpasses him in raw power, but identifies him as only the guardian standing before the true objective. To reach the real Prince of Depravity raid, he must first bring down this mini-boss. As the duel begins, the allies behind him realize the decisive moment has arrived. The Red Bulls ask Shira how she would handle an enemy immune to physical, magical, and holy attacks, and warn that charging blindly is suicide. Hoben Mask ignores that caution and launches himself straight at Agardo. He opens with a direct sword strike aimed at Agardo's body. His allies are horrified that he chose a frontal assault instead of testing the enemy first. Agardo meets the attack head-on without flinching. Their blades clash in a burst of blue and red force. Hoben Mask lands and immediately presses forward instead of retreating. His allies realize he actually connected and even cut Agardo's shoulder while evading the counterattack. The wound tears through Agardo's armor, proving the hit was real. For the first time, Agardo visibly bleeds. The watchers are stunned that Hoben Mask's attack actually worked. Hoben Mask taunts Agardo, saying the borrowed body he is using has had its fun and that the game is over. He warns that what comes next will hurt. Agardo remains standing, but the injury confirms his invulnerability has been breached. The allied leaders stare in disbelief at the impossible result. Hoben Mask presses the psychological advantage, telling Agardo the borrowed body's time is finished. He follows by promising even more pain. Across the stream, viewers freeze as they witness the first real damage anyone has dealt Agardo. Shock spreads through the audience as people realize Hoben Mask has done what no guild could manage. The duel accelerates, and the crowd starts wondering whether he has discovered Agardo's hidden mechanic. Another clean strike lands, drawing more blood from Agardo. Hoben Mask smiles, now certain his method is working. Viewers begin connecting what they are seeing to the legendary idea of a solo raid strategy. Public excitement explodes as Hoben Mask's feat turns him into an instant sensation. Even people far from the battlefield start chanting his name as the stream spreads everywhere. His image becomes a city-wide spectacle, and admiration quickly turns into worshipful hype. Inside the castle, the duel continues in a blur of clashing steel. The allied leaders watch as Hoben Mask and Agardo trade rapid blows at a level beyond ordinary raiders. Shira concludes that his confidence was justified and suspects the substance on his blade is the key to the raid. Hoben Mask confirms she cannot identify it just by looking. He explains that Agardo's immunity comes from a corrupted conviction that he must never fall while protecting the prince. Normally, the only answer would be to find the Sword of Oath that was granted to him upon becoming a knight, and strike him with it. That sword's special property forces all attacks to deal fixed damage, something even Agardo cannot ignore. But searching for that weapon during the raid would be slow and dangerous, especially with other threats interfering. So instead, Hoben Mask is using a later game item that reproduces the Sword of Oath's effect. That substitute is black sap, a rare drop from the black tree. A blade coated with black sap gains the same fixed damage property, and Hoben Mask reveals he is currently the only one who knows this shortcut. Armed with that secret, he declares that Sir Agardo belongs to him, and resumes the assault. Agardo absorbs the pressure and steadies himself despite the accumulating wounds. The two fighters reset their distance, each measuring the other again. Hoben Mask notices a subtle change in Agardo's expression and stance. Agardo abandons his reckless offense, and raises a guarded defensive posture. The allies immediately recognize that he is no longer willing to simply tank the hits. They realize this means the fixed damage is stacking and slowly forcing Agardo onto the back foot. For the first time, they believe Hoben Mask can actually win. Hoben Mask, however, reads Agardo's caution as a dangerous sign rather than a simple advantage. A defensive Agardo gives him fewer openings, which could make finishing the fight much harder. He mocks Agardo for getting scared and challenges him to try surviving the next move. Then he unveils another tactic by summoning blue flamed skulls into his hand. His armament skill activates, calling forth skeleton soldiers that will wield the weapon he chooses. Surrounded by undead troops armed for the same strategy, Hoben Mask vows that he will still win. He sends the skeleton soldiers charging at Agardo in a coordinated wave. Agardo meets the undead assault with his sword, cutting into the front line as they close. The skeleton soldiers continue pressing him from multiple angles, forcing him to defend against repeated fixed damage strikes. Agardo answers by unleashing a sweeping lattice of red energy, blasting through the swarm and threatening to wipe out Hoben Mask's new advantage. The undead soldiers close in, convinced they have their prey surrounded. Hoben Mask bursts through the encirclement before they can lock him down, cutting a path through the swarm. He keeps his momentum and drives straight toward the true threat instead of wasting time on the lesser enemies. A wide crimson slash tears through the battlefield as he clears space and forces the enemy line apart. Even while the lesser undead reel, Sir Agardo notices the assassin suddenly shifting his attention behind him. Agardo turns to answer the move, sensing the real attack coming from his blind side. Hoben Mask appears above him and reveals that Agardo's reaction has come too late. He dives in with a finishing strike, aiming to end the duel before Agardo can recover. Agardo's sword is knocked away in the clash, making it seem as if the knight has been decisively beaten. For a moment Hoben Mask believes he has forced an opening too perfect for Agardo to survive. But Agardo blocks the killing blow with his bare armored hand, sacrificing his body instead of his life. Using that instant, Agardo counters at point-blank range with brutal precision. His counterattack drives through Hoben Mask's torso and leaves him impaled. Hoben Mask spits blood as the shock of the reversal hits him. The onlookers freeze, realizing the duel may have just turned against him. Even his allies watching from afar fear that Hoben Mask has finally lost. Black blood pours over Agardo's arm where he struck through Hoben Mask. Agardo suddenly feels something wrong spreading from the contact and hesitates. Wounded but still standing, Hoben Mask reveals that Agardo celebrated too soon. He explains that being pierced was part of his winning move, because his blood now carries black tree sap that inflicts fixed damage on anyone it touches. The black corruption immediately begins eating into Agardo's armor and body. Hoben Mask retreats just enough to let the poison-like effect keep working while preserving his own chance to survive. Agardo realizes too late that the damage is spreading through him from the inside out. The spectators are stunned by the sheer ruthlessness of turning his own impalement into a trap, though they worry Hoben Mask may destroy himself first. Knowing he cannot endure much longer, Hoben Mask calls on Life Vessel as his next gamble. Green energy floods him, fully restoring his health and dragging him back from the brink. He immediately follows with Purification Circlet, stripping away the lingering status effects and debuffs from the exchange. Now reset while Agardo continues to deteriorate, Hoben Mask decides the only thing left is to outlast the fallen knight's remaining strength. Agardo roars and keeps forcing himself forward, refusing to collapse quietly. From the sidelines, the others watch the two battered fighters face each other again in a thinning field of red haze. The blonde guild master admits to Thunder Queen that watching this awakens the pure hunger for battle they both lost long ago. He reflects that as a guild master he can no longer recklessly stake everything on a fight the way Hoben Mask just did. Thunder Queen corrects him, saying Hoben Mask is not fearless because he has nothing to lose, but because he is fighting while carrying much to lose. She begins to define what truly separates Hoben Mask from the rest of them. Even when everything is at risk, she says, he still burns with the drive to seize everything he wants. Recognizing that quality, Thunder Queen quietly admits she wants that same drive for herself. Meanwhile, Agardo keeps raging against the damage consuming him, trying to force one last comeback. At that moment, new armored enemies enter through the castle gates, threatening to overwhelm the others while the duel continues. The blonde warrior realizes this is exactly why Hoben Mask told them to hold back until Agardo was occupied. The fallen knight order loyal to Sir Agardo arrives to defend Hoben Castle and reinforce their master. Inspired by Hoben Mask's resolve, the guild leaders step forward and decide to handle their share of the battle themselves.